First up, viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in from the state of Maharashtra. Maha cabinet expansion will be taking place today, and it will also coincide with the oath-taking ceremony in Nagpur. With the state legislature's winter sessions start as well from tomorrow, around 30 to 32 ministers are expected to join this particular ceremony, which can have up to 43 members. The expansion follows the Maha Alliance's sweeping victory in the November polls, securing 230 out of 288 seats, with BJP leading with 132 seats. The lion's share goes to the Saffron Party. Deputy Chief Ministers Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar are finalizing the cabinet composition, holding key meetings with all the party leaders in the run-up to the cabinet expansion. All eyes will be on the top portfolios, that is urban development, home, as well as the other finance portfolio. These three are the plum portfolios, and all eyes are on who will get the lion's share of the cabinet composition this time around. Sandeep is joining me live this morning. A very good morning to you, Sandeep. Today is the day that everybody in the state of Maharashtra, was waiting for. Tell us about the inside story of the cabinet expansion today.
See, what we hear right now is that 20 to 30 ministers could take oath today. What are the departments is not yet clear. That has been given to Eknath Shinde or Ajit Pawar. But yes, urban development, home ministry is something that was in fact demanded by Eknath Shinde. Not only that, but revenue was also demanded. But it will be the Bharatiya Janata Party to decide whether to give revenue, urban development or home to Eknath Shinde or keep it with them. Definitely, there are many other plum portfolios as well, over which the Shinde faction and Ajit Pawar faction are eyeing upon, but ultimately the things will get clear in the next few hours. In next 2 to 3 hours, all the ministers, all the MLAs would be in fact gathering out there in Nagpur Vidhan Sabha, where the oath-taking ceremony of the new cabinet ministers would take place.
Right, Sandeep, many thanks for joining us with all those details. Well, we'll get you all the live action from Nagpur, viewers, when the oath-taking ceremony begins. But it's time for us to shift our focus on the biggest story. In the last 24 hours, Twitter, social media, everything is abuzz about the Prime Minister's speech in the Loksabha. The Constitution debate face-off has reached an all-new flashpoint, with the Prime Minister reminding the Congress about its past sins, and also him tearing into 4 generations of Congress party. Here's the story.
संविधान के 75 वर्ष की यात्रा, यादगार यात्रा और विश्व के सबसे महान और विशाल लोकतंत्र की यात्रा, इसके मूल में हमारे संविधान निर्माताओं की दीर्घदृष्टि, हमारे संविधान निर्माताओं का योगदान, और जिसको लेकर के आज हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। मेरे लिए खुशी की बात है कि संसद भी इस उत्सव में शामिल होकर के अपनी भावनाओं को प्रकट कर रही है। विविधता में एकता, ये भारत की विशेषता रही है। हम विविधता को सेलिब्रेट करते हैं, और इस देश की प्रगति भी विविधता को सेलिब्रेट करने में है। लेकिन गुलामी की मानसिकता में पले बड़े लोगों ने, भारत का भला न देख पाने वाले लोगों ने, और जिनके लिए हिंदुस्तान 1947 में ही पैदा हुआ, ये जो धारणा बननी थी, उनके लिए वो विविधता में विरोधाभास ढूंढते रहे। देश संविधान के 25 वर्ष पूरे कर रहा था, उसी समय हमारे देश में संविधान को नोच लिया गया। इमरजेंसी आपातकाल लाया गया, संवैधानिक व्यवस्थाओं को समाप्त कर दिया गया, देश को जेल खाना बना दिया गया, नागरिकों के अधिकारों को लूट लिया गया, प्रेस की स्वतंत्रता को ताले लगा दिए गए और कांग्रेस के माथे पर जो पाप है ना, वो कभी भी धुलने वाला नहीं है। कांग्रेस के एक परिवार ने संविधान को चोट पहुंचाने में कोई कोर कसर नहीं छोड़ी है। और मैं इसलिए एक परिवार का उल्लेख करता हूं कि 75 साल की हमारी यात्रा में 55 साल एक ही परिवार ने राज किया है। इसलिए देश को क्या क्या हुआ है ये जानने का अधिकार है। जब इंदिरा जी के चुनाव को गैर रीति के कारण, असंवैधानिक तरीके से चुनाव लड़ने के कारण अदालत ने उनके चुनाव को खारिज कर दिया और उनको एमपी पद छोड़ने की नौबत आई, तो उन्होंने गुस्से में आकर के देश पर इमरजेंसी थोप दी, आपातकाल लगा दिया। जिस जस्टिस एच.आर. खन्ना ने उनके चुनाव में उनको खिलाफ जो जजमेंट दिया था, वो इतना गुस्सा भरा था कि जब जस्टिस एच.आर. खन्ना जो सीनियरिटी के आधार पर सुप्रीम कोर्ट के चीफ जस्टिस बनने थे, जिन्होंने संविधान के सम्मान करते हुए उस पीरियड से इंदिरा जी को सजा दी थी, उन्होंने मुख्य न्यायाधीश नहीं बनने दिया। ये संविधान और लोकतांत्रिक प्रक्रिया रही। उस समय के प्रधानमंत्री राजीव गांधी ने शाहबानो की उस भावना को, सुप्रीम कोर्ट की उस भावना को नकार दिया और उन्होंने वोट बैंक की राजनीति के खातिर संविधान की भावना को बलि चढ़ा दिया और कट्टरपंथियों के सामने सर झुकाने का काम कर दिया। ये मनमोहन सिंह जी ने कहा है, जो एक किताब में लिखा गया है, मुझे यह स्वीकार करना होगा कि पार्टी अध्यक्ष सत्ता का केंद्र है, सरकार पार्टी के प्रति जवाबदेह है। प्रधानमंत्री के ऊपर एक गैर संवैधानिक और जिसने कोई शपथ भी नहीं लिया था, नेशनल एडवाइजरी काउंसिल पीएमओ के भी ऊपर बैठा दिया। भारत के संविधान के तहत देश की जनता जनार्दन सरकार चुनती है और वो सरकार का मुखिया कैबिनेट बनाता है। ये संविधान के तहत है। इस कैबिनेट ने जो निर्णय किया, संविधान का अपमान करने वाले अहंकार से भरे लोगों ने पत्रकारों के सामने कैबिनेट के निर्णय को फाड़ दिया। वोट बैंक की राजनीति में छुपे हुए लोगों ने, डूबे हुए लोगों ने धर्म के आधार पर, तुष्टीकरण के नाम पर आरक्षण के अंदर कुछ न कुछ नुक्सेदनी करने का प्रयास किया और इसका सबसे बड़ा नुकसान एससी, एसटी और ओबीसी समाज को हुआ है। कांग्रेस पार्टी के एक अध्यक्ष हुआ करते थे और वो अति पिछड़े समाज से आते थे। उनके अध्यक्ष श्रीमान सीताराम केसरी जी कहते हैं बाथरूम में बंद कर दिया गया, उठा करके फुटपाथ पर फेंक दिया गया। अपनी पार्टी के संविधान को न मानना, लोकतंत्र की प्रक्रिया को न मानना और पूरी कांग्रेस पार्टी पर एक परिवार ने कब्जा कर लिया। कांग्रेस के हमारे साथी, उनको दिन रात जुमला, लेकिन इस देश को पता है हिंदुस्तान में अगर सबसे बड़ा जुमला कोई था और वो 4 पीढ़ी ने चलाया, वो जुमला था गरीबी हटाओ। ये ऐसा जुमला था, ये गरीबी हटाओ ऐसा जुमला था, उनकी राजनीति की रोटी तो सिकती थी लेकिन गरीब का हाल ठीक नहीं होता था।
Viewers, the Prime Minister dealt a decisive blow on the opposition and particularly the Congress party because he mentioned all the 4 generations of the Congress Gandhi family. And responding to the Prime Minister's attacks, the opposition said that the BJP and the central government was using divisive rhetoric to mask their failures. Listen in.
Newly elected Congress MP Priyanka Gandhi felt like she's attending a boring lecture in school while PM was delivering his fiery speech.
प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक नई चीज नहीं बोली, वॉर कर दिया पूरी तरह से। मुझे बहुत दशकों बाद ये एहसास हुआ कि मैं वो जो स्कूल में जो मैथ का डबल पीरियड होता था ना, कि मैं उसमें बैठी हूँ। तो मेरे लिए तो एक नया एहसास था। मैंने सोचा था प्रधानमंत्री जी कुछ नया बोलेंगे, कुछ अच्छा बोलेंगे। उनके खोखले 11 संकल्प, अगर भ्रष्टाचार के प्रति 0 टॉलरेंस है तो अडानी पे बहस तो करो।
Not only this, SP chief takes a jibe on PM Modi on his 11 promises that he made in Loksabha.
देखिए, बहुत लंबा भाषण था और आपसे बेहतर कौन जानता होगा जुमले से किसको जाना जाता था। आज हम लोगों को 11 जुमलों का संकल्प सुनने को मिला। 15 लाख जुमला था, किसान की आय दोगुनी होगी वो जुमला था।
TMC also joined the lobby to attack PM Modi on his Constitution Day speech.
परिवार तंत्र, परिवारवाद, ये सब उन्होंने बोल सकते हैं, बट कांग्रेस was the main strength to fight against the British government. The angle Prime Minister has floated today is not up to the mark.
Meanwhile, BJP leader tears into Congress as Union Minister Sukanta Majumdar says that Rahul's speech was written by communists.
राहुल गांधी जी का भाषण, आज जो भाषण था, ये मैं दावे के साथ कह सकता हूँ कि ये कोई कम्युनिस्ट का लिखा हुआ भाषण है। कांग्रेस कभी अपने आप को राष्ट्रवादी दल के रूप से सबके सामने कांग्रेस आती थी, लेकिन जिस तरीके से आज राहुल जी का भाषण था, ये भाषण संविधान को ना मानने का भाषण था। और जिस तरीके से प्रधानमंत्री जी ने धोया, बहुत ज़बरदस्त तरीके से धोया।
After PM Modi racked up emergency episode in Lok Sabha, other BJP leaders also weighed in and took a jibe on Congress.
आपातकाल देश की संवैधानिक यात्रा का सबसे काला अध्याय है। अपनी कुर्सी बचाने के लिए लोगों के अधिकार छीने गए, विपक्षी नेताओं को जेल में बंद किया गया, सेंसर लगाया गया और जुडिशरी जजेस को सुपरसीड किया गया।
Meanwhile, NDA allies also backed PM Modi.
प्रधानमंत्री जी ने विस्तार से कांग्रेस पार्टी को आईना दिखाया है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी ने आज़ादी के बाद से आज तक, जब तक शासन में वो रहे, किस तरह संविधान की उन्होंने धज्जियां उड़ाई संविधान के प्रति उनका कोई मान नहीं है।
Well, viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in as far as Sambhal riots are concerned. In the aftermath of the violence that erupted on November 24th, the local police have now intensified efforts to capture the absconding rioters, and a reward has also been announced for anybody who provides the details on the whereabouts of the absconding rioters, because so far only 40 individuals have been arrested and have been sent to jail. However, many others have fled their homes in fear of crackdown. And in order to apprehend the remaining criminals, the police has decided to form a special team and has also announced a reward for their information. Sambhal Superintendent of Police Krishna Kumar Vishnoi, a trusted officer of Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, revealed that while 40 rioters have so far been caught, 93 individuals have been identified as being involved in the violence. However, all of them have gone into hiding. And in response, the police are offering a reward for the capture of these absconding criminals and are setting up a special team to track and nab them. A manhunt has been launched, and the police is now also seeking public support for the details of these absconding rioters by announcing a reward. The police believe that the locals will also pitch in and provide details of the absconding rioters. Ajay Dubey is live with me on this broadcast to give us more details about the ongoing investigation into Sambhal violence. A very good morning to you, Ajay. Firstly, the police have now formed a special team, and they had also plastered the pictures of all those absconding accused on each and every wall across Sambhal, asking for details. Now a reward has also been announced for those who give the details about the whereabouts of these criminals. Tell us about the latest.
After this incident, it was very clear that good action will be taken against the violence maker. And from initial days, whatever CCTV evidence, whatever visual evidence police was getting, they were working on it. And we have seen posters in Sambhal where more than 100 faces were being shown for arresting. And now, apart from this, police is now announcing reward also, and the process of investigation is going on. The important part is that we have seen a modus operandi incident like these, be it Bahraich, be it Sambhal. After the incident, after the riot, many of them leave that geographical area and leave. And because of this reason, many of the accused were not yet arrested, and that is the reason reward is announced now. And still action is going on. Police of Sambhal, they are looking for the accused for the violence case.
Well, Ajay, so far, we have accessed a host of CCTV clippings which clearly show the conspiracy plot. Tell us about the ongoing investigation. Apart from the reward being announced, where has the probe, reached? Have the police tried to zero down on the details that they've received so far? Is there any inside details about what is happening as far as the manhunt is concerned?
Definitely, this incident was very serious, and more than 20,000 crowd was there at that day. And the police is getting the evidence not just from CCTV but from media visuals also. Many of reporters were there, and they were also recording the visuals. And because of that reason, various visuals, various evidence police is having, and police is looking for the persons who are involved into this. Many of them are arrested also. The important faces are booked under various laws. And apart from this, various accused have leave that geographical area, and they are hiding in the sister district. So right now, police is investigating with this angle also, and whosoever is accused and are not coming out, police have now announced reward for those people. So that's what we are getting. That's what information we are getting, and police is very keen to get all the accused who were involved in the violence case in Sambhal.
Right, Ajay, many thanks for joining me with those details. The law will take its own course, and it seems like the long hands of the law is closing in on all those rioters who were involved in the November 24th violence. We'll get you all the latest as far as the investigation is concerned. Now let's talk about another important development in Sambhal itself, because a Shiv temple that was closed in 1978 has finally managed to see the light of the day after 46 long years. And this in the backdrop of an anti-encroachment drive that was carried out by the state administration. Here's the story.
In a historic move, a temple in Uttar Pradesh Sambhal reopened after 46 years. A Shiv temple was reopened after 46 years in the Khagusarai area in Uttar Pradesh Sambhal. The decades-old temple, currently in shambles and being encroached upon, has remained closed since 1978. The discovery of temple came while the city administration along with UP police was conducting a drive against anti-encroachment and power theft.
ये जब हम बिजली चोरी की घटनाएं बहुत ज्यादा थी, यहाँ पे लोग एंटर नहीं करते थे, इसलिए हम यहाँ पे आए और आने पर जब देखा तो यहाँ पे एक मंदिर है एनक्रोच्ड मिला जिसको हम साफ करवा रहे हैं। दूसरा ये जो कुआं था उसके ऊपर रैंप बना रखा था, तो किसी ने बताया कि इसके नीचे रैंप, हमें पता नहीं चला, लेकिन एक व्यक्ति धीरे से आए और हमें बता के गए, तो हमने इसको रैंप को जब हटाया तो नीचे कुआं निकला।
According to officials, there were some inputs about the temple area being encroached upon by residents. Vishnu Sharan Rastogi, the patron of Nagar Hindu Sabha, said the temple has been reopened after 1978. Officials also said there were some Hindu families who used to reside in the area but left due to some reasons.
यहाँ देवों में शिव परिवार एवं ये हमारा हनुमान जी की प्रतिमा है और इसकी साफ सफाई की जा रही है और देखा जा रहा है कि किन स्थिति में ये हुआ है। एक लंबे समय से बंद होने की जानकारी हुई है और ये बताया गया कि कुछ हिंदू परिवार यहाँ रहता था जो किन्हीं कारणों से यहाँ पलायन कर गया है।
The temple discovery in Sambhal assumed significance in the light of recent controversy and violent clashes between Sambhal locals and the police over a court-ordered ASI survey of the city's Jama Masjid, a Mughal-era mosque.
With that, viewers, it's time for a quick break. On the other side, we'll tell you more about Turkey reopening its embassy in Syria after 12 long years. We'll get you all the latest on this development after a quick break. Do stay tuned.
In the India Today Best Universities 2023 survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
आइस बोला था लाने को, लद्दाख चला गया, पूछा फोन पे इतना बिजी क्यों है, तो क्या बोला तू? हाँ, माउंटेन्स वर कॉलिंग।
डॉक्टर जानगी उस दिन सनसेट देखने छज्जे पे चढ़ा, टूट गया।
हाँ, तो किसने बोला घर की दीवार पे रॉक क्लाइंबिंग करने को?
सफीना बदतमीजी।
समझ गया। मेरे पास आप दोनों की प्रॉब्लम की मेडिसिन है। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
George Soros, a scarecrow or a bugbear? Is he a one-man deep state ranged against all the nationalist forces around the world, or a cranky old man living off perception? Connected with the Soros attack of the BJP on the Congress is its doubling down on the Adani issue. Is it part of the larger hard right swing of the BJP, even as the Congress does its own hard left shift? And finally, the developments in Syria. Is it just Shia Sunni or America Russia? Or perhaps about natural gas supplies to Europe? Join me this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, only on Republic TV.
बाद में संविधान को चोट पहुंचाने में कोई कोर कसर नहीं छोड़ी।
In his Constitution Day debate, Prime Minister Modi tears into 4 generations of Congress family, reminds them of their past sins.
हमारे देश में संविधान को नोच लिया गया, इमरजेंसी आपातकाल लाया गया और कांग्रेस के माथे पर जो पाप है ना, वो कभी भी धुलने वाला नहीं है।
PM Modi rakes up emergency episode in the Loksabha, states that judicial system was murdered during emergency imposed by Indira Gandhi.
हिंदुस्तान में अगर सबसे बड़ा जुमला कोई था और वो 4 पीढ़ी ने चलाया, वो जुमला था गरीबी हटाओ।
Prime Minister Modi's sharpest attack on Congress over Jumla politics, says world's biggest Jumla was Congress's Garibi Hatao.
इनकी राजनीति में छुपे हुए लोगों ने धर्म के आधार पर आरक्षण के अंदर कुछ न कुछ नुक्सेदनी करने का प्रयास किया और इसका सबसे बड़ा नुकसान SC, ST और OBC समाज को हुआ है।
Prime Minister Modi slams Congress over their vote bank politics. PM Modi's unsparing attack on opposition sends jitters. Akhilesh says PM's 11th Sankalp were nothing but jumlas. Maharashtra Cabinet expansion today, oath-taking ceremony in Nagpur. Viewers, first up, just a little over a week ago, the horrors of Assad's regime and his prison also came to the fore, and now a rebel insurgent has stormed into another detention center in Damascus, and this Palestinian detention center, so unimaginable horrors during the brutal Assad regime could have taken place here, and now the visuals of Assad's inhumane detention center, which had a prisoner on every tile of the prison, is going viral. It was one tile, one prisoner. Take a look.
Just days after the horrors of Sadnaya prison came out for the world to see, stories of another Palestinian detention center under the Assad regime are coming to the fore. The prison, named Farah of Palestine, saw numerous detainees in its confines, with some of the most horrific physical and psychological tortures being perpetrated. Listen to the horrific ordeals of the infamous Palestinian detention center from the rebel insurgents who have now taken over.
فرع فلسطين معروف بكل سوريا وكل المحافظات بحقارته بتعذيبه، وكان اخوتنا هون معتقلين، والحمد لله اسقطنا الطاغية بشار وحررنا اخواتنا. وشوي مثل ما انت شايف يعني الروائح، ما في اضاءة، كانوا مراقبين بالكاميرات، يعني كان يناموا مثلا على بلاطة واحدة. كل سجين كان انه مثلا بس بلاطة، مجرد انه مثلا يزيح يجيوا يقتلوه مثلا يضربوا.
The horrific visuals from Farah, Palestine came out just a little over a week since the visuals of Assad's Gulag, the Sadnaya prison, came out. While not as big in size, Farah, Palestine detention center had its own horrors.
وحتى السجن يعني كتير صعب، يعني المعيشة فيه كتير صعبة، لا إضاءة ولا أكل، ويعني كان يعطون الأكل كان كله معفن وما بيتاكل أبدا. يعني شيء إنه مثلا السجين يعيش ما أكتر، يعني ما يعطوا إنه لشيء يشبع ولا لشيء، يعني كان وضع كتير سيء.
Since the fall of Assad's regime, rebels have seized and fled flocks of prisoners from the detention centers and prisons from across Syria. With over 150,000 people detained or missing in Syria since 2011, eager family members wait if they can find even a hint of their lost ones.
Moving on, viewers, in a parallel development, a historic development indeed, because a 12-year hiatus has ended between Turkey and Syria, with the Turkish embassy in Syria being reopened, and the Arab nation is extremely elated about the move. Rejoicing Syrians even called it a day that they had never seen or dreamt of, and it all happened within just 2 days of Erdogan getting a nudge from the US. Take a look at this report.
Turkey has reopened its embassy in the Syrian capital of Damascus. This is the first time Ankara has opened its embassy in Syria in over 12 years. The Turkish embassy in Damascus had suspended operations in 2012 due to the escalating security condition during the Syrian civil war. Following heightened tensions in Syria, the embassy officials and family members were recalled to Turkey. Syrians welcomed the reopening of the Turkish embassy in Damascus.
شايف الشعب كله مبسوط وفرحان وعودة العلاقات العربية إنه لحضن الوطن، والحمد لله رجعت العلاقات مع تركيا ورجعت مع اخواننا العرب، والحمد لله انه زال عنا هالغمة اللي صار لها 50 سنة كابدة على قلبنا وعلى نفسنا وعلى تحركاتنا. الحمد لله، وان شاء الله سوريا بتتم لقدام، واهلا وسهلا بكل الاخوان العرب والاجانب، واهلا وسهلا بتركيا.
Some are calling it a day they never imagined would see again.
أنا كنا من تجار سوريا، وكنا نطلع كثير على تركيا ونجيب بضاعة من 98 وال 2005 وال 2007 وناخذ، هي كان في بيناتنا كثير تجارة. بعد 2010 صار في بيناتنا انقطاع، والحمد لله على ذهاب هذا الطاغية، وإن شاء الله بيكون في استفتاح الخير بالتجارة والصناعة.
The decision comes just a day after Turkish President Erdogan met US Secretary of State Anthony Blinken. This also comes after US Secretary of State just a couple of days ago said that they had reached a broad agreement with Turkey on Syria.
I think there's broad agreement on what we would each like to see going forward, starting with the interim government in Syria, one that is inclusive and non-sectarian, one that protects the rights of minorities and women, one that preserves institutions of the state and delivers services to the people.
Now moving on, hundreds of Georgians protested in capital city Tbilisi following former football player being elected as the president. And now the new presidency has caused a lot of controversies and is facing criticism from the opposition as well as the people. Listen in.
A huge controversy has erupted in Georgia over the election of former football player Mikhail Kavelashvili for the post of president. The opposition in Georgia has criticized Kavelashvili, mocking his lack of higher education. The Georgian opposition party, the Unity National Movement Coalition, has accused the ruling party of violating the constitution.
Everything that is happening now in Georgia is out of constitution, out of legislation, and same like the procedure that they are calling presidential election is nothing. For us, only legitimate source of the power is President Salome Zurabishvili. So we, opposition people here, young people who is here, we do not recognize the procedure that is happening inside of this parliament building.
The Georgian opposition calls Kavelashvili's win a blow to country's EU aspirations.
First and foremost, he is not an elected, he is not a president, he is appointed by Ivanishvili, and this act of appointment today has nothing to do with legitimacy, because the parliament itself and the Georgian dream inside is illegitimate, and the process has gone beyond the constitution.
The opposition parties in Georgia have boycotted the parliamentary sessions, citing concerns over electoral integrity. Meanwhile, public protests have gripped the capital city of Tbilisi over 2 weeks, calling for re-election. With Georgian opposition not agreeing to the election results and the protests continuing, the big question is, what holds next for the new president of Georgia?
Shifting our focus, in the latest, Pope Francis is all set to visit the small Mediterranean island of Corsica, bypassing the grand reopening of Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris. Now, while people of Corsica have eagerly awaited his arrival, speculation also surrounds the Pope's decision to decline an invitation from French President Emmanuel Macron. And this visit to the island, where Catholic roots run deep, signals a shift in focus towards smaller communities and their voices. Watch this report to know more.
In his leg of tours across churches in Europe, Catholic Premier Pope Francis is all set to visit Corsica, a small Mediterranean island in France. People of the quaint town are all set in anticipation to welcome the Pope, who is visiting the town to close a diocesan conference.
En Corse, la chrétienté, c'est vraiment notre ADN, c'est dans nos gènes. C'est un pays très chrétien, il y a des processions avec énormément de monde, c'est une foi énorme en Corse. Il y a beaucoup de... Voilà, je pense que le pape apprécie ça aussi quand notre cardinal a été à Rome.
A devout religious town of 340,000 people, Pope's Mass will potentially be witnessing a crowd of over 100,000. Corsica's root in Christianity remains far more ingrained than continental France due to its secular outlook and lively processions.
La France est un pays sécularisé, l'État est laïque et en Corse on vit quelque chose de différent. Parce qu'en Corse il n'y a pas de divorce, il n'y a pas de division, il y a une séparation en ce qui concerne la laïcité, mais il n'y a pas de division. Ça c'est important. Et cela signifie qu'il y a une belle collaboration mature, adulte et responsable entre les autorités civiles, maires, députés, sénateurs, responsables, et les autorités religieuses.
However, what demarks the Pope's visit to Corsica isn't just his priority to remain closer to Catholic communities at the periphery. It is his decision to skip the grand reopening of the Notre Dame Cathedral. Speculations remain that by declining its inaugural ceremony, the Cardinal snubbed the French president's invitation. It is reported that the Cardinal responded with a flat no when asked by reporters over his plans, citing a busy schedule.
On attend beaucoup de monde, alors on parle de 100, 120 000 personnes. À la messe, il y aura moins de monde, mais le pape, il va aussi circuler avec la papa mobile, donc il va rencontrer la population dans des points différents de la ville. L'important pour nous, c'était qu'il y ait ce côté populaire, justement, du pape, au milieu de son peuple, pour pouvoir dire, voilà, je suis là, et nous essayons de canaliser et d'ordonner et d'organiser ce mouvement pour que tout se passe bien et qu'il n'y ait pas de danger pour la population.
As Pope prepares to grace the far-flung parishes of Corsica, question will remain on what jilted the Pope against skipping the spotlight event of the grand reopening of the Notre Dame.
Now, after over a week of turmoil, South Korea has finally impeached its president, Yoon Suk-yeol, and the impeachment was impending after his hasty martial law move 2 weeks ago, which was very short-lived. Now, Prime Minister Han Duck-soo has stepped into the president's duties and has held the first emergency cabinet meeting. Here is all that has happened so far after the impeachment.
South Korean Prime Minister Han Duck-soo held the first cabinet meeting hours after taking office of the president. The emergency cabinet was held as Han Duck-soo took over the presidential duties after the impeachment of President Yoon Suk-yeol.
군은 현 상황의 엄중함을 깊이 인식하고 한미 간 긴밀한 공조하에 연합 방위태세를 확립하고 북한의 도발 등에 대비, 감시, 경계태세를 더욱 강화해 주실 것을 당부드립니다.
Yoon was suspended as president after they announced national emergency 2 weeks ago in haste, going against the mood of the nation. After being impeached, Yoon said he will never give up.
저는 지금 잠시 멈춰 서지만 지난 2년 반 국민과 함께 걸어온 미래를 향한 여정은 결코 멈춰서서는 안 될 것입니다.
Protesters outside the South Korean parliament erupted in celebrations as a motion to impeach the president was passed.
200표만 넣으면 가결되는 거였는데 204표라는 단 4표짜리로 가결되어서 굉장히 감동적이었고요. 아직까지 한국 민주주의를 살아있다는 걸 다시금 느꼈습니다. 앞으로 국회의원분들께서는 우리 시민들의 목소리를 절대 잊지 않으셨으면 좋겠습니다. 오늘처럼 영광적인 날 함께 할 수 영광이었습니다.
After the impeachment, the Prime Minister informed the nation and once again apologized to the people on behalf of President Yoon.
존경하는 국민 여러분, 오늘 국회에서 대통령 탄핵 소추안이 의결되었습니다. 저는 대한민국 국무총리로서 우리 국민이 처한 현 상황과 그에 이르게 된 전 과정에 대해 무거운 책임을 통감하고 있습니다. 국민 여러분께 진심으로 송구스럽다는 말씀을 드립니다.
Meanwhile, the opposition parties in South Korea have vowed to continue to maintain pressure on President Yoon despite his impeachment.
Viewers, it's time for a quick break. On the other side, we'll tell you more about Reserve Bank of India increasing the limit for collateral-free agricultural loans. We'll get you all the rates and figures after a quick break. Stay tuned.
In the India Today Best Universities 2023 survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
उस दिन सनसेट देखने छज्जे पे चढ़ा, टूट गया।
हाँ तो किसने बोला घर की दीवार पे रॉक क्लाइंबिंग करने को?
सफीना बदतमीजी।
समझ गया। मेरे पास आप दोनों की प्रॉब्लम की मेडिसिन है। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
Welcome back, viewers. The Reserve Bank of India has raised the limit for collateral-free agricultural loans, aiming to provide crucial financial relief to farmers. And this new limit of 2 lakh rupees, effective from the 1st of January, is expected to benefit millions of small and marginal farmers across the nation. Here's how this move could help the stakeholders throughout the country's agricultural value chain. The RBI has raised the limit for collateral-free agricultural loans to 2 lakh rupees from the earlier amount of 1.6 lakh rupees. Effective from Jan 1st, 2025, farmers can now access loans without needing collateral or margin requirements. This policy change comes in response to the growing financial challenges faced by farmers as they contend with rising costs and inflationary pressures on agricultural inputs. The move will provide much needed financial relief, especially to small and marginal farmers. The RBI has instructed banks across the country to implement these revised guidelines swiftly. Banks have now been tasked with spreading awareness of the updated loan provisions to ensure farmers can benefit from this policy change without any delay. The policy will also likely boost the uptake of Kisan credit cards, which enable farmers to meet both operational and developmental needs. Additionally, the modified interest subvention scheme provides loans of up to 3 lakh rupees at 4% interest rate. The new move can be hailed for its ability to enhance inclusion and support sustainable farming practices, especially among small farmers. Well, it's time for us to take a look at the other top stories from the world of business. Suchit Balaji, an Indian-American whistleblower who worked at OpenAI until August 2024, was found dead in his San Francisco apartment with initial reports suggesting suicide. Balaji, who had been involved in developing ChatGPT, had recently posted on X about the ethical concerns surrounding generative AI, particularly regarding fair use and copyright issues. His final post highlighted his skepticism about legal defenses being used by generative AI products and encouraged more awareness of copyright laws within the machine learning community. He had worked on ChatGPT for about a year and a half and became increasingly concerned with copyright issues, especially after seeing numerous lawsuits filed against Gen AI companies. Reliance Industries Limited has acquired a 74% stake in Navi Mumbai IIA Private Limited for over 1,600 crore rupees. According to an exchange filing, the company purchased 57.12 million equity shares at 28.50 rupees per share, making NMIIA a subsidiary of Reliance. It also established the details of the company, saying that NMIIA, established in 2004, is focused on developing an integrated industrial area in Maharashtra and was appointed as Special Planning Authority by the government. This acquisition follows a series of strategic purchases by Reliance, including stakes in various companies across industries like telecom sector, entertainment, as well as tech. It's time for us to slip into a very short break, but more news on the Champions Trophy's hybrid model after a quick break. Do stay with us.
उस दिन सनसेट देखने छज्जे पे चढ़ा, टूट गया।
हाँ, तू किसने बोला घर की दीवार पे रॉक क्लाइंबिंग करने को?
सफीना बदतमीजी।
समझ गया। मेरे पास आप दोनों की प्रॉब्लम की मेडिसिन। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
Received order copy from the High Court, and despite receiving the order copy, they did not release. Now you should question the government and the department why they have not released the accused. High Court order is very specific that forthwith the moment you receive the order, you have to release an essay. Despite clear order, they did not release. Now they have to answer. Unnadandi. That is we have to take further steps, and legally what is permissible, we will take.
Sir, what is the kind of, are we going to initiate any legal action?
Yes, definitely. This is an illegal arrest, illegal detention. We will take legal steps. Okay.
But as of now, he.
Welcome back, viewers. The ICC is all set to decide the fate of the Champions Trophy today, and in principle, it has agreed that neither India nor Pakistan will play any of the ICC events in either of their nations and will select a neutral venue for hosting the Champions Trophy games between India and Pakistan. We'll get you all the details of that in this report.
The ICC top brass is likely to finalize the hybrid model formalities for the ICC Champions Trophy during a virtual meeting with Pakistan Cricket Board Chief Mohsin Naqvi on Saturday. it has been agreed in principle that neither India nor Pakistan will travel to each other's country for ICC events that are being hosted by either of the two nations. This agreement means that India and Pakistan will play in Dubai during the 2025 Champions Trophy, which is slated to be held from February 19th to March 9th. There's a virtual meeting which ICC Chairman Jai Shah will join from Brisbane. It is expected that the ICC will make an official announcement after that, an ICC official told news agency PTI. This signals a potential end of what has been a long-running saga that started when the BCCI refused to send the Indian team to Pakistan over safety and security concerns. Pakistan had initially stated a total opposition to the hybrid model and said that they would only accept the entire tournament being hosted in Pakistan, as was agreed upon with the ICC at first. However, a key meeting in the end of November made clear that the PCB's hardline stance would not fly, as most ICC members were siding with the BCCI's demand for a hybrid model. This led to the PCB to make a list of new demands. They asked for a better financial package from the ICC and also that India play a tri-series with them with a third nation in a neutral venue, and also that a similar hybrid model be employed for them when India hosts an ICC tournament. The tri-series idea was rejected outright by both the ICC and the BCCI, but the hybrid model idea has been agreed to in principle, although there is no written confirmation from the BCCI of the same. During the 2026 Men's T20 World Cup, which will be co-hosted by India and Sri Lanka, India will not be able to play the marquee clash against Pakistan at home and instead will travel to Colombo for the high-voltage clash. India is set to host the Women's ODI World Cup next year and will co-host the Men's T20 World Cup with Sri Lanka in 2026. Additionally, India will also host the Men's 2020 Asia Cup set to be held next year. All of these tournaments will feature an India-Pakistan game at some stage, but it will be played in a neutral venue and not in either India or Pakistan. The breaking of this deadlock will be a huge relief for all parties involved, as threats of a boycott or even cancellation had loomed large over the tournament.
The BJP-led Maharashtra government is set to expand its cabinet today. The new ministers will take their oaths in Nagpur. We'll track this and a lot more at 8 a.m. with me on Republic TV. Keep watching.
आइस बोला था लाने को, लद्दाख चला गया। पूछा फोन पे इतना बिजी क्यों है, तो क्या बोला तू? हाँ, माउंटेन्स वर कॉलिंग।
डॉक्टर जहांगीर, उस दिन सनसेट देखने छज्जे पे चढ़ा, टूट गया।
हाँ, तो किसने बोला घर की दीवार पे रॉक क्लाइंबिंग करने को?
सफीना बदतमीजी।
समझ गया। मेरे पास आप दोनों की प्रॉब्लम की मेडिसिन है। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
the 106 amendments made till date, over 80 amendments have been made by the Congress party, including the 42nd amendment. Should the word secular be removed from the Constitution?
For two reasons, not just secular and socialist both
should be removed.
the Constitution's substantive provisions inspire people to run the country on the basic structure of the Constitution, which is already embodied. You don't need loose expressions in the preamble. That the Constitution is a statement of a historical fact. The people of India gave to ourselves this Constitution. It was a statement of a historical fact. In fact, there is no business changing the preamble. And you have seen, history has proved, these words have not served any good purpose.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj. And the BJP-led Maharashtra government is all set to expand its cabinet, and the new ministers will take an oath in Nagpur. We're tracking that and a lot more for you. But first, the headlines.
कांग्रेस के एक परिवार ने संविधान को चोट पहुंचाने में कोई कोर कसर नहीं छोड़ी।
West Bengal minister, in his Constitution Day debate, PM Modi tears into 4 generations of one Congress family.
हमारे देश में संविधान को नोच लिया गया, इमरजेंसी आपातकाल लाया गया, और कांग्रेस के माथे पर जो पाप है ना, वो कभी भी धुलने वाला नहीं है।
PM Modi rakes up emergency episode in the Loksabha states. Judicial system was murdered during emergency.
हिंदुस्तान में अगर सबसे बड़ा जुमला कोई था और वो 4 पीढ़ी ने चलाया, वो जुमला था गरीबी हटाओ।
PM's big attack on Congress over their Jumla politics, says world's biggest Jumla was Congress's Garibi Hatao.
वोट बैंक की राजनीति में छुपे हुए लोगों ने धर्म के आधार पर आरक्षण के अंदर कुछ न कुछ नुक्सेदनी करने का प्रयास किया, और इसका सबसे बड़ा नुकसान SC, ST और OBC समाज को हुआ है।
Modi slams Congress over their vote bank politics. Prime Minister's unsparing attack on opposition sends jitters. Akhilesh says PM's 11th Sankalp were nothing but a Jumla. Maharashtra Cabinet expansion today. Oath-taking ceremony to be held in Nagpur. Viewers, we have a big breaking news coming in. The West Bengal minister, Firhad Hakim, has sparked a controversy. He stated that despite being 33% of Bengal's population and 17% nationwide, Muslims could achieve a position where their voices are automatically heard through empowerment and hard work. He also said that minority will soon become a majority in the country. Viewers, Bengal Minister Hakim has said that Muslims will soon become majority in the state. A fresh controversy erupted after this statement of Municipal Corporation Mayor Firhad Hakim. Listen into this.
गाइडेंस सब सुमित राय साहब देते। हम एक ऐसे कौम से हैं जो कौम, बंगाल में तो हम 33% हैं, मगर हिंदुस्तान में भी हम सिर्फ 17% है और हमें माइनॉरिटी कम्युनिटी कहा जाता है। मगर हम अपने आप को माइनॉरिटी नहीं सोचते हैं, हम सोचते हैं अगर अल्लाह की रहमत है हमारे ऊपर, अगर तालीम हमारे साथ है, तो हम एक दिन मेजॉरिटी से भी मेजॉरिटी हो सकते हैं और हम अपने अल्लाह की ये मेहरबानी होगी जो हम अपने ताकत से ये हासिल करते हैं। हमारे कौम बहुत सारे जगह हम देखते हैं, कुछ भी होता है तो मोमबत्ती भी छील करते हैं। वी वांट जस्टिस, वी वांट जस्टिस। हम कहते हैं मिছিল करके जस्टिस मांगने से नहीं होगा। अपने औकात, अपने रुतबा ऐसे जगह पर बढ़ा जो तुम खुद जस्टिस देने के लायक होगे। जस्टिस मांगोगे नहीं, जस्टिस दोगे।
সংখ্যাগরিষ্ঠ হলে সংবিধান চলবে না। সংখ্যাগরিষ্ঠ হলে বাংলাদেশ, আফগানিস্তানে, পাকিস্তানে যা হচ্ছে তাই হচ্ছে। যখন 50% পেরিয়ে যায় ওরা, তখন তো সংবিধান চলে না। তখন মুসলিম পার্সোনাল ল বোর্ডের যে আইন আছে সেটাকে চালু করা হয়। উনার কথাবার্তা খুব ভয়ঙ্কর। সংবিধানকে হাতে নিয়ে এদের লাজ লজ্জা নেই। সংখ্যাগরিষ্ঠ হলে সংবিধান চলবে না। সংখ্যাগরিষ্ঠ হলে বাংলাদেশ, আফগানিস্তানে, পাকিস্তানে যা হচ্ছে তাই হচ্ছে। যখন 50% পেরিয়ে যায় ওরা, তখন তো সংবিধান চলে না। তখন মুসলিম পার্সোনাল ল বোর্ডের যে আইন আছে সেটাকে চালু করা হয়। উনার কথাবার্তা খুব ভয়ঙ্কর। সংবিধানকে হাতে নিয়ে এদের লাজ লজ্জা নেই।
We're also being joined by my colleague Ridhita from the Bangla newsroom to get us more on the story. Ridhita, tell us the statement made by Firhad Hakim over the fact that Muslims will be more, they will be the majority in Kolkata very soon. What does this statement, what are the cryptic messages behind the statement? In fact, the BJP has reacted sharply to this and they're saying that this can stir a communal violence or a scene of communal hatred between two communities. Give us more.
Exactly. So on Friday, Kolkata's Mayor Firhad Hakim had visited an event organized by the minority students, and there he had made a clear statement stating that we are a minority now and soon we will become a majority. In West Bengal we count 33% and all over India we count 17%. But if sorry, I beg your pardon, but with Allah's grace, by Allah's will, if he blesses us, we will be sure to bridge this gap and become the majority soon. So that is a communal statement, a highly communal statement which has been stoked by Firhad Hakim on Friday. And to understand the situation of West Bengal now, the situation in West Bengal is deeply concerning because half of the slums in West Bengal are increasingly dominated by these illegal infiltrators, including the Rohingyas. So Hakim's this comment can stand as an encouragement of the influx of the migrants, and further that can help in destabilizing the balance of the city. To understand that clearly, because the demographic balance in the city is anyway destabilized with the slums incurring a higher majority in the number of Islam people. And also this is not for the first time that we are hearing a communal statement from TMC's any of the leaders. Just last week we have heard Siddiqullah Chaudhary stating that half of Kolkata belongs to the Waqf property. So is this becoming a state where the demographic imbalance will start soon to, and Bengalis may have to fight a Islamic Islamic radicalism within their own state. That is what the situation is turning to be rightly in Kolkata, in West Bengal rather, and also after various comments coming out from Mamta's party, the ruling party of the state. Back to you, Gesu.
Right, Ridhita, thank you so much, and we will keep on to the story when there are developments. But for now, we will move on to news from Maharashtra. The BJP-led Maharashtra government is all set to expand its cabinet. In fact, the oath-taking ceremony, which will take place today, will be held in Nagpur. And it also coincides with the state's legislature's winter session starting tomorrow. Around 30 to 32 ministers are expected to join the council, which can have up to 43 members. The expansion follows the Maha Alliance's sweeping win in the November polls, securing 230 of 288 seats, with BJP leading the charge at 132 seats. Deputy Chief Ministers Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar are finalizing the cabinet composition, holding key meetings with party leaders. Now, viewers, let me remind you that the BJP-led Maharashtra government is all set to expand its cabinet today, and at least 30 to 32 new ministers will take their oaths in the state's Nagpur. The cabinet expansion of the Devendra Fadnavis-led Maharashtra government is scheduled for later today. There will be new ministers from the Bharatiya Janata Party, the Shiv Sena and the Nationalist Congress Party, who will take oaths of office at the ceremony in Nagpur. We're also being joined by my colleague Sandeep live on the broadcast to get us more details on the oath-taking ceremony scheduled for later today. Sandeep, take it away.
Yes, an oath-taking ceremony is held today in Nagpur, where all the ministers would take charge. Around 20 to 30 ministers would be in fact taking charge today. What would be the portfolios that would be clear by an hour or two? But yes, today the wait is over. Definitely, it will be crucial to see where will the key portfolios go, whether it will be Bharatiya Janata Party who would be keeping the key portfolios, or whether it will be the Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena, which will be having the plum portfolio. Remember, the finance department is something that is already, it is being said that it will be with Ajit Pawar. So apart from finance, what else Ajit Pawar is going to get? That is something that we'll have to look out for. But yes, the wait is over, and around in just 2 to 3 hours, things will get clear.
Right, Sandeep, thank you so much. We will get back to you when the oath-taking ceremony begins, which is probably later today. But for now, we will shift focus to the Constitution Day debate. Prime Minister Narendra Modi unleashed a lethal attack on the Congress, addressing the concerns over the Constitution debate in the Loksabha on the day 2 of the debate. Here's a look.
संविधान के 75 वर्ष की यात्रा, यादगार यात्रा और विश्व के सबसे महान और विशाल लोकतंत्र की यात्रा, इसके मूल में हमारे संविधान निर्माताओं की दीर्घदृष्टि, हमारे संविधान निर्माताओं का योगदान, और जिसको लेकर के आज हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। मेरे लिए खुशी की बात है कि संसद भी इस उत्सव में शामिल होकर के अपनी भावनाओं को प्रकट कर रही है। विविधता में एकता, ये भारत की विशेषता रही है। हम विविधता को सेलिब्रेट करते हैं और इस देश की प्रगति भी विविधता को सेलिब्रेट करने में है। लेकिन गुलामी की मानसिकता में पले बड़े लोगों ने, भारत का भला न देख पाने वाले लोगों ने, और जिनके लिए हिंदुस्तान 1947 में ही पैदा हुआ ये जो धारणा बननी थी, उनके लिए वो विविधता में विरोधाभास ढूंढते रहे। देश संविधान के 25 वर्ष पूरे कर रहा था, उसी समय हमारे देश में संविधान को नोच लिया गया। इमरजेंसी आपातकाल लाया गया, संवैधानिक व्यवस्थाओं को समाप्त कर दिया गया, देश को जेल खाना बना दिया गया, नागरिकों के अधिकारों को लूट लिया गया, प्रेस की स्वतंत्रता को ताले लगा दिए गए, और कांग्रेस के माथे पर ये जो पाप है ना, वो कभी भी धुलने वाला नहीं है। कांग्रेस के एक परिवार ने संविधान को चोट पहुंचाने में कोई कोर कसर नहीं छोड़ी है। और मैं इसलिए एक परिवार का उल्लेख करता हूं कि 75 साल की हमारी यात्रा में 55 साल एक ही परिवार ने राज किया है। इसलिए देश को क्या क्या हुआ है ये जानने का अधिकार है। जब इंदिरा जी के चुनाव को गैर रीति के कारण, असंवैधानिक तरीके से चुनाव लड़ने के कारण अदालत ने उनके चुनाव को खारिज कर दिया और उनको एमपी पद छोड़ने की नौबत आई, तो उन्होंने गुस्से में आकर के देश पर इमरजेंसी थोप दी, आपातकाल लगा दिया। जिस जस्टिस एच.आर. खन्ना ने उनके चुनाव में उनको खिलाफ जो जजमेंट दिया था, वो इतना गुस्सा भरा था कि जब जस्टिस एच.आर. खन्ना जो सीनियरिटी के आधार पर सुप्रीम कोर्ट के चीफ जस्टिस बनने थे, जिन्होंने संविधान के सम्मान करते हुए उस स्पिरिट से इंदिरा जी को सजा दी थी, उन्होंने मुख्य न्यायाधीश नहीं बनने दिया। ये संविधान और लोकतांत्रिक प्रक्रिया रही। उस समय के प्रधानमंत्री राजीव गांधी ने शाहबानो की उस भावना को, सुप्रीम कोर्ट की उस भावना को नकार दिया और उन्होंने वोट बैंक की राजनीति के खातिर संविधान की भावना को बलि चढ़ा दिया और कट्टरपंथियों के सामने सर झुकाने का काम कर दिया। ये मनमोहन सिंह जी ने कहा है, जो एक किताब में लिखा गया है, मुझे यह स्वीकार करना होगा कि पार्टी अध्यक्ष सत्ता का केंद्र है, सरकार पार्टी के प्रति जवाबदेह है। प्रधानमंत्री के ऊपर एक गैर संवैधानिक, और जिसने कोई शपथ भी नहीं लिया था, नेशनल एडवाइजरी काउंसिल पीएमओ के भी ऊपर बैठा दिया। भारत के संविधान के तहत देश की जनता जनार्दन सरकार चुनती है और वो सरकार का मुखिया कैबिनेट बनाता है। ये संविधान के तहत है। इस कैबिनेट ने जो निर्णय किया, संविधान का अपमान करने वाले अहंकार से भरे लोगों ने पत्रकारों के सामने कैबिनेट के निर्णय को फाड़ दिया। वोट बैंक की राजनीति में छुपे हुए लोगों ने, डूबे हुए लोगों ने धर्म के आधार पर, तुष्टीकरण के नाम पर आरक्षण के अंदर कुछ न कुछ नुक्सेदेनी करने का प्रयास किया और इसका सबसे बड़ा नुकसान एससी, एसटी और ओबीसी समाज को हुआ है। कांग्रेस पार्टी के एक अध्यक्ष हुआ करते थे और वो अति पिछड़े समाज से आते थे। उनके अध्यक्ष श्रीमान सीताराम केसरी जी कहते हैं बाथरूम में बंद कर दिया गया, उठा करके फुटपाथ पर फेंक दिया गया। अपनी पार्टी के संविधान को न मानना, लोकतंत्र की प्रक्रिया को न मानना और पूरी कांग्रेस पार्टी पर एक परिवार ने कब्जा कर लिया। कांग्रेस के हमारे साथी, उनको दिन रात जुमला, लेकिन इस देश को पता है हिंदुस्तान में अगर सबसे बड़ा जुमला कोई था और वो 4 पीढ़ी ने चलाया, वो जुमला था गरीबी हटाओ। ये ऐसा जुमला था, ये गरीबी हटाओ ऐसा जुमला था, उनकी राजनीति की रोटी तो सकती थी लेकिन गरीब का हाल ठीक नहीं होता था।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi launched a scathing attack on the Congress and the 4 generations of one Congress family during a Loksabha address on the Constitution debate yesterday. Meanwhile, the opposition also hit back at the Prime Minister's fiery speech. Take a look at the showdown.
Newly elected Congress MP Priyanka Gandhi felt like she's attending a boring lecture in school while PM was delivering his fiery speech.
प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक नई चीज नहीं बोली, वॉर कर दिया पूरी तरह से। मुझे बहुत दशकों बाद ये एहसास हुआ कि मैं वो जो स्कूल में जो मैथ का डबल पीरियड होता था ना, कि मैं उसमें बैठी हूँ। तो मेरे लिए तो एक नया एहसास था। मैंने सोचा था प्रधानमंत्री जी कुछ नया बोलेंगे, कुछ अच्छा बोलेंगे। उनके खोखले 11 संकल्प, अगर भ्रष्टाचार के प्रति 0 टॉलरेंस है तो अडानी पे बहस तो करो।
Not only this, SP chief takes a jibe on PM Modi on his 11 promises that he made in Lok Sabha.
देखिए, बहुत लंबा भाषण था और आपसे बेहतर कौन जानता होगा जुमले से किसको जाना जाता था। आज हम लोगों को 11 जुमलों का संकल्प सुनने को मिला। 15 लाख जुमला था, किसान की आय दोगुनी होगी वो जुमला था।
TMC also joined the lobby to attack PM Modi on his Constitution Day speech.
परिवार तंत्र, परिवारवाद, ये सब उन्होंने बोल सकते हैं, बट कांग्रेस was the main strength to fight against the British government. The angle Prime Minister has floated today is not up to the mark.
Meanwhile, BJP leader tears into Congress as Union Minister Sukanta Majumdar says that Rahul's speech was written by communists.
राहुल गांधी जी का भाषण, आज जो भाषण था, ये मैं दावे के साथ कह सकता हूँ कि ये कोई कम्युनिस्ट का लिखा हुआ भाषण है। कांग्रेस कभी अपने आप को राष्ट्रवादी दल के रूप से सबके सामने कांग्रेस आती थी, लेकिन जिस तरीके से आज राहुल जी का भाषण था, ये भाषण संविधान को ना मानने का भाषण था। और जिस तरीके से प्रधानमंत्री जी ने धोया, बहुत ज़बरदस्त तरीके से धोया।
After PM Modi wrapped up emergency episode in Lok Sabha, other BJP leaders also weighed in and took a jibe on Congress.
आपातकाल देश की संवैधानिक यात्रा का सबसे काला अध्याय है। अपनी कुर्सी बचाने के लिए लोगों के अधिकार छीने गए, विपक्षी नेताओं को जेल में बंद किया गया, सेंसर लगाया गया और जुडिशरी जजेस को सुपरसीड किया गया।
Meanwhile, NDA allies also backed PM Modi.
प्रधानमंत्री जी ने विस्तार से कांग्रेस पार्टी को आईना दिखाया है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी ने आज़ादी के बाद से आज तक, जब तक शासन में वो रहे, किस तरह संविधान की उन्होंने धज्जियां उड़ाई। संविधान के प्रति उनका कोई मान नहीं है।
Yesterday, on the Constitution Debate, Day 2, Leader of Parliament of Opposition Rahul Gandhi delivered a bizarre speech, drawing connections between caste discrimination, Adani and even Eklavya. Take a look at this report.
Today, on the Constitution.
Leading the charge of the opposition on Day 2 of the Constitution Debate was Leader of Opposition Rahul Gandhi.
तपस्या का मतलब शरीर में गर्मी पैदा करना, समझिए। हाँ, तब का ये मतलब है, तपस्या का ये मतलब है। हम कहते हैं अभय मुद्रा, हम कहते हैं डरो मत, आप कहते हो हम आपका अंगूठा काट देंगे, ये फर्क है।
While the debate was on the Constitution, Rahul chose to take the matter in his own hands.
ये अभय मुद्रा है, इसमें कॉन्फिडेंस, स्ट्रेंथ, निडरता कहां से आती है? हुनर से आती है, इस अंगूठे से आती है। ये लोग इसके खिलाफ हैं। जैसे द्रोणाचार्य जी ने एकलव्य का अंगूठा काटा, वैसे ही आप पूरे देश का अंगूठा काटने में लगे हुए हो। जो ईमानदारी से काम करते हैं, आप उन सब का अंगूठा काटते हो जब आप अदानी की मदद करते हो।
Even Loksabha Speaker Om Birla insisted that the LOP limits the scope of his speech to the motion in question, the Constitution of India.
अभय मुद्रा, हम कहते हैं डरो मत, आप कहते हो हम आपका अंगूठा काट देंगे, ये फर्क है। एक तरफ सर बोले,
मेरे कहना है कि हम एक मिनट प्लीज बैठिए, आप बैठिए।
But Rahul continued with his Eklavya analogy.
द्रोणाचार्य जी खुश नहीं हुए। द्रोणाचार्य जी ने एकदम कहा, तुम्हें मुझे गुरु दक्षिणा देनी है। नहीं, ये आपकी स्टोरी है, ये आपकी स्टोरी है। मेरी स्टोरी है कि द्रोणाचार्य ने पूछा।
Not just that, Rahul took the opportunity to double down on his caste census agenda.
हमारा अगला कदम जाति जनगणना होगा। हम देश को दिखाना चाहते हैं कि आपने किन लोगों का और कहां-कहां अंगूठा काटा है। जो मैंने वायदा किया था, इसी हाउस में यहां हम कास्ट सेंसस लागू करेंगे और उसके बाद हिंदुस्तान में एक नए तरीके का विकास होगा, एक नई तरीके की राजनीति होगी।
This after Rahul started his address by quoting Savarkar and invoking Manusmriti.
When you speak in Parliament about protecting the Constitution, you are ridiculing Savarkar, you are abusing Savarkar, you are defaming Savarkar.
Meanwhile, immediately hitting back at Rahul after his address was BJP's Anurag Thakur, who once again questioned Rahul on whether he has opened the Constitution booklet.
संविधान जो बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर ने दिया, उसी ने देश को बचाया। राहुल जी कभी इसको पढ़कर देखिए। गांधी परिवार और कांग्रेस पार्टी का पूरा कारनामे इसके अंदर लिखेंगे, कैसे आपने धज्जियां उड़ाई। एक संविधान जितना मर्जी जेब में डालिए, आप संविधान को जेब में लेकर घूमते सर। इन्होंने संविधान को तार-तार करने का काम किया है, इनको देश से माफी मांगनी चाहिए।
As the Lok Sabha moved towards the conclusion of the Constitution debate, the big question is, did the leader of the opposition miss the mark in his address on the 75th anniversary of the adoption of the Constitution?
Rebel insurgents stormed into a detention center in Damascus. This detention center saw unimaginable horrors during the brutal Assad regime, and now the visuals of Assad's inhumane detention center, which had a prisoner on every tile of the prison, are going viral. Take a look.
In the India Today Best Universities 2023 survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
आइस बोला था लाने को, लद्दाख चला गया। पूछा फोन पे इतना बिजी क्यों है, तो क्या बोला तू? हाँ, माउंटेन्स वर कॉलिंग।
डॉक्टर जहांगीर उस दिन सनसेट देखने छज्जे पे चढ़ा, टूट गया।
हाँ, तू किसने बोला घर की दीवार पे रॉक क्लाइंबिंग करने को?
सफीना बदतमीजी।
समझ गया। मेरे पास आप दोनों की प्रॉब्लम की मेडिसिन है। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
The ICC top brass is likely to finalize the hybrid model formalities for the ICC Champions Trophy during a virtual meeting with Pakistan Cricket Board Chief Mohsin Naqvi on Saturday. It has been agreed in principle that neither India nor Pakistan will travel to each other's country for ICC events that are being hosted by either of the two nations. This agreement means that India and Pakistan will play in Dubai during the 2025 Champions Trophy, which is slated to be held from February 19 to March 9. There's a virtual meeting which ICC Chairman Jay Shah will join from Brisbane. It is expected that the ICC will make an official announcement after that, an ICC official told news agency PTI. This signals a potential end of what has been a long-running saga that started when the BCCI refused to send the Indian team to Pakistan over safety and security concerns.
That can fundamentally change what's going on in Gaza, and that's why all of us are working intensely to bring it over the finish line.
US Secretary of State Antony Blinken urges Israel and Hamas to conclude a ceasefire and hostage return deal. Thousands take to the streets of Tel Aviv demanding a deal to return the remaining hostages held by Hamas.
We can never allow terrorism to take advantage of the transition period. We have to coordinate our efforts and learn from the mistakes of the past. Any misstep would lead to irregular migration flow.
Turkey reopens its embassy in Syria after 12 long years, calls for peace in Syria. Israeli airstrikes killed 7 people in the Gaza city, several wounded, taken to hospital. Protesters in Tokyo call for impeachment of South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol. Just a little over a week ago, the horrors of the Assad's Sadnia prison came in front of the world. Now rebel insurgents have stormed another detention center in Damascus. This Palestinian detention center is so unimaginable in terms of horrors during the brutal Assad regime that it has shook the entire world. The visuals of the Assad's inhumane detention center, which had a prisoner on every tile of the prison, are going viral. Take a look.
Just days after the horrors of Sadnaya prison came out for the world to see, stories of another Palestinian detention center under the Assad regime are coming to the fore. The prison, named Farah of Palestine, saw numerous detainees in its confines, with some of the most horrific physical and psychological tortures being perpetrated. Listen to the horrific ordeals of the infamous Palestinian detention center from the rebel insurgents who have now taken over.
فرع فلسطين معروف بكل سوريا وكل المحافظات بحقارته بتعذيبه، وكان اخوتنا هون معتقلين، والحمد لله اسقطنا الطاغية بشار وحررنا اخواتنا. وشوي مثل ما انت شايف يعني الروائح، ما في اضاءة، كانوا مراقبين بالكاميرات، يعني كان يناموا مثلا على بلاطة واحدة، كل سجين كان انه مثلا بس بلاطة، مجرد انه مثلا يزيح يجيوا يقتلوه مثلا يضربوا.
The horrific visuals from Farah, Palestine came out just a little over a week since the visuals of Assad's Gulag, the Sadnaya prison, came out. While not as big in size, Farah, a Palestine detention center, had its own horrors.
وحتى السجن يعني كتير صعب، يعني المعيشة فيه كتير صعبة، لا إضاءة ولا أكل، ويعني كان يعطون الأكل كان كله معفن وما بيتاكل أبدا، يعني شيء إنه مثلا السجين يعيش ما أكتر، يعني ما يعطوا إنه لشيء يشبع ولا لشيء، يعني كان وضع كتير سيء.
Since the fall of Assad's regime, rebels have seized and fled flocks of prisoners from the detention centers and prisons from across Syria. With over 150,000 people detained or missing in Syria since 2011, eager family members wait if they can find even a hint of their lost ones.
After a 12-year rigmarole, the Turkish embassy in Syria was reopened and the Arab nation is extremely elated about the move. Rejoicing Syrians even called it a day that they had never even dreamt of. And it all happened within just 2 days of Erdogan getting a nudge from the US. Take a look at this report for the details.
Turkey has reopened its embassy in the Syrian capital of Damascus. This is the first time Ankara has opened its embassy in Syria in over 12 years. The Turkish embassy in Damascus had suspended operations in 2012 due to the escalating security condition during the Syrian civil war. Following heightened tensions in Syria, the embassy officials and family members were recalled to Turkey. Syrians welcomed the reopening of the Turkish embassy in Damascus.
شايف الشعب كله مبسوط وفرحان وعودة العلاقات العربية إنه لحضن الوطن، والحمد لله رجعت العلاقات مع تركيا ورجعت مع اخواننا العرب، والحمد لله انه زال عنا هالغمه اللي صار لها 50 سنه كابده على قلبنا وعلى نفسنا وعلى تحركاتنا، الحمد لله، وان شاء الله سوريا بتتم لقدام، واهلا وسهلا بكل الاخوان العرب والاجانب، واهلا وسهلا بتركيا.
Some are calling it a day they never imagined would see again.
أنا كنا من تجار سوريا، وكنا نطلع كثير على تركيا ونجيب بضاعة من 98 وال 2005 وال 2007 وناخذ، هي كان في بيناتنا كثير تجارة. بعد 2010 صار في بيناتنا انقطاع، والحمد لله على ذهاب هذا الطاغية، وإن شاء الله بيكون في استفتاح الخير بالتجارة والصناعة.
The decision comes just a day after Turkish President Erdogan met US Secretary of State Antony Blinken. This also comes after US Secretary of State just a couple of days ago said that they had reached a broad agreement with Turkey on Syria.
I think there's broad agreement on what we would each like to see going forward, starting with the interim government in Syria, one that is inclusive and non-sectarian, one that protects the rights of minorities and women, one that preserves institutions of the state and delivers services to the people.
Hundreds of Georgians protested in the capital Tbilisi following former football player being elected as the president. The new presidency has caused controversy and is facing massive criticism from the opposition. Listen in to this report.
A huge controversy has erupted in Georgia over the election of former football player Mikhail Kavelashvili for the post of president. The opposition in Georgia has criticized Kavelashvili, mocking his lack of higher education. The Georgian opposition party, the Unity National Movement Coalition, has accused the ruling party of violating the constitution.
Everything that is happening now in Georgia is out of constitution, out of legislation, and same like the procedure that they are calling presidential election is nothing. For us, only legitimate source of the power is President Salome Zurabishvili. So we, opposition people here, young people who is here, we do not recognize the procedure that is happening inside of this parliament building.
The Georgian opposition calls Kavelashvili's win a blow to country's EU aspirations.
First and foremost, he is not an elected, he is not a president, he is appointed by Ivanishvili, and this act of appointment today has nothing to do with legitimacy, because the parliament itself and the Georgian dream inside is illegitimate, and the process has gone beyond the constitution.
The opposition parties in Georgia have boycotted the parliamentary sessions, citing concerns over electoral integrity. Meanwhile, public protests have gripped the capital city of Tbilisi over 2 weeks, calling for re-election. With Georgian opposition not agreeing to the election results and the protests continuing, the big question is, what holds next for the new president of Georgia?
Viewers, there is a big breaking news coming in. Nikita Singhania, Nisha Singhania, Anurag Singhania have all been arrested. Nikita Singhania was arrested from Haryana's Gurugram, while Nisha and Anurag Singhania were arrested from Uttar Pradesh's Allahabad. This comes in connection with the suicide of the 35-year-old Techie, Bengaluru-based Techie, who took his own life after facing harassment charges which were completely false, which were pressed on him by his wife Nikita Singhania. The Bengaluru police had also reached Uttar Pradesh's Jaunpur to track down Nikita Singhania, her mother and her brother. But the three were on the run. And finally, the police has nabbed all the three, including Nikita Singhania, her mother Nisha Singhania, and her brother Anurag Singhania. All have been arrested. Nikita, who was arrested from Haryana's Gurugram, was an employee of Accenture. Nisha and Anurag Singhania were arrested from Uttar Pradesh's Allahabad. This comes after a 35-year-old Bangalore-based Techie took his own life and committed a suicide after his wife pressed harassment charges and dowry charges against him. He complied to harassment charges and abetment of suicide. He also left behind over a 45-minute long video, a 90-minute long video in fact, expressing his grief before taking his own life. The man left behind a 24-page suicide note before committing a suicide in Bengaluru's Marathalli. The Bangalore police also took immediate action and reached Jaunpur, knocking at the residence of Atul Subhash's wife, Nikita Singhania. However, Nikita Singhania, her mother and brother, the three accused, were on the run. But today, the police has nabbed all three of them. Nikita Singhania was arrested earlier today from Gurugram, while her mother, Nisha Singhania, and brother were arrested from Allahabad. They're the co-accused in the Atul Subhash suicide case and have filed anticipatory bail applications in the Allahabad court. Atul Subhash Modi was a 35-year-old techie based out of Bengaluru who killed himself, accusing his wife and in-laws of harassment. He also filed an application for anticipatory bail over the charges pressed on him in the Allahabad High Court. We're being joined by my colleague Deepak live from the newsroom to get us more updates on the story. Deepak, now that the three co-accused have been arrested in the case, what other updates do we have and what are the next steps according to the investigation? What can be expected?
Right, Gesu, Republic Media Network is ahead of all the channels as far as the coverage on Atul's suicide case probe is concerned. Now, what we get to understand is that the family members, or rather the in-laws of Atul, who he had named in the suicide note and who had been booked by the Marathalli police, have been zeroed in on, and Nikita has been arrested from Gurugram, whereas Nisha and Anurag Singhania have been arrested from Allahabad. So this is clearly, a big development in the case. And now, as far as the procedure is concerned, now the in-laws will be questioned by the police there, and they They will first probably be taken to Bengaluru, because that's where the crime happened, and the Marathali police will ask them several questions on the suicide note and on the claims and charges made by Atul before he took the extreme step. And then furthermore, a medical test will also be done and they will be presented before the court. But right now what we understand is that the family members, or rather the in-laws, who had split in two groups, tried to escape crackdown. They tried to escape action by the police by going into two locations. One was Allahabad and the other one was Gurugram, but finally the long hands of the law has caught up to them.
Deepak, an important update right there. Thank you so much for getting us all those updates. But for now, we'll be moving on. And in the latest, Pope Francis is set to visit the small Mediterranean island of Corsica, bypassing the grand reopening of the Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris. While the people of Corsica eagerly wait his arrival, speculation suggests that Pope may decline the invitation from the French President Emmanuel Macron. This visit to the island, where Catholics' roots run deep, signals a shift in focus towards smaller communities and their voices. Watch to know more on what awaits the Catholic Cardinal's visit.
In his leg of tours across churches in Europe, Catholic Premier Pope Francis is all set to visit Corsica, a small Mediterranean island in France. People of the quaint town are all set in anticipation to welcome the Pope, who is visiting the town to close a diocesan conference.
En Corse, la chrétienté, c'est vraiment notre ADN, c'est dans nos gènes. C'est un pays très chrétien, il y a des processions avec énormément de monde, c'est une foi énorme en Corse. Il y a beaucoup de... Voilà, je pense que le pape apprécie ça aussi quand notre cardinal a été à Rome.
A devout religious town of 340,000 people, Pope's Mass will potentially be witnessing a crowd of over 100,000. Corsica's root in Christianity remains far more ingrained than continental France due to its secular outlook and lively processions.
La France est un pays sécularisé, l'État est laïque, et en Corse, on vit quelque chose de différent. Parce qu'en Corse, il n'y a pas de divorce, il n'y a pas de division, il y a une séparation en ce qui concerne la laïcité, mais il n'y a pas de division. Ça, c'est important. Et cela signifie qu'il y a une belle collaboration, mature, adulte et responsable, entre les autorités civiles, maires, députés, sénateurs, responsables, et les autorités religieuses.
However, what demarks the Pope's visit to Corsica isn't just his priority to remain closer to Catholic communities at the periphery. It is his decision to skip the grand reopening of the Notre Dame Cathedral. Speculations remain that by declining its inaugural ceremony, the Cardinal snubbed the French president's invitation. It is reported that the Cardinal responded with a flat no when asked by reporters over his plans, citing a busy schedule.
On attend beaucoup de monde, alors on parle de 100, 120 000 personnes. À la messe, il y aura moins de monde, mais le pape, il va aussi circuler avec la papa mobile, donc il va rencontrer la population dans des points différents de la ville. L'important pour nous, c'était qu'il y ait ce côté populaire, justement, du pape au milieu de son peuple, pour pouvoir dire, voilà, je suis là, et nous essayons de canaliser et d'ordonner et d'organiser ce mouvement pour que tout se passe bien et qu'il n'y ait pas de danger pour la population.
As Pope prepares to grace the far-flung parishes of Corsica, question will remain on what jilted the Pope against skipping the spotlight event of the grand reopening of the Notre Dame.
The ICC top brass is likely to finalize the hybrid model formalities for the Champions Trophy in a virtual meeting with Pakistan Cricket Board Chief Mohsin Naqvi. All this and a lot more coming right up after this short break. Keep watching Republic TV.
In the India Today Best Universities 2023 survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
उस दिन सनसेट देखने छज्जे पे चढ़ा, टूट गया।
हाँ, तू किसने बोला घर की दीवार पे रॉक क्लाइंबिंग करने को?
सफीना बदतमीजी।
समझ गया। मेरे पास आप दोनों की प्रॉब्लम की मेडिसिन है। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
The ICC top brass is likely to finalize the hybrid model formalities for the Champions Trophy during a virtual meeting with Pakistan Cricket Board Chief Mohsin Naqvi. Take a look at this report to know more.
The ICC top brass is likely to finalize the hybrid model formalities for the ICC Champions Trophy during a virtual meeting with Pakistan Cricket Board Chief Mohsin Naqvi on Saturday. It has been agreed in principle that neither India nor Pakistan will travel to each other's country for ICC events that are being hosted by either of the two nations. This agreement means that India and Pakistan will play in Dubai during the 2025 Champions Trophy, which is slated to be held from February 19th to March 9th. There's a virtual meeting which ICC Chairman Jai Shah will join from Brisbane. It is expected that the ICC will make an official announcement after that, an ICC official told news agency PTI. This signals a potential end of what has been a long-running saga that started when the BCCI refused to send the Indian team to Pakistan over safety and security concerns. Pakistan had initially stated a total opposition to the hybrid model and said that they would only accept the entire tournament being hosted in Pakistan, as was agreed upon with the ICC at first. However, a key meeting in the end of November made clear that the PCB's hardline stance would not fly, as most ICC members were siding with the BCCI's demand for a hybrid model. This led to the PCB to make a list of new demands. They asked for a better financial package from the ICC and also that India play a tri-series with them with a third nation in a neutral venue, and also that a similar hybrid model be employed for them when India hosts an ICC tournament. The tri-series idea was rejected outright by both the ICC and the BCCI, but the hybrid model idea has been agreed to in principle, although there is no written confirmation from the BCCI of the same. During the 2026 Men's T20 World Cup, which will be co-hosted by India and Sri Lanka, India will not be able to play the marquee clash against Pakistan at home and instead will travel to Colombo for the high-voltage clash. India is set to host the Women's ODI World Cup next year and will co-host the Men's T20 World Cup with Sri Lanka in 2026. Additionally, India will also host the Men's 2020 Asia Cup set to be held next year. All of these tournaments will feature an India-Pakistan game at some stage, but it will be played in a neutral venue and not in either India or Pakistan. The breaking of this deadlock will be a huge relief for all parties involved, as threats of a boycott or even cancellation had loomed large over the tournament.
The Reserve Bank of India has increased the limit for collateral-free agricultural loans from 1.6 lakh rupees to 2 lakh rupees. This aims to ease financial burdens on farmers amid rising input costs and inflation. We're getting you this and a lot more right after we slip into a short break.
उस दिन सनसेट देखने छज्जे पे चढ़ा, टूट गया।
हाँ, तो किसने बोला घर की दीवार पे रॉक क्लाइंबिंग करने को?
सफीना बदतमीजी।
समझ गया। मेरे पास आप दोनों की प्रॉब्लम की मेडिसिन। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching Republic TV, and the Reserve Bank of India has increased the limit for collateral-free agricultural loans from rupees 1.6 lakh to about 2 lakh rupees. This aims to ease financial burdens on farmers amid rising input costs and inflation. Banks have been directed to implement the policy swiftly and raise awareness about the revised provisions. Take a look at this to get all the details.
The RBI has raised the limit for collateral-free agricultural loans to 2 lakh rupees from the earlier amount of 1.6 lakh rupees. Effective from Jan 1st, 2025, farmers can now access loans without needing collateral or margin requirements. This policy change comes in response to the growing financial challenges faced by farmers as they contend with rising costs and inflationary pressures on agricultural inputs. The move will provide much needed financial relief, especially to small and marginal farmers. The RBI has instructed banks across the country to implement these revised guidelines swiftly. Banks have now been tasked with spreading awareness of the updated loan provisions to ensure farmers can benefit from this policy change without any delay. The policy will also likely boost the uptake of Kisan credit cards, which enable farmers to meet both operational and developmental needs. Additionally, the modified interest subvention scheme provides loans of up to 3 lakh rupees at 4% interest rate. The new move can be hailed for its ability to enhance inclusion and support sustainable farming practices, especially among small farmers.
Mamta's man and West Bengal Minister Firhad Hakim has sparked a row, saying that minority will soon become a majority in the state. We'll get you this and a lot more. Stay tuned with Republic TV right after this short break.
आइस बोला था लाने को, लद्दाख चला गया। पूछा फोन पे इतना बिजी क्यों है, तो क्या बोला तू? हाँ, माउंटेन्स वर कॉलिंग।
डॉक्टर जहांगीर उस दिन सनसेट देखने छज्जे पे चढ़ा, टूट गया।
हाँ, तू किसने बोला घर की दीवार पे रॉक क्लाइंबिंग करने को?
सफीना बदतमीजी।
समझ गया। मेरे पास आप दोनों की प्रॉब्लम की मेडिसिन है। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
There is this whole argument of Samvidhan khatre mein hai or Constitution is in severe danger. Is there a need for this ongoing debate?
Of course, it's ironical that those who brought the Constitution under our shadow today are leading the charge of the Constitution being in danger. The two biggest constitutional institutions are Parliament and the courts. We need to have a rule of conduct of how Parliament should now be run. And most of the time is wasted on rhetoric of relatively little national relevance in Parliament. The second is the working of the courts. And I say that the working of the courts is to some extent in a state of disrepair. We need to set right the system of appointment of judges. None of your problems, including overreach by the court, will be sorted unless you fix the system of appointment of judges.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning, viewers. It's 9 a.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar, and we have some explosive breaking news lined up as far as Atul Subhash's suicide case investigation is concerned. The in-laws have been arrested from 2 locations. We'll get you all the details of the arrest and the further procedures to follow after a quick check on the headlines. In a big development, Atul Subhash's harassers have been arrested by police. Wife arrested from Gurugram, Nisha and Anurag arrested from Allahabad.
बंगाल में तो हम 33% हैं, मगर हिंदुस्तान में भी हम सिर्फ 17% है और हमें माइनॉरिटी कम्युनिटी कहा जाता है। हम एक दिन मेजॉरिटी से भी मेजॉरिटी हो सकते हैं और हम अपने अल्लाह की ये मेहरबानी होगी जो हम अपने ताकत से ये हासिल करें।
Bengal Minister Firhad Hakim sparks controversy, says minority will be majority soon. Maharashtra Cabinet expansion today, oath-taking ceremony in Nagpur. 32 MLAs to take oath. All eyes on the big ceremony.
कांग्रेस के एक परिवार ने संविधान को चोट पहुंचाने में कोई कोर कसर नहीं छोड़ी.
Prime Minister goes after 4 generations of Congress Gandhi family in his Constitution Day debate, tears into the Congress Parivar.
हिंदुस्तान में अगर सबसे बड़ा जुमला कोई था और वो 4 पीढ़ी ने चलाया, वो जुमला था गरीबी हटाओ.
PM's big attack on the Congress party, says the world's biggest jumla was Congress's Garibi Hatao. PM's unsparing attack on opposition sends jitters. Akhilesh says PM's 11 resolutions were nothing but jumlas. First up, viewers, in a big development in the Atul suicide case, the police have now zeroed in on 3 accused. 3 of the in-laws who are missing have been arrested. Atul's wife, Nikita Singhania, has been arrested from Gurugram. Nisha and Anurag have been picked up from Allahabad, and all the 3 accused have now been sent to judicial custody. This is the big breaking news that we are tracking. Marathali police, working jointly with Uttar Pradesh police, have arrested the in-laws or quote-unquote harassers of Atul Subhash, as mentioned in his suicide note. And these arrested individuals have now been sent to judicial custody. This is a big development. Just a couple of days back, we showed you how his in-laws tried to escape. Their house was locked. There was no details and there was no clue about their whereabouts. But now the police have finally caught up to them, and they have arrested all the 3 accused, and they have sent them to judicial custody. Big development. 3 accused, 3 in-laws have been arrested by the Marathali police in a joint operation with their counterpart in Uttar Pradesh, and these arrests were made in 2 locations. Accused number 1, Nikita Singhania, was arrested from Gurugram. Accused number 2, Nisha Singhania, and accused number 3, Anurag Singhania, both of them were arrested from Allahabad. Just a couple of days back, we showed you that footage of Nisha and Anurag Singhania escaping on a bike. And incidentally, these 2 have been found in one location. They have now been picked up and they have been sent to judicial custody. These are the 3 individuals who have been named by Atul Subhash in his suicide note, alleging mental harassment, constant torture, which forced him to take the extreme step. And now the long hands of the law have caught up to these accused. Let's get you more details about their arrest on the big screens. Well, now Atul's in-laws, who have been arrested by the police, have been sent to judicial custody. The police will question them, will get to the bottom of the case, will confront them with what was mentioned by Atul Subhash in his 24-page suicide note. We'll get you all the details as and when they happen. But right now, what we know is that the 3 of them have been arrested and they have been remanded to judicial custody. Moving on, viewers, the TMC's polarize, divide and conquer plot has been exposed once again. Mamata's Mantri and her close aide, Firhad Hakim, has stoked a controversy, saying that today we might be in minority, but tomorrow we will be in majority. A big statement, a big declaration coming in from West Bengal Minister Firhad Hakim. He stated that despite being 33% of Bengal's population and despite being 17% of the national population, Muslims could achieve a position where their voices are automatically heard through empowerment and hard work. He also said that minority will soon become majority in the nation. Let's first listen in to that controversial statement made by Firhad Hakim. After that, we'll play out BJP reactions.
हम एक ऐसे कौम से हैं जो कौम बंगाल में तो हम 33% हैं, मगर हिंदुस्तान में भी हम सिर्फ 17% है और हमें माइनॉरिटी कम्युनिटी कहा जाता है। मगर हम अपने आप को माइनॉरिटी नहीं सोचते हैं, हम सोचते हैं अगर अल्लाह की रहमत है हमारे ऊपर, अगर तालीम हमारे साथ है, तो हम एक दिन मेजॉरिटी से भी मेजॉरिटी हो सकते हैं और हम अपने अल्लाह की ये मेहरबानी होगी जो हम अपने ताकत से ये हासिल करते हैं। हमारे कौम बहुत सारे जगह हम देखते हैं, कुछ भी होता है तो मोमबत्ती मिছিল करते हैं। वी वांट जस्टिस, वी वांट जस्टिस। हम कहते हैं मिছিল करके जस्टिस मांगने से नहीं होगा। अपने औकात, अपने रुतबा ऐसे जगह पर बढ़ा जो तुम खुद जस्टिस देने के लायक हो गए। जस्टिस मांगोगे नहीं, जस्टिस दोगे।
সংখ্যাগরিষ্ঠ হলে সংবিধান চলবে না, সংখ্যাগরিষ্ঠ হলে বাংলাদেশ, আফগানিস্তানে, পাকিস্তানে যা হচ্ছে তাই হচ্ছে। যখন 50% পেরিয়ে যায় ওরা, তখন তো সংবিধান চলে না, তখন মুসলিম পার্সোনাল ল বোর্ডের যে আইন আছে সেটাকে চালু করা হয়। উনার কথাবার্তা খুব ভয়ঙ্কর। সংবিধানকে হাতে নিয়ে এদের লাজ লজ্জা নেই। সংখ্যাগরিষ্ঠ হলে সংবিধান চলবে না, সংখ্যাগরিষ্ঠ হলে বাংলাদেশ, আফগানিস্তানে, পাকিস্তানে যা হচ্ছে তাই হচ্ছে। যখন 50% পেরিয়ে যায় ওরা, তখন তো সংবিধান চলে না, তখন মুসলিম পার্সোনাল ল বোর্ডের যে আইন আছে সেটাকে চালু করা হয়। উনার কথাবার্তা খুব ভয়ঙ্কর। সংবিধানকে হাতে নিয়ে সংখ্যাগরিষ্ঠ হলে সংবিধান চলবে না, সংখ্যাগরিষ্ঠ হলে বাংলাদেশ, আফগানিস্তানে, পাকিস্তানে যা হচ্ছে তাই হচ্ছে। যখন 50% পেরিয়ে যায় ওরা, তখন তো সংবিধান চলে না, তখন মুসলিম পার্সোনাল ল বোর্ডের যে আইন আছে সেটাকে চালু করা হয়। উনার কথাবার্তা খুব ভয়ঙ্কর। সংবিধানকে হাতে নিয়ে এদের লাজ লজ্জা নেই।
टीएमसी नेता हुमायूं कबीर के बाबरी मस्जिद को फिर से तामीर करेंगे, इस फैसले के बाद अब फिरहाद हकीम जो ममता बनर्जी के करीबी माने जाते हैं, वो कहते हैं कि बहुत जल्द हम वेस्ट बंगाल को मुस्लिम मेजॉरिटी बना देंगे, हम माइनॉरिटी से मेजॉरिटी बन जाएंगे, और जब माइनॉरिटी से मेजॉरिटी बन जाएंगे तब जस्टिस लेना नहीं, जस्टिस देने की स्थिति में पहुंच जाएंगे। जस्टिस देने की बात हमने तो देखा है कि तालिबानी स्टाइल जस्टिस कैसे चोपड़ा में दिया गया, एक महिला को सरेआम तालिबानी स्टाइल पीट कर, और वहाँ के विधायक ने उसको जस्टिफाई भी किया। यही मानसिकता है कि अपनी आबादी बढ़ाने के लिए वो रोहिंग्याओं का, बांग्लादेशियों का और जो घुसपैठी है उनका एक प्रकार से प्रोत्साहन कर रहे हैं। खुलेआम सरेआम कह रहे हैं कि हम एक कम्युनिटी का इस प्रकार से जो है पॉपुलेशन बढ़ाने का काम करेंगे ताकि मेजॉरिटी बन जाए। ये डेंजरस ट्रेंड, टीएमसी का मतलब तालिबानी मानसिकता और कल्चर है, ये इसका सीधा सीधा प्रमाण है। इस प्रकार के आह्वान और इस प्रकार के कॉल का एक ही मकसद है कि किसी प्रकार से डेमोग्राफिक चेंज इस प्रकार से करा दो कि देश का संविधान नहीं बल्कि एक अलग व्यवस्था जो हमने चोपड़ा में देखी वो लागू हो जाए। ये बहुत ही सिनिस्टर और डेंजरस कॉल है और भारत के डेमोग्राफिक स्ट्रक्चर को बदलने की बात है।
While we are awaiting a statement from the TMC Supremo and West Bengal Chief Minister about what she thinks and whether or not she will leash her ministers from making such remarks, that only time will tell. But let's move on, viewers, because the Prime Minister in his address in the Loksabha yesterday completely shred Congress into pieces. 4 generations of the Gandhi family were targeted by the Prime Minister, and the grand old party in front of the entire house was reminded of their past sins. Take a look.
संविधान के 75 वर्ष की यात्रा, यादगार यात्रा और विश्व के सबसे महान और विशाल लोकतंत्र की यात्रा, इसके मूल में हमारे संविधान निर्माताओं की दीर्घदृष्टि, हमारे संविधान निर्माताओं का योगदान और जिसको लेकर के आज हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। मेरे लिए खुशी की बात है कि संसद भी इस उत्सव में शामिल होकर के अपनी भावनाओं को प्रकट कर रही है। विविधता में एकता, ये भारत की विशेषता रही है। हम विविधता को सेलिब्रेट करते हैं और इस देश की प्रगति भी विविधता को सेलिब्रेट करने में है। लेकिन गुलामी की मानसिकता में पले बड़े लोगों ने, भारत का भला न देख पाने वाले लोगों ने, और जिनके लिए हिंदुस्तान 1947 में ही पैदा हुआ, ये जो धारणा बननी थी, उनके लिए वो विविधता में विरोधाभास ढूंढते रहे। देश संविधान के 25 वर्ष पूरे कर रहा था, उसी समय हमारे देश में संविधान को नोच लिया गया, इमरजेंसी आपातकाल लाया गया, संवैधानिक व्यवस्थाओं को समाप्त कर दिया गया, देश को जेल खाना बना दिया गया, नागरिकों के अधिकारों को लूट लिया गया, प्रेस की स्वतंत्रता को ताले लगा दिए गए और कांग्रेस के माथे पर ये जो पाप है ना, वो कभी भी धुलने वाला नहीं है। कांग्रेस के एक परिवार ने संविधान को चोट पहुंचाने में कोई कोर कसर नहीं छोड़ी है। और मैं इसलिए एक परिवार का उल्लेख करता हूं कि 75 साल की हमारी यात्रा में 55 साल एक ही परिवार ने राज किया है। इसलिए देश को क्या क्या हुआ है ये जानने का अधिकार है। जब इंदिरा जी के चुनाव को गैर रीति के कारण, असंवैधानिक तरीके से चुनाव लड़ने के कारण अदालत ने उनके चुनाव को खारिज कर दिया और उनको एमपी पद छोड़ने की नौबत आई, तो उन्होंने गुस्से में आकर के देश पर इमरजेंसी थोप दी, आपातकाल लगा दिया। जिस जस्टिस एच.आर. खन्ना ने उनके चुनाव में उनको खिलाफ जो जजमेंट दिया था, वो इतना गुस्सा भरा था कि जब जस्टिस एच.आर. खन्ना जो सीनियरिटी के आधार पर सुप्रीम कोर्ट के चीफ जस्टिस बनने थे, जिन्होंने संविधान के सम्मान करते हुए उस पीरियड से इंदिरा जी को सजा दी थी, उन्होंने मुख्य न्यायाधीश नहीं बनने दिया। ये संविधान और लोकतांत्रिक प्रक्रिया नहीं। उस समय के प्रधानमंत्री राजीव गांधी ने शाह मानो कि उस भावना को, सुप्रीम कोर्ट की उस भावना को नकार दिया और उन्होंने वोट बैंक की राजनीति के खातिर संविधान की भावना को बलि चढ़ा दिया और कट्टरपंथियों के सामने सर झुकाने का काम कर दिया। ये मनमोहन सिंह जी ने कहा है, जो किताब में लिखा गया है, मुझे यह स्वीकार करना होगा कि पार्टी अध्यक्ष सत्ता का केंद्र है, सरकार पार्टी के प्रति जवाबदेह है। प्रधानमंत्री के ऊपर एक गैर संवैधानिक और जिसने कोई शपथ भी नहीं लिया था नेशनल एडवाइजरी काउंसिल पीएमओ के भी ऊपर बैठा दिया। भारत के संविधान के तहत देश की जनता जनार्दन सरकार चुनती है और वो सरकार का मुखिया कैबिनेट बनाता है। ये संविधान के तहत है। इस कैबिनेट ने जो निर्णय किया, संविधान का अपमान करने वाले अहंकार से भरे लोगों ने पत्रकारों के सामने कैबिनेट के निर्णय को फाड़ दिया। वोट बैंक की राजनीति में छुपे हुए लोगों ने, डूबे हुए लोगों ने धर्म के आधार पर, तुष्टीकरण के नाम पर आरक्षण के अंदर कुछ न कुछ नुक्सेदेनी करने का प्रयास किया और इसका सबसे बड़ा नुकसान एससी, एसटी और ओबीसी समाज को हुआ है। कांग्रेस पार्टी के एक अध्यक्ष हुआ करते थे और वो अति पिछड़े समाज से आते थे। उनके अध्यक्ष श्रीमान सीताराम केसरी जी कहते हैं बाथरूम में बंद कर दिया गया, उठा करके फुटपाथ पर फेंक दिया गया। अपनी पार्टी के संविधान को न मानना, लोकतंत्र की प्रक्रिया को न मानना और पूरी कांग्रेस पार्टी पर एक परिवार ने कब्जा कर लिया। कांग्रेस के हमारे साथी, उनको दिन रात जुमला, लेकिन इस देश को पता है हिंदुस्तान में अगर सबसे बड़ा जुमला कोई था और वो 4-4 पीढ़ी ने चलाया, वो जुमला था गरीबी हटाओ। ये ऐसा जुमला था, ये गरीबी हटाओ ऐसा जुमला था, उनकी राजनीति की रोटी तो सिकती थी लेकिन गरीब का हाल ठीक नहीं होता था।
Well, that was the Prime Minister's sharpest attack yet on the Congress Parivar. But now let's get you some breaking news from Jammu and Kashmir, because the BSF has shot down Pakistan's first bid to infiltrate with the help of drones this year. This is not their first attempt on the whole, but it's their first drone infiltration this year. And the Pakistani drone has been recovered by BSF in Arnia sector of Jammu, and narcotics was also recovered from this particular drone. In the last couple of days, we've been telling you that narco-terrorism is something that many probe agencies have been investigating, and today a Pakistani drone which was recovered in Arnia of Jammu has was also carrying drugs, smuggling around 500 grams of narcotics. It was a quadcopter that was recovered by the border security forces. I have Gursimran joining me live from Jammu. A very good morning to you, Gursimran. Pakistan's nefarious plots have time and again been exposed. This is one such bid that has been thwarted by our forces. Narco-terrorism is something that is under focus in the recent past. Tell us more about this, Gursimran.
See, this is a major attempt of the Pakistani drone infiltration into the Indian territory that stands foiled by the allied troops of the BSF in the Arnia sector of the Jammu. Late last night, a Pakistani drone, a quadcopter, and tried to enter the Indian territory, though it was intercepted by the BSF and brought down. From the drone, apart from the drone recovery that has been done, 500 grams of the narcotic has also been recovered by the allied troops of the BSF. This comes at a time when we have seen that this here has been peaceful due to the anti-infiltration grid that has been put in place on the international border by the alert troops of the BSF, the anti-drone systems that are intact. Even the IG BSF Jammu Frontier, DK Bura, also said that the decline that we are witnessing in the drone activities in the Jammu region, it is due to the anti-drone system that has been intact all along the Jammu border. And now as we speak, the security on the border areas that has been beefed up, because this is the Chinas area in the Pindi area of Arnia where the recovery has been made. And from here, the aerial distance of Pakistan is somewhere close to 800-900 meters on the fence. And that is the main threat that the security forces have been witnessing, because Pakistan always tried to foment trouble by pushing narcotics into the Indian territory and even weapons. And last night, the BSF has brought down a Pakistani quadcopter along with 500 grams of the narcotics. We are told that the senior officials of the BSF are reaching the BOP Chinas, where the operation has been conducted successfully by the BSF, because it is very important. The narcotics being pushed into the Indian territory, especially in the Jammu region, this is a standalone incident that has taken place in 2024, which shows that the Pakistan is somewhere, because in the Punjab frontier, their drones are getting apprehended every single day. So they are now trying to shift focus to the Jammu region. But the BSF is all alert, and now the operations, the search operations in the area are also underway.
Right, Gursimran, many thanks for bringing us all those details. Well, the BSF has shot down this drone in Jammu's Arnia sector. 500 grams of narcotic substances were also recovered, exposing Pakistan's narco-terrorism bid in foreign soil, that is on Indian soil. They're trying to peddle drugs, but that won't happen under our forces' watch, because they remain vigilant, and any such attempts will be shot down like this one in Jammu and Kashmir. Now let's take a look at the other top stories that we're tracking from across the nation. Six more Indian nationals were evacuated from war-torn Syria. They arrived at the Delhi airport yesterday. They expressed gratitude to Prime Minister Modi and Indian Embassy for bringing them home. Situation in Syria remains a focal point after Syrian rebels entered Damascus and forced President Bashar al-Assad to flee the nation.
हार्ट बीटिंग जो था एकदम अनकंट्रोल था पूरी तरीके से. अब जाके लगता है सुकून का नींद आएगा आज से, क्या कि लगभग 5 जी भारत सरकार ने मदद अच्छी की है. जी सब लोगों के लिए अच्छी मदद की है. 75 लोग को निकालना बहुत बड़ी बात है.
Cabinet expansion of Mayuti is slated to take place today, with the new ministers taking oath at a ceremony in Nagpur. According to reports, 30 to 32 ministers are likely to take oath in the ceremony. Devendra Fadnavis took oath as Chief Minister with Shiv Sena leader Eknath Shinde and NCP Chief Sharad Pawar, Ajit Pawar, as his deputies at the grand ceremony in Mumbai on December 5th. In the aftermath of the violence that erupted in Sambhal on November 24, the local police have intensified efforts to capture 40 individuals have been so far arrested. The others are on the radar. To apprehend the remaining criminals, the police have decided to form a special team and have also announced a reward to those who reveal information about the whereabouts of these accused. A 34-year-old police officer from Bengaluru took his own life on Saturday night, leaving behind a suicide note accusing his wife and father-in-law of harassment. This incident comes just 2 days after the suicide of Techie Atul Subhash, who also accused his wife and in-laws of harassment. According to reports, the officer committed suicide by jumping in front of a train at Bayapanhalli metro station. On that note, it's time for a quick break. On the other side, all the inside scoops and the latest leads from Maharashtra ahead of the much-awaited cabinet expansion. Stay tuned.
In the India Today Best Universities 2023 survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
Who is George Soros? A scarecrow or a bugbear? Is he a one-man deep state ranged against all the nationalist forces around the world? Or a cranky old man living off perception? Connected with the Soros attack of the BJP on the Congress is its doubling down on the Adani issue. Is it part of the larger hard right swing of the BJP even as the Congress does its own hard left shift? And finally, the developments in Syria. Is it just Shia-Sunni or America-Russia? Or perhaps about natural gas supplies to Europe? Join me this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, only on Republic TV.
Atul Subhash's in-laws have been arrested by Bengaluru police. Nisha and Anurag were arrested from Allahabad, but Atul's wife, Nikita, was arrested from Gurugram.
बंगाल में तो हम 33% हैं, मगर हिंदुस्तान में भी हम सिर्फ 17% है और हमें माइनॉरिटी कम्युनिटी कहा जाता है। हम एक दिन मेजॉरिटी से भी मेजॉरिटी हो सकते हैं और हम अपने अल्लाह की ये मेहरबानी होगी जो हम अपने ताकत से ये हासिल कर रहे हैं।
Minority today, majority tomorrow. Big declaration by Mamta's man Firhad Hakim says we won't need candlelight marches to demand justice soon. Maharashtra Cabinet expansion today, oath-taking ceremony in Nagpur, all eyes on the much-anticipated event.
कांग्रेस के एक परिवार ने संविधान को चोट पहुंचाने में कोई कोर कसर नहीं छोड़ी।
In his constitution debate address, PM Modi tears into 4 generations of one Gandhi family.
हिंदुस्तान में अगर सबसे बड़ा जुमला कोई था और वो 4 पीढ़ी ने चलाया, वो जुमला था गरीबी हटाओ।
PM's attack on Congress over Jumla politics, says world's biggest Jumla was Congress's Garibi Hatao campaign. PM Modi's unsparing attack on opposition sends jitters. Akhilesh says PM's 11 resolutions are nothing but Jumlas. Hello and a very good morning, viewers. It's 9:30 and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar, and the top story of the hour is Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister's big statement where he has lauded the BJP for its treatment of the labour force with respect, reminding the nation about how the Prime Minister honoured the Shramjeevis, be it those who built the new parliament or those who built the Ram Mandir. The Prime Minister and the BJP have always expressed their respects for the labourers, and he also reminded about the past where all those who built Taj Mahal, the workers, their hands were chopped off by the Mughal ruler. But right now, he is lauding the BJP on the other hand, saying that Prime Minister Modi honoured the Shramjeevis who worked to build the Ram Mandir, whereas in the past there were atrocities meted out against labourers where their hands would be chopped off after building a monument, while citing Taj Mahal as the example. Let's listen in to the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister's statement.
भारत ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था का देश माना जाता है, आज भी माना जाता है। दुनिया की सबसे अच्छी उर्वरा भूमि हमारे पास मौजूद है, सब कुछ हमारे पास है, लेकिन भारत ने उस कालखंड में आखिर फाइन टेक्सटाइल भी तो भारत ने ही पैदा किया था। आपने वह दृश्य देखा होगा जब 22 जनवरी को प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी अयोध्या में राम मंदिर का निर्माण करने वाले श्रमिकों का सम्मान कर रहे हैं। एक प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी हैं जो श्रमिकों के श्रम का सम्मान करके उनके ऊपर पुष्प वर्षा कर रहे थे, और दूसरी तरफ वे भी शासक थे कि ताजमहल बनाने वाले कारीगरों के हाथ काट दिए जाते हैं। आपके सामने है।
Now moving on, viewers, the probe in the Techie suicide case, Atul Subhash's suicide case, has reached a new point wherein the police have arrested the in-laws, Atul Subhash's wife, along with her mother and brother, Nisha and Anurag. All the three of them have been arrested in connection with an abetment of suicide case following Atul's extreme step. They were picked up from Gurugram and Allahabad respectively, and they have now been produced before the court, and the court has remanded them to judicial custody. Let me take you through what's happened through the day. Atul Subhash's wife, Nikita Singhania, was arrested from Gurugram, whereas Nisha Singhania, accused number 2, and Anurag Singhania, who have been at large, were picked up from Prayagraj in Uttar Pradesh. Their whereabouts were sought with the help of Uttar Pradesh police, and the cops zeroed in on all the three accused, and all of them have now been remanded to judicial custody. This comes as a big development in the Atul Subhash suicide case, because the techie had left behind a 24-page suicide note detailing the horror and the harassment that he was subjected to, the mental torture, and also the atrocities that were meted out against him by his in-laws. All of them have been mentioned point by point in his 24-page suicide note. And right now, the police are questioning, Marathalli police are questioning the three accused in judicial custody. They're asking them questions about the claims and charges made against them by Atul Subhash in his 24-page suicide note that was recovered after he took the extreme step. Some shocking details were mentioned by Atul Subhash in his suicide note. He mentioned that his in-laws constantly pressured him, tried to extort him, subjected him to mental harassment, and also tried to alienate him from his own son. In fact, Piyush Shori is joining me live from Gurugram, one of the locations from where One of the three accused were arrested. Piyush, early this morning, Marathali police have arrested Nikita Singhania from Gurugram with the help of their counterpart in Gurugram. Tell us about how the operation led to the arrest of Nikita Singhania.
So, Deepak, let me just tell you that there have been three arrests that have been made in this case. First is the wife of late Atul Subhash, Nikita Singhania, who used to work over here in Gurugram in an IT company. And it is from here that with coordination of Gurugram police, the Bengaluru police have arrested Nikita Singhania. Now, since there are several legal complexities and matters that are involved in this arrest, so far the Gurugram police is not disclosing the location in which the Bengaluru police had arrested Nikita Singhania. However, this is now confirmed that she has been arrested from Gurugram, where she was working in an IT company, and along with this, Nikita's brother Anurag and her mother has also now been arrested. However, they have been arrested from Prayagraj. Now, taking all these things into consideration, now they have been sent to judicial custody, and the Bengaluru police has also intensified its investigation following big revelation that was made by Atul Subhash of how he was harassed by these three people, along with the judge at Jaunpur, which resulted in him taking an extreme step of dying by suicide. So yes, a very big development indeed. Back to the studio.
Right, Piyush, many thanks for joining me with those details. The Gurugram police is currently tight-lipped about the arrest location and also how they managed to arrest Nikita Singhania from Gurugram. We'll get you all the latest, but for now, let's take a look at the other top stories that we're tracking. As temperature drops in the national capital, night shelters have come handy for the destitutes as they continue to struggle under extreme cold conditions. The poor and the homeless have taken to shelters in multiple shelter homes across the national capital. The administration has said that the people seeking shelters are also being served food twice a day and are given as many blankets as required along with proper beds. The Adani University organized the second edition of International Conference on Infrastructural Development and Sustainability from the 11th to the 12th of December. The conference brought together experts from various fields to discuss the emerging agenda in sustainable infrastructure development, green transition, and also financing. The keynote address was delivered by Professor Bharat Dahiya, who said that the Asian century is set to return. The last day of the ongoing Bastar Olympics. Home Minister Amit Shah is expected to attend the closing ceremony of the sporting competition. 7 teams from every district of the division are participating in it. The 8th team is of surrendered Maoists, and players participating in the Bastar Olympics also include victims of Maoist violence and more.
बस्तर ओलंपिक बस्तर के युवाओं से आह्वान है कि अपनी प्रतिभा के लिए खेल की दुनिया में अपना स्थान ढूंढें। समूची भारतवर्ष में, समूची दुनिया में बस्तर के युवा छा जाएं। वो लाल आतंक की तरफ कोई न जाए, इस अभिप्राय से बस्तर ओलंपिक का आयोजन है और माननीय अमित शाह जी का इसमें आगमन है।
Moving on, viewers, the opposition, after the Prime Minister's fiery address where he ripped apart the Congress party and the 4 generations from Nehru to Rahul Gandhi, the opposition hit back at Prime Minister Modi and BJP, saying that their agenda of divisive politics is being used to mask their failures. Listen in.
Newly elected Congress MP Priyanka Gandhi felt like she's attending a boring lecture in school while PM was delivering his fiery speech.
प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक नई चीज नहीं बोली, वॉर कर दिया पूरी तरह से। मुझे बहुत दशकों बाद ये एहसास हुआ कि मैं वो जो स्कूल में जो मैथ का डबल पीरियड होता था ना, कि मैं उसमें बैठी हूँ। तो मेरे लिए तो एक नया एहसास था। मैंने सोचा था प्रधानमंत्री जी कुछ नया बोलेंगे, कुछ अच्छा बोलेंगे। उनके खोखले 11 संकल्प, अगर भ्रष्टाचार के प्रति जीरो टॉलरेंस है तो अडानी पे बहस तो करो।
Not only this, SP chief takes a jibe on PM Modi on his 11 promises that he made in Lok Sabha.
देखिए, बहुत लंबा भाषण था और आपसे बेहतर कौन जानता होगा जुमले से किसको जाना जाता था। आज हम लोगों को 11 जुमलों का संकल्प सुनने को मिला। 15 लाख जुमला था, किसान की आय दोगुनी होगी वो जुमला था।
TMC also joined the lobby to attack PM Modi on his Constitution Day speech.
परिवार तंत्र, परिवारवाद, ये सब उन्होंने बोल सकते हैं, बट कांग्रेस was the main strength to fight against the British government. The angle Prime Minister has floated today is not up to the mark.
Meanwhile, BJP leader tears into Congress as Union Minister Sukanta Majumdar says that Rahul's speech was written by communists.
राहुल गांधी जी का भाषण, आज जो भाषण था, ये मैं दावे के साथ कह सकता हूँ कि ये कोई कम्युनिस्ट का लिखा हुआ भाषण है। कांग्रेस कभी अपने आप को राष्ट्रवादी दल के रूप से सबके सामने कांग्रेस आती थी, लेकिन जिस तरीके से आज राहुल जी का भाषण था, ये भाषण संविधान को ना मानने का भाषण था। और जिस तरीके से प्रधानमंत्री जी ने धोया, बहुत ज़बरदस्त तरीके से धोया।
After PM Modi racked up emergency episode in Lok Sabha, other BJP leaders also weighed in and took a jibe on Congress.
आपातकाल देश की संवैधानिक यात्रा का सबसे काला अध्याय है। अपनी कुर्सी बचाने के लिए लोगों के अधिकार छीने गए, विपक्षी नेताओं को जेल में बंद किया गया, सेंसर लगाया गया और जुडिशरी जजेस को सुपरसीड किया गया।
Meanwhile, NDA allies also backed PM Modi.
प्रधानमंत्री जी ने विस्तार से कांग्रेस पार्टी को आईना दिखाया है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी ने आजादी के बाद से आज तक, जब तक शासन में वो रहे, किस तरह संविधान की उन्होंने धज्जियां उड़ाई। संविधान के प्रति उनका कोई मान नहीं है।
Moving on, viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in. The interim government in Bangladesh, Yunus's administration, is now going after ousted Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. It has set up an inquiry commission to investigate enforced disappearances, and according to a provisional report, it has implicated former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina in these incidents. The Commission for Inquiry on Enforced Disappearances estimates that over 3,500 such cases have been reported. Yunus administration, they're clearly going after Sheikh Hasina by accusing her and her regime of carrying out, or rather indulging in forced disappearances. 3,500 cases have been found by the panel that has been set up by the interim government in Bangladesh. These are some big charges against Sheikh Hasina, and the Yunus administration there clearly charging at Sheikh Hasina over forced disappearances. We have our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor also joining us on the phone lines. Good morning to you, Abhishek, but this is a serious development coming in from Bangladesh, where the Yunus administration is going after Sheikh Hasina in forced disappearances cases, and the inquiry commission has found about 3,500 cases. How do you see the situation?
And the manner in which Yunus regime is going after Hasina is a clear case of, or clear evidence of there being a puppet regime, because Hasina was an obstacle to the deep state. And so not only that she has been removed, but even now she is being hounded. And this is just one example of the many by which the Yunus regime is going after Hasina. So, for example, this is in fact a milder charge of abduction. She has already been charged or booked rather in at least 24 cases of murder. Now imagine the Prime Minister of the country being involved in specific murder instances just because there was a law and order situation orchestrated by the deep state. So I think what we are seeing is a case being built, or multiple cases actually being built, so that Sheikh Hasina just cannot come back to her own country. So this is a planned, orchestrated move. Obviously, Sheikh Hasina is not going back to Bangladesh. If she goes, she would be incarcerated in prison or maybe hanged, like it happens in most of these kind of regimes. But a situation is obviously being created, Deepak, where it would be next to impossible for Sheikh Hasina to really go back unless there is another government in place in Dhaka.
Right, Abhishek, many thanks for joining us with those details. This is serious trouble mounting for Sheikh Hasina after Yunus regime has set up an inquiry commission to look into forced disappearances cases, which has directly implicated the former and ousted Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. With that, viewers, it's time for a quick break.
Who is George Soros? A scarecrow or a bugbear? Is he a one-man deep state ranged against all the nationalist forces around the world? Or a cranky old man living off perception? Connected with the Soros attack of the BJP on the Congress, is it doubling down on the Adani issue? Is it part of the larger hard right swing of the BJP, even as the Congress does its own hard left shift? And finally, the developments in Syria. Is it just Shia-Sunni or America-Russia? Or perhaps about natural gas supplies to Europe? Join me this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, only on Republic TV.
आइस बोला था लाने को, लद्दाख चला गया, पूछा फोन पे इतना बिजी क्यों है, तो क्या बोला तू? हाँ, माउंटेन्स वर कॉलिंग।
डॉक्टर जहांगीर उस दिन सनसेट देखने छज्जे पे चढ़ा, टूट गया।
हाँ, तू किसने बोला घर की दीवार पे रॉक क्लाइंबिंग करने को?
सफीना बदतमीजी।
समझ गया। मेरे पास आप दोनों की प्रॉब्लम की मेडिसिन है। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
Welcome back, viewers. It's just a matter of time before we see 30 to 32 MLAs taking oath as ministers in the Maharashtra Cabinet, because cabinet expansion is something that everybody were keen on. And now we have some exclusive details on the probables of the Mahayuti Cabinet. Our sources in Maharashtra are telling us that Chandrasekhar Bawankule of the BJP, Girish Mahajan, Chandrakant Patil, Jaikumar Rawal, Pankaja Munde, Pankaj Bhoya, Radhakrishna BK Patil, Mangal Prabhat Loda, Shivendra Raje Bhosle and Meghna Bordikar. These are the confirmed names of the BJP. According to sources, these are the members who will be taking oath in the Mahayuti Cabinet 2.0. And as far as Shinde's faction is concerned, Sanjay Sirsat, Uday Samant, Shambhuraje Desai, Gulab Raj Patil, Bharat Gogavale, Sanjay Rathod, Ashish Jaiswal, Pratap Sarnaik, Yogesh Kadam, Prakash Ambedkar are sure to become ministers. And as far as Ajit Pawar's camp is concerned, Chhagan Bhujbal, a senior leader, Aditi Tatkare, Narhari Jhirwal, Babasaheb Patil, Hassan Mushrif, Datta Bharane and Anil Patil. These are the probables who will be taking oath in today's cabinet expansion. The oath-taking ceremony will be happening in Nagpur today, and all eyes will be on these key leaders from all the three parties taking oath as Maha cabinet ministers. And all eyes will be on the plum portfolios, who will get the urban development portfolio, revenue portfolio, as well as the home department. All eyes are on the power play that's currently underway in Maharashtra over the cabinets and the portfolios. And for now, we have these names. About 30 names have now been listed by the BJP, Ajit Pawar's NCP, as well as Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena. With that, viewers, we'll slip into a short break right now. But on the other side, we'll be right back with more news and updates. Stay tuned. More details on Atul Subhash's wife and two other in-laws who were arrested coming up after a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
In the India Today Best Universities 2023 survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School, Bengaluru.
Welcome back, viewers. In a big boost to the farmers and in a much-awaited financial reform in the agricultural sector, the Apex Bank or the RBI has raised the limits for collateral-free loans in the agricultural sector to 2 lakh rupees, which has now given the much-needed relief for the farmers. Here's what this reform entails. The RBI has raised the limit for collateral-free agricultural loans to 2 lakh rupees from the earlier amount of 1.6 lakh rupees. Effective from Jan 1st, 2025, farmers can now access loans without needing collateral or margin requirements. This policy change comes in response to the growing financial challenges faced by farmers as they contend with rising costs and inflationary pressures on agricultural inputs. The move will provide much needed financial relief, especially to small and marginal farmers. The RBI has instructed banks across the country to implement these revised guidelines swiftly. Banks have now been tasked with spreading awareness of the updated loan provisions to ensure farmers can benefit from this policy change without any delay. The policy will also likely boost the uptake of Kisan credit cards, which enable farmers to meet both operational and developmental needs. Additionally, the modified interest subvention scheme provides loans of up to 3 lakh rupees at 4% interest rate. The new move can be hailed for its ability to enhance inclusion and support sustainable farming practices, especially among small farmers.
BJP's Maharashtra-led government is all set to expand its cabinet. In fact, the oath-taking will take place later today in Nagpur. We'll track this and a lot more with me at 10 a.m. only on Republic TV. Stay tuned.
The ICC top brass is likely to finalize the hybrid model formalities for the ICC Champions Trophy during a virtual meeting with the Pakistan Cricket Board Chief Mohsin Naqvi on Saturday. It has been agreed in principle that neither India nor Pakistan will travel to each other's country for ICC events that are being hosted by either of the two nations. This agreement means that India and Pakistan will play in Dubai during the 2025 Champions Trophy, which is slated to be held from February 19 to March 9. There's a virtual meeting which ICC Chairman Jai Shah will join from Brisbane. It is expected that the ICC will make an official announcement after that, an ICC official told news agency PTI. This signals a potential end of what has been a long-running saga that started when the BCCI refused to send the Indian team to Pakistan over safety and security concerns. Pakistan had initially stated a total opposition to the hybrid model and said that they would only accept the entire tournament being hosted in Pakistan, as was agreed upon with the ICC at first. However, a key meeting in the
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Days after the 34-year-old Bangalore techie died by suicide, alleging harassment by wife and a family, police arrest his wife and in-laws.
बंगाल में तो हम 33% हैं, मगर हिंदुस्तान में भी हम सिर्फ 17% है और हमें माइनॉरिटी कम्युनिटी कहा जाता है। हम एक दिन मेजॉरिटी से भी मेजॉरिटी हो सकते हैं और हम अपने अल्लाह की ये मेहरबानी होगी जो हम अपने ताकत से ये हासिल करते हैं।
West Bengal Minister Firhad Hakim sparks row, says minority will be majority soon. Maharashtra Cabinet expansion to happen today. Oath-taking ceremony will take place in Nagpur.
कांग्रेस के एक परिवार ने संविधान को चोट पहुंचाने में कोई कोर कसर नहीं छोड़ी।
In his Constitution Day debate, Prime Minister Modi tears into 4 generations of one Congress family.
हिंदुस्तान में अगर सबसे बड़ा जुमला कोई था और वो 4 पीढ़ी ने चलाया, वो जुमला था गरीबी हटाओ।
Prime Minister's big attack on Congress over their Jumla politics, says world's biggest Jumla was Congress's Garibi Hatao Andolan. Prime Minister's unsparing attack on opposition sends jitters. Akhilesh says Prime Minister's 11 sankalp were nothing but a jumla. Viewers, we have a big breaking news coming in. The BSF has foiled an infiltration attempt by Pakistan. Take a look at the visuals. These are the visuals of the drone and an unaccounted substance that was found by the BSF after they foiled an infiltration attempt by Pakistan. We're also being joined by my colleague who is on ground zero, Gursimran. Gursimran, tell us more about this. We could see that there was a drone and there was another bag that was found by the BSF in the alleged infiltration attempt by Pakistan. Give us the details.
See, this is a big success for the border security force. Right now, we are in the Chinas border outpost where the brave hearts of the BSF has foiled this attempt, and now the senior officials, including the DIG BSF Jammu sector, has also arrived here at the forward location where this big achievement has been done because a Pakistani drone that was trying to infiltrate into the Indian territory has been brought down. And this is the drone that has been brought down, and you have to see that how the Pakistan is trying to mechanize things, because this drone, they also have this drop mechanism fitted with this so that they can drop the narcotics. 500 gram of the drugs, methamphetamine, which is an ice drug commonly known as, that was being pushed into the Indian territory, but that has been brought down by the BSF, and this is the narcotics that has been recovered by the alert troops of the BSF. This is very important because this is the first major attempt of the infiltrating a drone into the Indian territory along with the narcotics this year, because a couple of days ago when we spoke to the IG Jammu Frontier, he said that this year has been so far peaceful as no attempt has been successful due to the anti-drone mechanism that has been put in place. But this time an attempt was made, though the alert troops of the BSF late last night thwarted this attempt and now led to recovery of this drone with a localized mechanism. See how the Pakistan is engineering these drones. This is a DJI Mavic Air 3 drone which is commonly used for the surveillance or the videography by the photographers. But this has been mechanized in such a manner that this has a release mechanism that has been put in place so that they can watch also, and also they can release the consignment of the narcotics or weapons along with this. So these are the visuals from the border outpost Chinas in the Arnia sector, where a big success has come for the security forces as they have been managed to brought down this drone. And these are the officials of the senior officials of the BSF, including the DIG Jammu sector, that has arrived at the spot, and the team of the officers that made the recovery. These brave hearts are from the BSF that ensured that the attempt of the Pakistan is foiled well within the time. Because what is happening that from the Punjab frontier now to the Jammu sector, what the Pakistan is doing, they are pushing the narcotics into the Indian territory. Because in Punjab, every single day their attempt is being foiled. Now they have started infiltrating these drones into the Indian territory so that they can destabilize and also they can destroy the youth of Jammu and Kashmir. But these brave hearts of the BSF has foiled the attempt, and now this drone along with the narcotics has been recovered.
Right, Gursimran. And also, do we have any information? We know that there were narcotics that were being peddled from Pakistan's side in terms of infiltration. But do we have any information on what these narcotics drugs are specifically? And also, when was this nabbed? By what time was the BSF on it? And by when was this found?
See, it was late last night around 8:10 in the evening when the BSF saw a suspected movement of the drone, a humming noise, after which the troops swung into the action. They intercepted this drone and this drone was brought down. The 500 grams, to be very specific, it's 495 gram of the narcotics that has been recovered. And this is the ice drugs, which is commonly known as ice, but it is methamphetamine that has been recovered by the security forces. And this comes at a time when we are witnessing that the dense fog is also prevailing with each passing day on the borders, and the attempt of the Pakistan seems to be increasing with every single day as the security forces are alert on the ground as we speak.
Simran, thank you so much for the updates. We will keep on to the story, but for now, moving on. West Bengal Minister Firhad Hakim has sparked a controversy. He stated that despite being 33% of Bengal's population and 17% nationwide, Muslims could achieve a position where their voices are automatically heard through empowerment and hard work. He also said that minority will soon become majority in the country. This has sparked outrageous debates amongst the opposition parties, including the BJP. Take a look at this. Firhad Hakim stoked row after his big bold comment where he said that Muslims will soon become the majority in the country. There are also reactions coming in on the story. Take a look, viewers.
सब सुमित्रा साहब देते हैं। हम एक ऐसे कौम से हैं जो कौम बंगाल में तो हम 33% हैं, मगर हिंदुस्तान में भी हम सिर्फ 17% है और हमें माइनॉरिटी कम्युनिटी कहा जाता है। मगर हम अपने आप को माइनॉरिटी नहीं सोचते हैं, हम सोचते हैं अगर अल्लाह की रहमत है हमारे ऊपर, अगर तालीम हमारे साथ है, तो हम एक दिन मेजॉरिटी से भी मेजॉरिटी हो सकते हैं और हम अपने अल्लाह की ये मेहरबानी होगी जो हम अपने ताकत से ये हासिल कर रहे हैं। हमारे कौम बहुत सारे जगह हम देखते हैं, कुछ भी होता है तो मोमबत्ती मिছিল करते हैं। वी वांट जस्टिस, वी वांट जस्टिस। हम कहते हैं मिছিল करके जस्टिस मांगने से नहीं होगा। अपने औकात, अपने रुतबा ऐसे जगह पर बात जो तुम खुद जस्टिस देने के लायक होगे, जस्टिस मांगोगे नहीं, जस्टिस दोगे।
टीएमसी नेता हुमायूं कबीर के बाबरी मस्जिद को फिर से तामीर करेंगे, इस फैसले के बाद अब फिरहाद हकीम जो ममता बनर्जी के करीबी माने जाते हैं, वो कहते हैं कि बहुत जल्द हम वेस्ट बंगाल को मुस्लिम मेजॉरिटी बना देंगे, हम माइनॉरिटी से मेजॉरिटी बन जाएंगे और जब माइनॉरिटी से मेजॉरिटी बन जाएंगे तब जस्टिस लेना नहीं, जस्टिस देने की स्थिति में पहुंच जाएंगे। जस्टिस देने की बात हमने तो देखा है कि तालिबानी स्टाइल जस्टिस कैसे चोपड़ा में दिया गया, एक महिला को सरेआम तालिबानी स्टाइल पीट कर, और वहाँ के विधायक ने उसको जस्टिफाई भी किया। यही मानसिकता है कि अपनी आबादी बढ़ाने के लिए वो रोहिंग्याओं का, बांग्लादेशियों का और जो घुसपैठी है उनका एक प्रकार से प्रोत्साहन कर रहे हैं। खुलेआम सरेआम कह रहे हैं कि हम एक कम्युनिटी का इस प्रकार से जो है पॉपुलेशन बढ़ाने का काम करेंगे ताकि मेजॉरिटी बन जाए। ये डेंजरस ट्रेंड है। टीएमसी का मतलब तालिबानी मानसिकता और कल्चर है, ये इसका सीधा सीधा प्रमाण है। इस प्रकार के आह्वान और इस प्रकार के कॉल का एक ही मकसद है कि किसी प्रकार से डेमोग्राफिक चेंज इस प्रकार से करा दो कि देश का संविधान नहीं बल्कि एक अलग व्यवस्था जो हमने चोपड़ा में देखी वो लागू हो जाए। ये बहुत ही सिनिस्टर और डेंजरस कॉल है और भारत के डेमोग्राफिक स्ट्रक्चर को बदलने की बात है।
সংখ্যাগরিষ্ঠ হলে সংবিধান চলবে না। সংখ্যাগরিষ্ঠ হলে বাংলাদেশ, আফগানিস্তানে, পাকিস্তানে যা হচ্ছে তাই হচ্ছে। যখন 50% পেরিয়ে যায় ওরা, তখন তো সংবিধান চলে না, তখন মুসলিম পার্সোনাল ল বোর্ডের যে আইন আছে সেটাকে চালু করা হয়। উনার কথাবার্তা খুব ভয়ঙ্কর। সংবিধানকে হাতে নিয়ে এদের লাজ লজ্জা নেই।
We're also being joined by our reporter Ridita from the Bangla newsroom. Ridita, tell us more about this. The controversial remarks saying that Muslims will soon be in majority. The BJP has also reacted where they've said that this will lead to communal scuffle. So what are the remarks like and what can we make out of this?
Exactly. So this statement, to understand the statement, it is coming from Kolkata's mayor. It is coming from Kolkata's mayor, who is saying that we will no more remain the minority, we will become a majority. He has made this statement back on Friday when he was attending a event organized by the minority community students, where he has said that in West Bengal as of now we are scoring 33% and in entire India we are scoring a 17% of the Islam population, and we will never no more remain so. We will become the majority now. We will no more become no more stay to be the minority. And he has also stated that if Allah blesses us, then this bridging the gap will also become easier and it will happen in a faster pace. To let you know that this is not the first time that the mayor of the state has the mayor of the city has made such a big controversial comment, but also earlier back this year in July he has said that it is a regret when he was heard saying that those not born in Islam families is unfortunate. So this is not the first time when he has made such a statement, such a controversial statement, and TMC is completely quiet about it. Mamata Banerjee has nothing to speak about it. She's also deaf and dumb about this comment which was sparked in a public event yesterday. And also we have been seeing that TMC leaders back to back are making such statements, and Siddiqullah Chaudhary also last day had made a statement that the half of South Kolkata belongs to the Waqf board, and so it will be easier for them to capture. So at this stage, when in Kolkata, when in West Bengal, half of the slums are already under the having a strong Islam population, and then such statements coming from leaders of the state, is it safe? Is it going to make how safe is West Bengal is really a question now, because we see that there is a demographic imbalance already in the state, and such comments may encourage the influx of more illegal immigrations in the state. Back to the studio.
Right, Ridhita, thank you so much. And you're right there, no comments from TMC's convener Mamata Banerjee. But for now, we'll move on to another story. Prime Minister Narendra Modi launched an unsparing attack on the Congress while addressing the Loksabha during a special debate on the Constitution yesterday, after the Constitution completed 75 years on the 26th of November. Here's a snippet of Prime Minister's sharp attack on the Congress party. Take a look.
संविधान के 75 वर्ष की यात्रा, यादगार यात्रा और विश्व के सबसे महान और विशाल लोकतंत्र की यात्रा, इसके मूल में हमारे संविधान निर्माताओं की दीर्घदृष्टि, हमारे संविधान निर्माताओं का योगदान, और जिसको लेकर के आज हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। मेरे लिए खुशी की बात है कि संसद भी इस उत्सव में शामिल होकर के अपनी भावनाओं को प्रकट कर रही है। विविधता में एकता, ये भारत की विशेषता रही है। हम विविधता को सेलिब्रेट करते हैं और इस देश की प्रगति भी विविधता को सेलिब्रेट करने में है। लेकिन गुलामी की मानसिकता में पले बड़े लोगों ने, भारत का भला न देख पाने वाले लोगों ने, और जिनके लिए हिंदुस्तान 1947 में ही पैदा हुआ, ये जो धारणा बननी थी, उनके लिए वो विविधता में विरोधाभास ढूंढते रहे। देश संविधान के 25 वर्ष पूरे कर रहा था, उसी समय हमारे देश में संविधान को नोच लिया गया, इमरजेंसी आपातकाल लाया गया, संवैधानिक व्यवस्थाओं को समाप्त कर दिया गया, देश को जेल खाना बना दिया गया, नागरिकों के अधिकारों को लूट लिया गया, प्रेस की स्वतंत्रता को ताले लगा दिए गए, और कांग्रेस के माथे पर ये जो पाप है ना, वो कभी भी धुलने वाला नहीं है। कांग्रेस के एक परिवार ने संविधान को चोट पहुंचाने में कोई कोर कसर नहीं छोड़ी है। और मैं इसलिए एक परिवार का उल्लेख करता हूं कि 75 साल की हमारी यात्रा में 55 साल एक ही परिवार ने राज किया है। इसलिए देश को क्या क्या हुआ है ये जानने का अधिकार है। जब इंदिरा जी के चुनाव को गैर रीति के कारण, असंवैधानिक तरीके से चुनाव लड़ने के कारण अदालत ने उनके चुनाव को खारिज कर दिया और उनको एमपी पद छोड़ने की नौबत आई, तो उन्होंने गुस्से में आकर के देश पर इमरजेंसी थोप दी, आपातकाल लगा दिया। जिस जस्टिस एच.आर. खन्ना ने उनके चुनाव में उनको खिलाफ जो जजमेंट दिया था, वो इतना गुस्सा भरा था कि जब जस्टिस एच.आर. खन्ना जो सीनियरिटी के आधार पर सुप्रीम कोर्ट के चीफ जस्टिस बनने थे, जिन्होंने संविधान के सम्मान करते हुए उस पीरियड से इंदिरा जी को सजा दी थी, उन्होंने मुख्य न्यायाधीश नहीं बनने दिया। ये संविधान और लोकतांत्रिक प्रक्रिया रही। उस समय के प्रधानमंत्री राजीव गांधी ने शाहबानो की उस भावना को, सुप्रीम कोर्ट की उस भावना को नकार दिया और उन्होंने वोट बैंक की राजनीति के खातिर संविधान की भावना को बलि चढ़ा दिया और कट्टरपंथियों के सामने सर झुकाने का काम कर दिया। ये मनमोहन सिंह जी ने कहा है, जो किताब में लिखा गया है, मुझे यह स्वीकार करना होगा कि पार्टी अध्यक्ष सत्ता का केंद्र है, सरकार पार्टी के प्रति जवाबदेह है। प्रधानमंत्री के ऊपर एक गैर संवैधानिक, और जिसने कोई शपथ भी नहीं लिया था, नेशनल एडवाइजरी काउंसिल पीएमओ के भी ऊपर बैठा दिया। भारत के संविधान के तहत देश की जनता जनार्दन सरकार चुनती है और वो सरकार का मुखिया कैबिनेट बनाता है। ये संविधान के तहत है। इस कैबिनेट ने जो निर्णय किया, संविधान का अपमान करने वाले अहंकार से भरे लोगों ने पत्रकारों के सामने कैबिनेट के निर्णय को फाड़ दिया। वोट बैंक की राजनीति में छुपे हुए लोगों ने, डूबे हुए लोगों ने धर्म के आधार पर, तुष्टीकरण के नाम पर आरक्षण के अंदर कुछ न कुछ नुक्सेदेनी करने का प्रयास किया और इसका सबसे बड़ा नुकसान एससी, एसटी और ओबीसी समाज को हुआ है। कांग्रेस पार्टी के एक अध्यक्ष हुआ करते थे और वो अति पिछड़े समाज से आते थे। उनके अध्यक्ष श्रीमान सीताराम केसरी जी कहते हैं बाथरूम में बंद कर दिया गया, उठा करके फुटपाथ पर फेंक दिया गया। अपनी पार्टी के संविधान को न मानना, लोकतंत्र की प्रक्रिया को न मानना और पूरी कांग्रेस पार्टी पर एक परिवार ने कब्जा करना। साथी उनको दिन रात जुमला, लेकिन इस देश को पता है हिंदुस्तान में अगर सबसे बड़ा जुमला कोई था और वो 4 पीढ़ी ने चलाया, वो जुमला था गरीबी हटाओ। ये ऐसा जुमला था, ये गरीबी हटाओ ऐसा जुमला था, उनकी राजनीति की रोटी तो सिकती थी लेकिन गरीब का हाल ठीक नहीं होता था।
Well, that was Prime Minister Narendra Modi's scathing attack on the opposition. But for now, we'll be moving on, shifting focus to the revelation from a time when the world came to a standstill, the COVID-19 pandemic. Based on the complaint of a government official, the first FIR has been registered in the COVID scam probe at the Vidhana Saudha police station in Bengaluru. The complaint alleges large-scale misappropriations in the procurement of N95 masks, PPE kits and other equipment. Complaint also states that there were irregularities and a loss to the tune of 167 crores to the exchequer from August of 2020 to June 2021 during the then BJP government. Big revelations coming in. We're also being joined by my colleague Deepak, who is going to join us live from the newsroom. Deepak, tell us more about this case. During the then BJP government, it has been floated that at least 167 crores have gone into a blip over the COVID-19 scam. Tell us more.
That's right, Gesu. Now a special commission has also been set up to look into these allegations of COVID scam, because these allegations were made first by none other than Basangowda Patil Yatnal, a loose cannon in the BJP who is facing quite some criticism within the BJP leadership itself. In fact, the High Command is also going to intervene and try to gag him. But before that, let's stick to what's with us right now, because we have accessed the FIR that has been filed in the COVID scam probe, and the FIR has named about 8 people as accused, including a doctor, 2 government officials, 2 businesses, namely Large Exports and Prudent Management Solutions. Accused number 6 has been mentioned as politicians, and accused number 7 as Karnataka government, and accused 8 as others. Now remember, it was Yatnal who came out and said that the previous regime under B.S. Yediyurappa as well as Basuraj Bommai were involved in massive corruption, about 4,000 crores corruption as far as the COVID pandemic is concerned, because he claims that funds were misappropriated during their regime, and the Karnataka government, taking into cognizance all these allegations coming in from a BJP man himself, set up a commission, and the probe has now filed an FIR making all these revelations that the scam pertained to procurement of N95 masks and several other equipments during the pandemic era. And this case has been registered as the government has started to register cases in parallel, while an SIT is also set to be formed based on the recommendations of the interim report of Justice John Michael D. Kuna Commission. And the FIR has been registered under sections 23 of the Karnataka Transparency in Public Procurements Act, IPC sections 120B, that is criminal conspiracy, 403, which is dishonest misappropriation of property, 406, criminal breach of trust, 409, criminal breach of trust by public servant. So clearly some of the big names are involved, hence their names are not being mentioned because the probe is still in its initial stages. But what we know right now is that government officials are involved in the COVID scam as far as the FIR is concerned.
Right, Deepak, thank you so much. And this is a big news. At least 167 crores are in question here. We will keep on to the story, but for now, viewers, let us give you a quick wrap of Bharat in just 5 minutes. West Bengal Minister Firhad Hakim has sparked a controversy with his remarks on the empowerment of the Muslim community. Speaking at an event for minority students, the state's Municipal Affairs and Urban Development Minister highlighted the need for Muslims to work towards a position where their voices are automatically heard and their demands for justice and development are met. Hakim raised concerns about the underrepresentation of Muslims in the judiciary, pointing out the limited number of Muslim judges in the Calcutta High Court and the Supreme Court. He suggested that through empowerment and hard work, this gap could be bridged. Lauding the respect for the labour force under the Bharatiya Janata Party government, Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath compared how Prime Minister Narendra Modi honoured the construction workers who worked at the Ram Mandir in Agra and how the hands of workers on a contrary behind Taj Mahal were chopped off. He also mentioned that workers in the fine cloth industry in history also had their hands chopped off, destroying a whole tradition and legacy. But today India continues to respect its labour force and gives them all kinds of protections. Several members of the Muslim Shia community carried out a candlelight march in Lucknow on Saturday against the atrocities the Hindu community in Bangladesh has been facing. Maulana Kalbe Jawad, who led the march, urged the union government to pressure the United Nations to take stock of the atrocities against minorities in Bangladesh and also declare Pakistan a terrorist country. He emphasized that strict action should be taken if Bangladesh continues to attack minorities. Viewers, we have a raw footage coming in. Snow clearance operation is underway on the historical Mughal Road in the Rajouri district of Jammu and Kashmir. Authorities are using the latest heavy machines for the operations and it will be completed soon. Mughal Road is a short and alternate route connecting the Rajouri and Poonch districts with Kashmir Valley and the rest of the country. Most people use this road for their business proposals. The state authorities are cleaning and clearing the snow on the road, on the very strategic road, which connects Rajouri and Poonch districts to the Kashmir Valley and the rest of the country. The strategic road is used mostly by business persons and is being cleared by the authorities.
Who is George Soros? A scarecrow or a bugbear? Is he a one-man deep state ranged against all the nationalist forces around the world? Or a cranky old man living off perception? Connected with the Soros attack of the BJP on the Congress is its doubling down on the Adani issue. Is it part of the larger hard right swing of the BJP even as the Congress does its own hard left shift? And finally, the developments in Syria. Is it just Shia Sunni or America-Russia? Or perhaps about natural gas supplies to Europe? Join me this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, only on Republic TV.
आइस बोला था लाने को, लद्दाख चला गया। पूछा फोन पे इतना बिजी क्यों है, तो क्या बोला तू? हाँ, माउंटेन्स वर कॉलिंग।
डॉक्टर जानगी, उस दिन सनसेट देखने छज्जे पे चढ़ा, टूट गया।
हाँ, तू किसने बोला घर की दीवार पे रॉक क्लाइंबिंग करने को?
सफीना बदतमीजी।
समझ गया। मेरे पास आप दोनों की प्रॉब्लम की मेडिसिन है। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
Hi there, welcome back. Parliament is in session, but not in session at the same time. There have been disruptions with both the Treasury and opposition benches digging in the trenches. There's an ideological doubling down that has happened on both sides of the political divide in the country. I had earlier focused on the hard left turn of the Congress party under Rahul Gandhi. This episode, let's take a deep dive into BJP's hard right swing, the logic behind it, and the repercussions for politics going forward. This will also cover Adani. Connected with the Adani issue is the George Soros conundrum. In fact, taken together, Adani and Soros are the faces of the present Parliament showdown. Who is this 94-year-old investor, philanthropist turned a bugaboo for nationalist forces, not just in India, but around the world? Let's have a lowdown on the Soros phenomenon. And finally, a quick take on implications of the developments in Syria on India and the rest of the world. You thought it's about politics of Shia Sunni, about the Islamic State, about the US and Russia? It could actually be about Europe's energy security. Let's get going. Right, India's principal opposition party, the Congress, thought it would put the ruling BJP on the mat over the issue of Adani. The probe by US agencies and an indictment in a New York court got sent according to the strategists of the grand old party, as it came just days ahead of the winter session of Parliament. Only that the BJP came up trumps with its own counter move, which not only proved to be an equalizer, but also has put the Congress in an isolated spot vis-a-vis the larger opposition alliance. George Soros is BJP's answer to Congress's Adani. Who is this George Soros? Born 1930, so 94 years old, Soros is a Hungarian born in Budapest during the Nazi-era occupation of the country by Germany. Like it happened with most Jews in that period, Soros escaped to London via Paris, picked up a couple of degrees, did odd jobs including as a waiter and a porter, and landed at the Wall Street in New York, the United States. A couple of hedge funds later, Soros hit the big league, making his billions on the way. A big punt in 1992, short-selling the British pound, almost brought down the Bank of England as London had to withdraw from the European currency mechanism and devalue the sterling to stave off the crisis. Soros minted $1 billion in just one day. In a profile interview around that time, British newspaper The Independent reported how Soros fancied himself as some kind of god since childhood, and part believed his fantasy into his adulthood. A major in philosophy from the London School of Economics, Soros also has an esoteric interest in death. Perhaps due to the Nazi-era struggles, the subject received both mental and monetary attention of the philanthropist, even making him shepherd a non-profit by the name of Project on Death in the United States in early 1990s. Piecing together, one can almost build a psychological profile. The always on-the-run psyche of someone escaping death, the survivalism of an emigre, cynicism for any nationalism having faced the Nazi purge, no respect for national boundaries and institutions. After living through multiple nation-states and continents, citizenship is incidental to Soros' mind. Crisscrossing countries while picking up his billions, Soros' path might have crossed with that of the deep state. For while it is easy to find a combination of his struggles and money and charity in many of the world's rich, the dogged espousal of politics of a certain kind only comes with that connection or leverage. Sometime in the 1980s, as his speculative trades gave him money, Soros started building a parallel empire of political activism, investing in people and their careers through his Open Society Foundation. It is possible it was his money. It is equally possible that his platform became a convenient front to channelize secret funds by the deep state. Cold War was at its peak, and the USSR was falling under the weight of communist contradictions. The West, led by the United States, was chipping at the corners of the sphere of Russian influence in Eastern Europe. In an essay called Underwriting Democracy that Soros wrote, he narrates his own transition. I quote, "I became moderately active in human rights as a member and supporter of Helsinki Watch and America's Watch. My newly created Open Society Fund also offered a number of scholarships in the United States to dissident intellectuals from Eastern Europe. And this was the program that led me to establish a foundation in Hungary. When I went to Hungary to negotiate, I had a secret weapon at my disposal. The recipients of Open Society scholarships were ready and eager to help. Can you see a toolkit? Give scholarships on Western campuses, curate careers through philanthropies and human rights organizations, populate governments with those indebted individuals, and then control events and trajectories of those societies through those infiltrated moles, agents, if you will. From Hungary to Poland, from Georgia to Kazakhstan, from Turkmenistan to Ukraine, the Soros writ has run more than the governments in these nations at various points in time. In the United States, from early 2000s, Soros has unequivocally backed the Democrats, setting up the Democracy Alliance in 2004 with the avowed purpose of defeating George W. Bush. Every Democrat campaign from John Kerry to Obama, from Hillary Clinton to Joe Biden, has received Soros funding. In the latest round of US presidential elections, Soros played the musk of the left yet again, buying 200 radio stations with a reach of 165 million, trying to influence the narrative in favor of Biden against Trump. Actually, Musk is more like the Soros of the right, given that he has taken a leaf out of the latter's political funding book, only for Trump. Fox News described him as running a dark money web of non-profits that bankroll various candidates around the world who align with his agenda. Total wealth channelized through Soros' Open Society Foundation stands at over $32 billion since 1984, as per their own website. That's over 2.5 lakh crores in rupees. Even nationalist America is frustrated. As these headlines through graphics show, Soros has been building an America of his dreams, woke, left, liberal, brick by brick, buying influence, peddling narrative, funding careers, bankrolling campaigns, literally brick by brick, grooming prosecutors, campaign financing Senate races, buying radio stations, populating them with left liberal voices. Now that you understand the mind and the methods, the modus operandi, let's get into some specifics on India. Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju posted an interesting graphic on his social media handle during the ongoing standoff. It shows the web of connections around Soros linking individuals and organizations in a manner that makes one wonder if Soros is a one-man deep state. Look at some of the links. Harsh Mandar worked closely with Sonia Gandhi as part of the National Advisory Council, the extra-constitutional body that was set up during the UPA years to guide Congress's left-leaning policy making. Mandar has been a noted name and face from 2002 Gujarat riots activism to the CAA NRC protests in 2020 in Delhi. Angana Chatterjee's Stanford bio says she has done scholarly work on majoritarian nationalism and gendered violence. Why only majority nationalism? Why not minority separatism? I found an interesting word in her bio, Islamomysia, not Islamophobia. I had to Google to understand. Islamomysia means hatred for Islam against Islamophobia, which merely means fear of Islam. And all this in the context of Kashmir, where Chatterjee has also studied colonialism. And only in India's Kashmir, not Pak-occupied Kashmir. And while on Kashmir, Chatterjee worked closely with Ghulam Nabi Fai, a known ISI agent punished by the US agencies for double-crossing them. And then these highfalutin Stanford and Berkeley campus jokers want us to believe there's no conspiracy. Just jokers. Now you connect the dots. Sonia Gandhi sits on the board of an organization that bets for Kashmir's independence. The ecosystem that feeds the narrative is populated with the likes of Chatterjee, with Ghulam Nabi Fai connections, who weave in a picture of colonialism and Islamomysia in the context of India's role in Kashmir. It is clear that the Gandhis owe an explanation to the nation if they have to come clean. Soros is not a hoax. He is declared an enemy of the state in his country of birth, Hungary. It is intellectual dishonesty to dismiss him as a harmless 94-year-old man. Moving on. That brings me to the Adani issue that's rocking the ongoing winter session of Parliament. What's it about Adani, the corporate group, that the BJP is so strongly defending with the Soros counter? The ruling party cannot claim any exclusive relationship with the Adani group, except for the innuendo of Gujarat connections. Look at these pictures. Gautam Adani with Mamata Banerjee, not a member of the BJP. Karan Adani with Pinarayi Vijayan, definitely not a member of the RSS. Gautam Adani with Sharad Pawar. Gautam Adani with Ashok Gehlot. Gautam Adani with Oomen Chandy. Gautam Adani with Shashi Tharoor. Gautam Adani with Robert Vadra. Definitely not the son-in-law of some RSS pracharak. So what's this overkill about? Simply put, BJP's defense of Adani is part of its doubling down on its rightward swing, just as Rahul Gandhi's batting for a caste census is doubling down on hard left positions of the Congress party. Traditionally, around the world, conservative politics typically lean towards liberal economic policies. Conservative politics is about laissez-faire. It is about letting economic means of production remain in private hands, less of the government in business. Remember Prime Minister Modi's 2014 slogan, minimum government, maximum governance. Maybe more could have been accomplished in that space, but we are talking of the ideological position. Historically, the Congress remained a socialist in the main, with Pandit Nehru starry-eyed about top-down Soviet plan model. Not coincidental that the first political challenge to Nehru came from the conservative libertarian Swatantra Party, which openly spoke for capitalism. Also, not coincidental that once it started dwindling, many of the Swatantra leaders found space in Jan Sangh and its successor, the BJP. Swatantra founder Siraj Gopalachari's grandson is with the BJP, as also Jyotiraditya Scindia, grandson of Rajmata Vijayaraje Scindia. In the last 10 years, under Prime Minister Modi, the BJP has ticked on its three key promises since inception: the Ram Temple in Ayodhya, the Article 370 abrogation in Jammu and Kashmir, and in some measure, the Uniform Civil Code. It is operative in one state and in various stages of rollout in other states ruled by the party. One should see the Waqf Amendment Bill also as part of that doubling down, in line with the anti-appeasement politics that the BJP sees as its raison d'etre. You can connect the hard campaign against illegal immigrants in Jharkhand recently as being a piece with that hardening of its ideological roots. We are seeing a worldwide movement against immigration spearheaded by nationalist forces, as societies grapple with the cultural fracture from unbridled illegal migration. What does it mean for Indian politics? It is good in some ways for the citizen, in the sense that your choices are clear. The political space is clearly divided into two blocks. One led in the main by the Congress, which is about caste census, wealth redistribution, suspicion of capitalism, minority appeasement, soft national security position, compromise with subnationalisms, weak center and stronger federating units, with possible dangerous consequences for national unity. Then there is the BJP-led bloc, which is about a strong national security stance, respect for private capital, a stronger center controlling vibrant but aligned states, and of course Hindu ascendancy. A Hindutva state in a spirit, even if constitutionally we remain secular. There are elements within the Congress, unelectables, those who cannot win a municipal election, who have pushed the Congress into the hard left corner to a degree that Rahul Gandhi, under their influence, does not draw inspiration from his own father Rajiv Gandhi on caste politics anymore. Similarly, within the extended Sangh Parivar, there are elements that continuously push the boundaries on Hindutva. The latest round of temple-mosque disputes, the cow vigilante armies, the Kanwariya route targeting of Muslims are some examples of the extreme Hindu right pulling the BJP further right. There are lessons for both leaderships to not swing the extreme. Under a hard left Congress, the nation can crumble under the weight of sub-nationalisms that it compromises with. Under a hard right BJP, society can become brittle due to the tightness of the grip of the state. Nations and societies pay a heavy price for swinging any extreme. That's the lesson from Syria, our next segment. Half a century-old rule of the House of Assads, the dynasty that ruled Syria with iron fist for 50 years, came to a dramatic end this week, with rebel forces capturing power in Damascus. The ancient nation, some records suggest that Damascus is the oldest inhabited city in the world, was living under a regime that had one sect, the Shia Alawites, ruling with the extended family of Bashar al-Assad controlling all levels of power. In its half a century of rule, the House of Assads faced multiple rebellions, each time brought down with brute force. The latest round of rebellions started in 2011 along with the Arab Spring, and yet again, with the help of Russia this time, was brought under control. What kept things going for Assad was the facade of secularism and the Iran-Russia support system. For a multiplicity of factors, that support system collapsed, leading to a series of events culminating with this week's regime change. Russia is neck-deep in Ukraine war. Iran has been considerably weakened due to its ongoing standoff with Israel, Hamas and Hezbollah completely decimated by the Jewish state over the last 1 year. Bashar al-Assad was evacuated along with his family by Russia just in the nick of time before the rebel forces captured Damascus and now cools his heels in Moscow. Let's look at the players before we understand the implications. Having saved Assad's life, Russia has nuanced its position over the last 1 week. Its focus is now securing its own assets. Russia maintains the Mediterranean base of Tartus and an airbase in Latakia, which it wants to keep operational. Moscow has said that they would do business with anyone who comes to power to secure its assets and make people in the region safe. Israel, which shares a border to its northeast with Syria, swiftly moved to the Golan Heights, captured some of the demilitarized territory it had vacated back in 1967, and has demolished much of the Syrian military infrastructure. Israel saw the Assad regime as a security threat for being a part of the Iranian axis and as a facilitator of logistics between Tehran and its proxies Hezbollah and Hamas. So for the time being, Israel feels it has secured one of its phalanxes in Golan Heights. The United States also sees the development as positive, partly because it secures Israel and in good measure because the Shia power of Iran stands even further compromised vis-à-vis its Sunni allies in West Asia, essentially the Arab world. To the north, Turkey has now got a firm toehold in Syria, having backed Sunni independence forces and anti-Kurdish militias against Assad in the civil war. Syria under Assad was supporting Kurdish forces in southern Turkey, so Erdogan feels he has secured his southern flank from civil strife. In effect, Syria stands divided and fractured, with capital city Damascus in control of the Salafi jihadist force by the name of Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, HTS, and other rebel forces and militias capturing various parts to the east, north, and south. Let's focus on these forces now. Those watching the developments in Syria past week would have heard this name popping up: Abu Muhammad al-Jolani, the head of HTS, which was earlier called Jabhat al-Nusra. Here's a brief history. Al-Jolani was born in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia in 1982 and became part of the Al-Qaeda in early 2000s. Groomed by Islamic State Emir al-Baghdadi, Jolani was made in charge of the Islamic State operations in Syria in 2014. He set base in Idlib town of North Syria and marshaled a Sunni jihadi militia by the name of Jabhat al-Nusra. As the United States went after al-Baghdadi, ultimately eliminating him in 2019, Jolani realized that his IS links were becoming an albatross around his neck. He disengaged himself from his mentor, shifted his allegiance to Al-Qaeda and to Ayman al-Zawahiri, and renamed al-Nusra as Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, HTS, and later even ditched Al-Qaeda. You know why everyone from Israel to USA to Russia to Turkey are ready to do business with Jolani? Because after disowning the baggage of IS and Al-Qaeda, Jolani assured safety of Western interests, promised no terror attacks against them, set up a Salafi Sunni government with Turkish lira as currency, and projects himself as a bulwark against the Shia Iran. Fits the bill for everyone in the region, except for Russia and Iran. Ironic that the US and Israel, whom Jolani had declared as enemies of Islam in his IS avatar, are okay with him now. Under Donald Trump, a war-weary America would be more than willing to co-opt the Jolani regime with its anti-Iran stance for the time being. The geopolitical chessboard of West Asia never refuses to amaze. Apart from the HTS, there are other forces in control now. The Syrian interim government and the Syrian National Army represent the Turkish interests in Syria. They are armed, funded, and more or less commanded by the Turkish armed forces. The SNA control territory in the north of Idlib on the border with Turkey. The Syrian Free Army is an American-backed force that originally operated out of the Al-Taf military base on the Syria-Jordan border. The SFA broke out of their zone to seize the western parts of the Syrian desert from Assad and IS to include Palmyra, and eventually made their way to Damascus. The Autonomous Administration of North and East Syria, otherwise known as Rojava, and their armed wing, the Syrian Democratic Forces, represent the Kurdish interests in Syria, along with the Iraqi Kurdish counterparts. The SDF proved to be the most reliable and effective fighters against Islamic State and enjoy a decent degree of US air and logistical support. The SDF control the eastern part of the Syrian desert to include the Iraqi border, Deir ez-Zor, and the entire northeastern corner of Syria, the Kurdish inhabited areas. In all this, what is there for India? For one, irrespective of his autocratic ways, Assad was a friend of India. His largely secular government meant an oasis of moderation in a radical jihadi desert, and to that extent, loss of a friend is a negative for us. 2. India's energy security flows from the Middle East. Though Syria was not a key energy supplier, the kind of instability the region would go through is generally not good for us. And while talking of energy, do you wonder if it's all about Shia-Sunni axis? No. There's been a plan for a pipeline to carry Saudi and Qatari natural gas to Europe via Turkey. Look at the map. The Syria section was an obstacle because Assad, on one pretext or other, would not let the pipeline be completed. The reason? He obliged his backer Russia, which would sell its gas to Europe without competition from the Arabs. Now with that obstacle gone, expect the pipeline to be completed quickly and for Europe to get an alternative to Russian gas without the need for tankers to ship through the Mediterranean. There's always more than meets the eyes when it comes to geopolitics. Thanks for watching.
आइस बोला था लाने को, लद्दाख चला गया, पूछा फोन पे इतना बिजी क्यों है, तो क्या बोला तू? हाँ, माउंटेन्स वर कॉलिंग।
डॉक्टर जहांगीर उस दिन सनसेट देखने छज्जे पे चढ़ा, टूट गया।
हाँ, तू किसने बोला घर की दीवार पे रॉक क्लाइंबिंग करने को?
सफीना बदतमीजी।
समझ गया। मेरे पास आप दोनों की प्रॉब्लम की मेडिसिन है। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
Asia's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning, viewers. It's 11 a.m. and you're watching Republic TV. Thank you for tuning into India's most watched news channel. And I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar, and our top focus will remain on the Mahayuti's cabinet expansion. We have 30 probable names. We'll get you all the details after a quick check on the headlines. Days after Bengaluru Techie's suicide, alleging harassment by in-laws, police have arrested his wife Nikita Singhania, Nisha Singhania, as well as Anurag Singhania. All of them have been now remanded to judicial custody. BSF foils infiltration attempt by Pakistan. High-grade narcotic substance recovered along with the drone. Maharashtra Cabinet expansion today, oath-taking ceremony in Nagpur at 4 p.m. All eyes are on the big event. UNIS government goes after Sheikh Hasina, levels big charges, says that the ousted Prime Minister was involved in forced disappearances. BJP slams TMC after Firad Hakim's controversial minority will be majority soon statement. First up, viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in from the state of Maharashtra. It seems like Shiv Sena has dialed the BJP, asking the Saffron Party, which has won the lion's share of the seats in the recently concluded assembly elections, to make 12 Shiv Sena MLAs as ministers. This is the demand that Shiv Sena has allegedly placed before the Saffron Party ahead of the Maha cabinet expansion and the oath-taking ceremony at 4 p.m. today. In fact, we have some reactions also coming in. Let's listen in.
शाम को 4 बजे शपथ ग्रहण का प्रोग्राम कार्यक्रम हो जाएगा और इसलिए हम लोग नागपुर में आए हैं। नहीं, इसको चांस मिलेगा। हाँ, 5 लोग 7 लोग नया है, 5 लोग जुना है। अभी शाम को 4 बजे शपथ ग्रहण का प्रोग्राम कार्यक्रम हो जाएगा और इसलिए हम लोग नागपुर में आए हैं। नहीं, इसको चांस मिलेगा। हाँ, 5 लोग 7 लोग नया है, 5 लोग जुना है।
सबसे पहले भारतीय जनता पार्टी को शीर्ष नेतृत्व है, अध्यक्ष हमारे माननीय अमित भाई है, माननीय देवेंद्र जी है, बावनकुड़ी जी, सबका आभार कि मुझे आज मैसेज आया है। मैं एक फ़्लाइट से अभी लैंड हुआ हूँ और हवा में ही मुझे मैसेज मिला कि भाई आपको शपथ लेना है, वोट लेना है। इसके लिए सभी पदाधिकारी उनका तो मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ और आज 4 बजे शपथ लेने के लिए मुझे।
We have Sandeep joining us on the phone line. Sandeep, sources have said that Shiv Sena has, dialed the BJP, seeking 12 MLAs to be made ministers in the upcoming cabinet expansion. Tell us more about these details that are trickling in.
Yes, Deepak, yes, we are getting information regarding the oath ceremony. In fact, the cabinet, what we are hearing is right now around 10 to 12 ministers, in fact, will be given, cabinet berths would be, in fact, given to Eknath Shinde, 8 to 10 to Ajit Pawar, and we have got the names also. I'm breaking the names right now. We have the details: Chandrasekhar Bawankule, Girish Mahajan, Chandrakant Patil, Jay Kumar Rawal, Pankaja Munde, Pankaj Boyer, Radhakrishna VK Patil, Mangal Prabhat Loda, Shivendra Raje Bhosle, Meghna Bordikar are from Bharatiya Janata Party, who would be taking oath as the cabinet minister. As far as the Shinde Sena is concerned, Sanjay Shirsat, Uday Samant, Shambhuraji Desai, Gulabrao Patil, Bharat Gogavle, Sanjay Rathod, Ashish Jaiswal, Pratap Sarnaik, Yogesh Kradam, Prakash Ambedkar. So these are the 2 to 3 new faces have been included in Shinde Sena, who would be in fact given charge as the cabinet. But apart from that, Chhagan Bhujbal, Aditi Tatkare, Narhari Jhirwal, Babasaheb Patil, Hassan Mushrif, Datta Bharne, Anil Patil. So these are the people who would be taking charge from Nationalist Congress Party's Ajit Pawar camp today. So definitely 4 p.m. is the timing at around which the oath ceremony would take place. In fact, the family members of these MLAs have also arrived at Nagpur. We are getting information that maximum hotels, 5-star hotels, have also been booked, as a lot of people have arrived at Nagpur to witness the oath ceremony of this Mahayuti government.
Also, Sandeep, take us through the details about the plum portfolios, because a lot of discussion is being done on urban development, revenue, as well as the home department. Tell us about the demands of each of these alliance partners and who could probably get these plum portfolios.
See, as of now, it is not yet clear, Deepak. It would be, very early to talk about who is getting what, because what we have been told by our sources in the Bharatiya Janata Party, even they are not aware what portfolio they are getting. They have been just called, they have been dialed by the senior leadership of Bharatiya Janata Party and been told that they have to just take oath as a cabinet minister. So which portfolio they are getting is something that is still a mystery, but ultimately it will get clear in about 2 to 3 hours. After that, it will be very clear.
But yes, it was said that Eknath Shinde was unhappy with the Home Ministry going with Devendra Fadnavis. But ultimately, what is the backstory and the behind story of this very controversy is that it is not just the Home Ministry, but what we are hearing is Bharatiya Janata Party also is not willing to give urban development. That is one of the key portfolio that was also handled by Eknath Shinde in the past. So even Bharatiya Janata Party is not willing to leave that very kind of a portfolio. So ultimately, there are multiple such portfolios over which there are dispute. But how many portfolios and what would be the plump portfolios that would be given to Eknath Shinde or Ajit Pawar is something that will be clear by 4 p.m. today.
Right, Sandeep, many thanks for joining me with those exclusive details that only Republic TV has accessed. We'll wait and watch as to what will happen ahead of the cabinet expansion, whether there will be some announcement made on the portfolios that will be allocated among the Mahayuti partners. But it's time for us to move on and shift our focus to West Bengal, because Mamata Banerjee's minister Firhad Hakim has made a controversial statement. After Humayun Kabir said that a Babri Masjid will be built in West Bengal, we have Firhad Hakim coming out and saying that we are 33% population in West Bengal, 17% overall across India, but soon that minority status will turn to majority, and there will come a time when we will not have to hold candlelight marches demanding justice. Look at this brazen reaction coming in from Firhad Hakim, who has been called out by the BJP for his statements as very divisive and polarizing.
सब सुमित राय साहब देते। हम एक ऐसे कौम से हैं जो कौम बंगाल में तो हम 33% हैं, मगर हिंदुस्तान में भी हम सिर्फ 17% है और हमें माइनॉरिटी कम्युनिटी कहा जाता है। मगर हम अपने आप को माइनॉरिटी नहीं सोचते हैं, हम सोचते हैं अगर अल्लाह की रहमत है हमारे ऊपर, अगर तालीम हमारे साथ है, तो हम एक दिन मेजॉरिटी से भी मेजॉरिटी हो सकते हैं और हम अपने अल्लाह की ये मेहरबानी होगी जो हम अपने ताकत से ये हासिल करते हैं। हमारे कौम बहुत सारे जगह हम देखते हैं, कुछ भी होता है तो मोमबत्ती भी छील करते हैं। वी वांट जस्टिस, वी वांट जस्टिस। हम कहते हैं मिছিল करके जस्टिस मांगने से नहीं होगा, अपने औकात, अपने रुतबा ऐसे जगह पर बात जो तुम खुद जस्टिस देने के लायक होगे, जस्टिस मांगोगे नहीं, जस्टिस दोगे।
Well, that was the brazen comment made by Mamata's minister Firhad Hakim. I'm being joined by Ridhita from our Kolkata newsroom. Ridhita, this is what the BJP claims as a bid to polarize and divide and rule the society. Tell us more about these statements coming in. First, it was the statement on establishing Babri Masjid in Bengal. Now, it's about overturning the minority to majority status.
Correct, Deepak. So it is just not Humayun Kabir here. It is just not Humayun Kabir, but also now we are hearing from Firhad Hakim, who is stating that the minority status will soon be a majority status, and this is not for the first time that Firhad Hakim has made such statement. But also earlier in July, we have heard him saying that it is a regret. He has expressed his regret that people who are not born in an Islam family, it is very unfortunate for them, and it is a back-to-back sequence of Mamata's ministers stating such comments, and Mamata Banerjee is quite deaf and dumb about it. She has no reaction to it. We have also earlier heard Sadiqullah Chaudhary stating that half of South Kolkata belongs to the Waqf property, and Mamata Banerjee was also quiet on that matter, and now BJP has started to question it, and we have heard from Shukanto Mojumdar on his tweet yesterday that he has questioned Mamata Banerjee's anti-India mindset and has called that she is an hypocrite leader. So this is quite understandable that at this situation where West Bengal itself is in a demographic imbalance, where we are seeing half of the slums of West Bengal, Kolkata, are being filled by Islam population, and also there is a influx of illegal immigration that we see in West Bengal every day. So in standing in such condition where the Islam population is rising every day, the illegal immigration, the population is rising every day in West Bengal, such comments coming from leaders, or rather the mayor of the city makes it to it is making it an encouragement for more influx of illegal immigration in the state, or the rise of Islam population. Back to you.
Right, Aditya, many thanks for joining me with those details. Now let's listen into what the BJP has to say, because the BJP clearly has hit out at the mindset of TMC and its ministers. Listen in.
टीएमसी नेता हुमायूं कबीर के बाबरी मस्जिद को फिर से तामीर करेंगे इस फैसले के बाद अब फिराद हकीम जो ममता बनर्जी के करीबी माने जाते हैं वो कहते हैं कि बहुत जल्द हम वेस्ट बंगाल को मुस्लिम मेजॉरिटी बना देंगे, हम माइनॉरिटी से मेजॉरिटी बन जाएंगे, और जब माइनॉरिटी से मेजॉरिटी बन जाएंगे तब जस्टिस लेना नहीं जस्टिस देने की स्थिति में पहुंच जाएंगे। जस्टिस देने की बात हमने तो देखा है कि तालिबानी स्टाइल जस्टिस कैसे चोपड़ा में दिया गया, एक महिला को सरेआम तालिबानी स्टाइल पीट कर, और वहाँ के विधायक ने उसको जस्टिफाई भी किया। यही मानसिकता है कि अपनी आबादी बढ़ाने के लिए वो रोहिंग्याओं का, बांग्लादेशियों का और जो घुसपैठी है उनका एक प्रकार से प्रोत्साहन कर रहे हैं। खुलेआम सरेआम कह रहे हैं कि हम एक कम्युनिटी का इस प्रकार से जो है पॉपुलेशन बढ़ाने का काम करेंगे ताकि मेजॉरिटी बन जाए। ये डेंजरस ट्रेंड है। टीएमसी का मतलब तालिबानी मानसिकता और कल्चर है, ये इसका सीधा सीधा प्रमाण है। इस प्रकार के आह्वान और इस प्रकार के कॉल का एक ही मकसद है कि किसी प्रकार से डेमोग्राफिक चेंज इस प्रकार से करा दो कि देश का संविधान नहीं बल्कि एक अलग व्यवस्था जो हमने चोपड़ा में देखी वो लागू हो जाए। ये बहुत ही सिनिस्टर और डेंजरस कॉल है और भारत के डेमोग्राफिक स्ट्रक्चर को बदलने की बात है।
संख्यागरिष्ठ होले संविधान चलबे ना, संख्यागरिष्ठ होले बांग्लादेश, आफगानिस्ताने, पाकिस्ताने जा होच्छे ताई होच्छे। যখন 50% পেরিয়ে যায় ওরা, তখন তো সংবিধান চলে না, তখন মুসলিম পার্সোনাল ল বোর্ডের যে আইন আছে সেটাকে চালু করা হয়। উনার কথাবার্তা খুব ভয়ঙ্কর, সংবিধানকে হাতে নিয়ে এদের লাজ লজ্জা নেই।
কলকাতার মহানগরী রাজ্যের মন্ত্রী, তৃণমূলের বড় নেতা, পারলে প্রায় 2-3 নম্বর, তাদের মুখে না জেনে না বুঝে অবৈজ্ঞানিকভাবে কথা বলা। পপুলেশন ইজ এ সায়েন্স। একটা সময় ছিল যখন সব মিলিয়ে পপুলেশন গ্রোথটা অনেক বেশি ছিল, এখন কমছে। বেঠিক কথা বলছে, এবং একটা নেতা মন্ত্রী মেয়র যদি এরকম বেঠিক কথা বলেন মেরুকরণের রাজনীতির জন্য, তাতে আরএসএস খুশি হবে, হয়তো মমতা ব্যানার্জিও খুশি হতে পারেন, আমি জানি না, কিন্তু মানুষকে বিভ্রান্ত করা হবে।
Now viewers, even as these divisive comments are coming to the fore with each and every passing day, now Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath on the other hand has said there should be no distinction between minority or majority, and instead there should be a uniform law for every citizen. He also criticized the Congress party for undermining the constitution, accusing them of trying to suppress the nation's legacy while also questioning what was wrong with raising the voice of the majority population. Listen in to Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister.
इलाहाबाद उच्च न्यायालय के एक माननीय न्यायमूर्ति ने एक बात कही, उन्होंने कहा समान नागरिक संहिता तो होनी चाहिए, और दुनिया के अंदर तो बहुसंख्यक समाज की भावनाओं का सम्मान हर हाल में होती है। अगर दुनिया में होती है तो भारत में अगर बहुसंख्यक समाज के हितों की चर्चा कोई कर ले, उस सच्चाई को कोई बोलता है, कौन सा अपराध हो गया? आपने देखा होगा इन लोगों ने राज्यसभा में माननीय न्यायमूर्ति के खिलाफ भी महाभियोग की नोटिस दी है। ये है, और ये अपने को लोकतांत्रिक कहते हैं, ये अपने को लोकतंत्रवादी कहते हैं। संविधान की पुस्तक साथ में लेकर के चलते हैं। तनिक भी शर्म नहीं है इन लोगों को। ये संविधान का गला घोंटने वाले लोग हैं। यानी समान नागरिक कानून देश के अंदर नहीं होना चाहिए क्या? दुनिया के अंदर बहुसंख्यक समाज जो कहता है व्यवस्था वैसे संचालित होती है, और भारत तो कह रहा है कि साहब भारत के अंदर अल्पसंख्यक और बहुसंख्यक का भेद समाप्त होना चाहिए, सब लोगों पर एक समान कानून लागू होना चाहिए। उल्टा हो रहा है, बहुसंख्यक समाज कह रहा है कि साहब बहुसंख्यक अल्पसंख्यक का भेद समाप्त होना चाहिए, लेकिन ये लोग धौंस देंगे, क्योंकि पुरानी आदत है संविधान का गला घोंट करके देश की व्यवस्था को संचालित करने की, जबरन अपने दम पर।
Well, that was Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister there advocating for uniform civil code, saying that there shouldn't be a distinction between the minority and the majority communities. Everybody is equal and they must follow one law in this particular nation. And moving on, Eric Garcetti, the ambassador, US ambassador to India, has also made some strong statements over the ongoing condition and the state of affairs in Bangladesh, especially with respect to atrocities against Hindus and other religious minorities in Dhaka. He has reaffirmed US's commitment to safeguarding religious minorities worldwide, and Garcetti emphasized that protecting religious minorities is very, very essential for both democracy as well as global peace, regardless of the country they reside in. Listen in.
We've been very clear that around the world, religious minorities must be protected, no matter what country they live in. And that's a cornerstone, not only of democracy, but of peace in the world. And so we're working very closely, as we always have, in South Asia and Bangladesh, here in India, to make sure that those voices are never excluded. And we would hope that would continue.
Well, my colleague Gesu Bharadwaj is joining me live from the newsroom. Gesu, a very good morning to you. In Bangladesh, we have Hindus being suppressed, their rights being snatched away, monks being arrested, protests being quelled, and on the other hand, we have Bangladesh led by Yunus completely denying these charges, that saying that no, minorities are not being oppressed here or suppressed here. And amidst all of this, the pressure continues to mount on the interim government in Bangladesh from the US, as well as protests breaking out in the United Kingdom. And now Eric Garcetti also saying that US will fight and also safeguard the rights of the minorities in Bangladesh and worldwide as well. How do you see this?
Right, Deepak. In fact, you're right. US Ambassador to India, Eric Garcetti, has come down strong. He's come out heavily on Bangladesh's interim government led by Yunus. And he has said that minorities, despite of which country they actually belong to, should be protected worldwide. He, in fact, also took a jab, a very strong hit at Bangladesh's democratic setup, where he said that no democracy can exist without peace. And where minorities are not protected, that country cannot be democratic. So these are some really strong statements that he has made. And remember, this comes at the backdrop of Hindu seers continuing to remain behind bars in Bangladesh despite the global chorus rising for their freedom. And they have been put behind bars over sedition charges, which the government has not been able to prove as of yet. And their condition is also continues to remain unknown. In fact, even in Bangladesh, Hindu minorities, even common people, they're being murdered, maimed, and also looted. So these are the things that are panning out in Bangladesh, and this statement from the US Ambassador to India, Eric Garcetti, while he was in Dhaka, makes a strong impact. Deepak.
Right, Gesu, thank you for joining me with those insights. It's time for us to shift our focus on the other top stories that we are tracking. Amidst the ongoing tensions in Syria, 6 more Indians have been repatriated. They have been brought back safely, and upon arriving in the national capital, Indian nationals thanked Prime Minister Modi for his efforts to bring them back home.
हार्ट बीटिंग जो था एकदम अनकंट्रोल था पूरी तरीके से। अब जाके लगता है सुकून का नींद आएगा आज से, क्या कि लगभग 5 जी
भारत सरकार ने मदद अच्छी की है।
जी सब लोगों के लिए अच्छी मदद की है। 75 लोग को निकालना बहुत बड़ी बात है।
Cabinet expansion of Mahayuti is slated to take place today, with new ministers taking oath at a ceremony in Nagpur. According to reports, 30 to 32 ministers are likely to take oath in the ceremony. Devendra Fadnavis took oath as the chief minister, while Eknath Shinde and Ajit Pawar have taken oath as his deputies. At a grand ceremony on December 5th, all eyes will be on who will get which portfolio in the Mahayuti Cabinet 2.0. In the aftermath of the violence that erupted in Sambhal on November 24th, the local police have intensified efforts to capture the absconding rioters. So far, 40 individuals involved in the violence have been arrested and sent to jail. To apprehend the remaining accused, the police have decided to form a special team and have also announced a reward for information on the absconding rioters. A 34-year-old police officer from Bengaluru took the extreme step on Saturday night, leaving behind a suicide note accusing his wife and father-in-law of harassment. According to reports, the officer jumped in front of a train at Bayapnalli railway station. With that, viewers, it's time for a quick break. On the other side, we'll tell you more about the 3 accused who have been arrested by the Bengaluru police in Atul Subhash's suicide case probe. We'll get you all the details. Stay tuned.
आइस बोला था लाने को, लद्दाख चला गया। पूछा फोन पे इतना बिजी क्यों है, तो क्या बोला तू? हाँ, माउंटेन्स वर कॉलिंग।
डॉक्टर जहांगीर उस दिन सनसेट देखने छज्जे पे चढ़ा, टूट गया।
हाँ, तू किसने बोला घर की दीवार पे रॉक क्लाइंबिंग करने को?
सफीना बदतमीजी।
समझ गया। मेरे पास आप दोनों की प्रॉब्लम की मेडिसिन है। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
Received order copy from the High Court only. Despite receiving the order copy, they did not release. Now you should question the government and the department why they have not released the accused. High Court order is very specific that forthwith the moment you receive the order, you have to release an essay. Despite clear order, they did not release. Now they have to answer. Unnadandi. That is.
Welcome back, viewers. Now locked since 1978, since communal riots broke out in Sambhal. During the anti-encroachment drive recently, the teams found and unearthed a Shiva as well as a Hanuman Mandir. And this particular Shiva Mandir was reopened after 46 long years. And today, this morning, the first puja was also performed there. Here's a report.
In a historic move, a temple in Uttar Pradesh, Sambhal, reopened after 46 years. A Shiv temple was reopened after 46 years in the Khagusarai area in Uttar Pradesh, Sambhal. The decades-old temple, currently in shambles and being encroached upon, has remained closed since 1978. The discovery of temple came while the city administration along with UP police was conducting a drive against anti-encroachment and power theft.
ये जब हम बिजली चोरी की घटनाएं बहुत ज्यादा थी, यहाँ पे लोग एंटर नहीं करते थे, इसलिए हम यहाँ पे आए और आने पर जब देखा तो यहाँ पे एक मंदिर है एनक्रोच्ड मिला जिसको हम साफ करवा रहे हैं। दूसरा ये जो कुआं था उसके ऊपर रैंप बना रखा था, तो किसी ने बताया कि इसके नीचे रैंप, हमें पता नहीं चला, लेकिन एक व्यक्ति धीरे से आए और हमें बता के गए, तो हमने इसको रैंप को जब हटाया तो नीचे कुआं निकला।
According to officials, there were some inputs about the temple area being encroached upon by residents. Vishnu Sharan Rastogi, the patron of Nagar Hindu Sabha, said the temple has been reopened after 1978. Officials also said there were some Hindu families who used to reside in the area but left due to some reasons.
यहाँ देवों में शिव परिवार एवं ये हमारा हनुमान जी की प्रतिमा है और इसकी साफ सफाई की जा रही है और देखा जा रहा है कि किन स्थिति में ये हुआ है। एक लंबे समय से बंद होने की जानकारी हुई है और ये बताया गया कि कुछ हिंदू परिवार यहाँ रहता था जो किन्हीं कारणों से यहाँ पलायन कर गया है।
The temple discovery in Sambhal assumed significance in the light of recent controversy and violent clashes between Sambhal locals and the police over a court-ordered ASI survey of the city's Jama Masjid, a Mughal-era mosque.
On that note, we'll slip into a short break now, but more news and updates on the Maharashtra Cabinet expansion will follow after a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
उस दिन सनसेट देखने छज्जे पे चढ़ा, टूट गया।
हाँ, तो किसने बोला घर की दीवार पे रॉक क्लाइंबिंग करने को?
सफीना बदतमीजी।
समझ गया। मेरे पास आप दोनों की प्रॉब्लम की मेडिसिन है। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
the 106 amendments made till date, over 80 amendments have been made by the Congress party, including the 42nd amendment. Should the word secular be removed from the Constitution?
For two reasons, not just secular and socialist both
should be removed.
The Constitution's substantive provisions inspire people to run the country on the basic structure of the Constitution, which is already embodied. You don't need loose expressions in the preamble. That the Constitution is a statement of a historical fact. The people of India gave to ourselves this Constitution. It was a statement of a historical fact. In fact, there is no business changing the preamble. And you have seen, history has proved, these words have not served any good purpose.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj, and the BJP-led Maharashtra government is all set for a cabinet expansion. The new ministers, in fact, will take their oaths later today in Nagpur. We're tracking this and a lot more for you, but first the headlines. Days after Bengaluru Techie's death by suicide, his wife and in-laws sent to 14 days judicial custody. BSF foils infiltration attempt by Pakistan. High-grade narcotic substance seized. Maharashtra Cabinet expansion to take place today. Oath-taking ceremony in Nagpur at 4 p.m. Yunus government levels big charges. Hasina state against Hasina. Hasina involved in forced disappearance. BJP slams TMC after Firhad Hakim's controversial minority will be majority soon statement. Viewers, in the latest for this bulletin, the Sambhal administration on Friday reopened a temple locked since the 1978 following communal riots in the town. Officials said the temple, a stone's throw from the Shahi Jama Masjid, was opened after authorities stumbled on it during an anti-encroachment drive. The Bhasma Shankar temple houses an idol of Lord Hanuman and a shivling. The temple had remained locked since 1978 after the communal riots that led to the displacement of the local Hindu community from the area. We have Lomas joining us live from Ground Zero. Lomas, tell us more about this. We know that the authorities found this during an anti-encroachment and anti-electricity gaffed drive in the area, and the local Hindu community has also been driven away from the area. Get us more on the story. Right. I think there are some network issues with the reporter, but these are the visuals from Sambhal, where an old Hindu temple has been unearthed by authorities. This came yesterday while the authorities were carrying out an anti-encroachment and an anti-electricity gaffed drive. In fact, during their drive, there was a well that was found covered, and after the authorities started to dig in, they found idols of Hanuman and a shivling inside the temple. In fact, the Hindu community has also been displaced from the area years ago. This temple, the encroached temple, has been found just at stone's throw away from the Shahi Jama Masjid. We're being joined by my colleague, the reporter, who's the displacement of the local Hindu community. In fact, the DM of Sambhal has also spoken to media, where he said that he will get in touch with the Hindu community that was displaced from this area, because the temple will continue to belong to the Hindu community and the land cannot be given away to just anybody. Now remember, the temple had remained locked
शुरू की गई और उसकी तस्वीरें आप देखेंगे, मंदिर के अंदर हो मंदिर के बाहर हो, आपको भक्ति भक्त यहाँ पर नजर आ जाएंगे। रुद्राभिषेक अभी कुछ मिनट पहले अंदर हुआ, लेकिन किस तरीके से मंदिर को ढका गया, सबसे पहले उसकी तस्वीरें दिखा दें। आप ये देखिए, ये जो कच्चा प्लास्टर आप देख रहे हैं, इसको एक दीवार यहाँ पर खड़ी कर दी गई थी और एक छोटा सा रास्ता दिया गया था जाने के लिए, लेकिन मंदिर के ऊपर आप ये शिला देखेंगे जो साफ तौर पर स्पष्ट कर रहा है कि कितना पुराना ये मंदिर था, लेकिन बोरियों से इसको ढका गया, इसकी पहचान को छुपाने की कोशिश की गई। लेकिन अब जब प्रशासन ने ये मंदिर खोल दिया है, तो मंदिर के बाहर की आप तस्वीर देखिए। आप ये देखेंगे, किसी भी मंदिर में जब हम जाते हैं तो किस तरीके से दिए रखने के लिए आले बना दिए जाते हैं, ठीक उसी तरीके की तस्वीर आपको यहाँ पर नजर आ जाएगी। आप ये देखिए, आले यहाँ पर बनाए गए थे, दरवाजा है मंदिर के अंदर जाने का, ऊपर आपको शिला साफ तौर पर नजर आएगी। लेकिन अब जब प्रशासन ने ये मंदिर लोगों के लिए ओपन किया है, तो लोग पूजा अर्चना करने यहाँ पर पहुंच रहे हैं। कल आपने खुद देखा कि सीओ या एडिशनल एसपीओ हर कोई यहाँ पर पहुंचा था, उन्होंने खुद मंदिर साफ किया। सर, पूजा अर्चना की आप लोगों ने अंदर जाकर?
कल ही सर, कल ही।
कैसा अनुभव रहा?
बहुत अच्छा है।
कहाँ, यही लोकल रहने वाले हैं?
हाँ जी, वहाँ गए यादनगर के रहने वाले।
अच्छा, आपको पता था कि यहाँ पे मंदिर है?
नहीं पता था साहब, ये तो प्रशासन की बहुत अच्छा काम किया प्रशासन ने, जो
अभी शामिल थे अंदर रुद्राभिषेक में।
जी,
कैसा अनुभव रहा?
बहुत अच्छा लगा।
40 साल बाद आप
40 साल बाद खुला, बहुत अच्छा रहा, हमें बहुत खुशी हुई है।
कहाँ से आए आप?
यादनगर से।
विराटनगर से है, तो आसपास की जितने भी कॉलोनीज है वहाँ के लोग भी अब यहाँ पर पहुँचे हैं और अंदर जाएंगे। देखिए आपको तस्वीरें मैं दिखाता चलूँ, तमाम जो पुजारी हैं, पंडित हैं, वो यहाँ पर आपको साफ तौर पर नजर आएंगे। आप लोगों ने रुद्राभिषेक किया अंदर?
अभी पंचामृत एवं रुद्राभिषेक कराया भोलेनाथ के, और सभी श्रद्धालुओं के साथ में बहुत ही अच्छा रुद्राभिषेक किया गया है। और आचार्य द्वारा, आचार्य श्री वैभव शुक्ला द्वारा, और आचार्य अंदर हैं एक जो बहजोई का आचार्य डीएम साहब के द्वारा रखे गए हैं।
कैसा अनुभव रहा, क्योंकि 40 साल से मंदिर बंद पड़ा था?
बहुत ही भावपूर्ण अनुभव है, इसको हम शब्दों में बयान नहीं कर सकते, ये केवल भक्ति मार्ग पर ही बयान हो सकता है।
शक्ति महसूस हुई जब आप रुद्राभिषेक कर रहे थे, मंत्रोच्चारण चल रहा था?
महादेव की भक्ति में शक्ति तो है ही, ये तो महसूस होगी ही। अब सुबह से निरंतर जलाभिषेक चल रहा है, इसमें कोई वो नहीं है, और आगे भी ऐसे ही चलते रहेंगे, रुद्राभिषेक डेली चलते रहेंगे।
The Hindu temple was unearthed yesterday in the evening. The drive was started during an anti-encroachment and an anti-electricity graft drive in Sambhal. In fact, the district administration has also said that the temple will be retained and it will be resurrected. In fact, the Hindu community that was displaced from the area is also, the administration is also trying to get in contact with them to understand to understand why were they displaced to begin with. The idols in the temple, a Shivling and a Hanuman idol, have remained intact. In fact, the temple has opened after yesteryears, and multiple people showed up. Multiple people showed up to perform prayers and puja in the temple. In a major security breakthrough, the BSF foiled the first Pakistani drone infiltration attempt of 2024 in the Arnia sector of Jammu. Republic now brings you these exclusive visuals. The BSF recovered a Pakistani drone which was carrying 500 grams of narcotics. Following the recovery, a massive search operation has been launched in the area to trace any further threats or contraband related to the case. This comes as a big breakthrough for the BSF. My colleague Simran will get you more. My colleague Gursimran will get you more on the story.
See, this is a big success for the Border Security Force. Right now, we are in the Chinaz border outpost where the brave hearts of the BSF has foiled this attempt, and now the senior officials, including the DIG BSF Jammu sector, has also arrived here at the forward location where this big achievement has been done, because a Pakistani drone that was trying to infiltrate into the Indian territory has been brought down. And this is the drone that has been brought down, and you have to see that how the Pakistan is trying to mechanize things, because this drone, they also have this drop mechanism fitted with this, so that they can drop the narcotics, 500 gram of the drugs, methamphetamine, which is a ice drug commonly known as, that was being pushed into the Indian territory, but that has been brought down by the BSF, and this is the narcotics that has been recovered by the alert troops of the BSF. This is very important because this is the first major attempt of the infiltrating a drone into the Indian territory along with the narcotics this year, because a couple of days ago when we spoke to the IG Jammu Frontier, he said that this year has been so far peaceful as no attempt has been successful due to the anti-drone mechanism that has been put in place. But this time an attempt was made, though the alert troops of the BSF late last night thwarted this attempt and now led to recovery of this drone with a localized mechanism. See how the Pakistan is engineering these drones. This is a DJI Mavic Air 3 drone which is commonly used for the surveillance or the videography by the photographers. But this has been mechanized in such a manner that this has a release mechanism that has been put in place, so that they can watch also, and also they can release the consignment of the narcotics or weapons along with this. So these are the visuals from the border outpost Chinaz in the Arnia sector, where a big success has come for the security forces as they have been managed to brought down this drone. And these are the officials of the senior officials of the BSF, including the DIG Jammu sector, that has arrived at the spot, and the team of the officers that made the recovery. These brave hearts are from the BSF that ensure that the attempt of the Pakistan is foiled well within the time. Because what is happening that from the Punjab frontier now to the Jammu sector, what the Pakistan is doing, they are pushing the narcotics into the Indian territory. Because in Punjab, every single day their attempt is being foiled. Now they have started infiltrating these drones into the Indian territory so that they can destabilize and also they can destroy the youth of Jammu and Kashmir. But these brave hearts of the BSF has foiled the attempt, and now this drone along with the narcotics has been recovered.
The BSF has foiled the attempt by Pakistani infiltrators. They nabbed a drone, a high-technology drone used for surveillance, which comes equipped with a camera and even a mic. And also narcotics. We're being joined by my colleague Gursimran from Ground Zero to get us the updates. Gursimran, when was this attempt foiled exactly? And now that you've also told us that this is the first one for the year 2024, what is the security situation like, and what are the next steps that the BSF is looking to take in this case?
Evening, when this drone came from the Pakistani side, though it was intercepted timely and brought down by the alert troops of the BSF, and as we speak, the senior officers of the BSF are on the ground. They have gone to the forward area to visit the place where this incident has been reported, and it is expected that this will have police will be registering an FIR in a short while from now, after which this recovery will be handed over to the Jammu and Kashmir police. But the coordinates of this drone will help the security forces to trace out the place of origin and also the methamphetamine crystals, so that is the ice drugs that has been recovered. That is also going to be worked upon by the security forces, because it is for the first time in the Jammu international border that this trend of the narcotics of ice drugs being pushed into Indian territory, that is being done from across the border, because it has been seen in the past from the Pakistan, but now it is in the Jammu sector where we are witnessing the same.
Right, thank you so much, Gursimran. We will keep on to this story and the security updates, but for now it's time to move on. Circling back to the Constitution Debate Day 2, opposition has reacted fiercely to Prime Minister's Loksabha address. The opposition attacked Prime Minister Modi and BJP over his response to the Constitution Debate. Take a look at this. Newly elected Congress MP Priyanka Gandhi felt like she's attending a boring lecture in school while PM was delivering his fiery speech.
प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक नई चीज नहीं बोली, वॉर कर दिया पूरी तरह से। मुझे बहुत दशकों बाद ये एहसास हुआ कि मैं वो जो स्कूल में जो मैथ का डबल पीरियड होता था ना, कि मैं उसमें बैठी हूँ। तो मेरे लिए तो एक नया एहसास था। मैंने सोचा था प्रधानमंत्री जी कुछ नया बोलेंगे, कुछ अच्छा बोलेंगे। उनके खोखले 11 संकल्प, अगर भ्रष्टाचार के प्रति जीरो टॉलरेंस है तो अडानी पे बहस तो करो।
Not only this, SP chief takes a jibe on PM Modi on his 11 promises that he made in Lok Sabha.
देखिए, बहुत लंबा भाषण था और आपसे बेहतर कौन जानता होगा जुमले से किसको जाना जाता था। आज हम लोगों को 11 जुमलों का संकल्प सुनने को मिला। 15 लाख जुमला था, किसान की आय दोगुनी होगी वो जुमला था।
TMC also joined the lobby to attack PM Modi on his Constitution Day speech.
परिवार तंत्र, परिवारवाद, ये सब उन्होंने बोल सकते हैं, बट कांग्रेस was the main strength to fight against the British government. The angle Prime Minister has floated today is not up to the mark.
Meanwhile, BJP leader tears into Congress as Union Minister Sukanta Majumdar says that Rahul's speech was written by communists.
राहुल गांधी जी का भाषण, आज जो भाषण था, ये मैं दावे के साथ कह सकता हूँ कि ये कोई कम्युनिस्ट का लिखा हुआ भाषण है। कांग्रेस कभी अपने आप को राष्ट्रवादी दल के रूप से सबके सामने कांग्रेस आती थी, लेकिन जिस तरीके से आज राहुल जी का भाषण था, ये भाषण संविधान को ना मानने का भाषण था। और जिस तरीके से प्रधानमंत्री जी ने धोया, बहुत ज़बरदस्त तरीके से धोया।
After PM Modi racked up emergency episode in Lok Sabha, other BJP leaders also weighed in and took a jibe on Congress.
आपातकाल देश की संवैधानिक यात्रा का सबसे काला अध्याय है। अपनी कुर्सी बचाने के लिए लोगों के अधिकार छीने गए, विपक्षी नेताओं को जेल में बंद किया गया, सेंसर लगाया गया और जुडिशरी जजेस को सुपरसीड किया गया।
Meanwhile, NDA allies also backed PM Modi.
प्रधानमंत्री जी ने विस्तार से कांग्रेस पार्टी को आईना दिखाया है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी ने आज़ादी के बाद से आज तक, जब तक शासन में वो रहे, किस तरह संविधान की उन्होंने धज्जियां उड़ाई। संविधान के प्रति उनका कोई मान नहीं है।
Days after Bengaluru Techie's death by suicide, his wife and in-laws have been sent to 14 days judicial custody. We'll track this and a lot more right after this short break. Keep watching Republic TV.
The ICC top brass is likely to finalize the hybrid model formalities for the ICC Champions Trophy during a virtual meeting with Pakistan Cricket Board Chief Mohsin Naqvi on Saturday. It has been agreed in principle that neither India nor Pakistan will travel to each other's country for ICC events that are being hosted by either of the two nations. This agreement means that India and Pakistan will play in Dubai during the 2025 Champions Trophy, which is slated to be held from February 19th to March 9th. There's a virtual meeting which ICC Chairman Jay Shah will join from Brisbane. It is expected that the ICC will make an official announcement after that, an ICC official told news agency PTI. This signals a potential end of what has been a long-running saga that started when the BCCI refused to send the Indian team to Pakistan over safety and security concerns. Pakistan had initially stated a total opposition to the hybrid model and said that they would only accept the entire tournament being hosted in Pakistan, as was agreed upon with the ICC at first. However, a key meeting in the end of November made clear that the PCB's hardline stance would not fly, as most ICC members were siding with the BCCI's demand for a hybrid model. This led to the PCB to make a list of new demands. They asked for a better financial package from the ICC and also that India play a tri-series with them with a third nation in a neutral venue, and also that a similar hybrid model be employed for them when India hosts an ICC tournament. The tri-series idea was rejected outright by both the ICC and the BCCI, but the hybrid model idea has been agreed to in principle, although there is no written confirmation from the BCCI of the same.
Thousands of political leaders in Baloch, activists, doctors, lawyers, students and teachers have gone missing in Balochistan, sparking years of protests by their families. These protests continue to demand the return of their loved ones. The protesters have hit the streets, suggesting that the more these families are targeted, the fiercer will their protests become. In fact, the latest protest has been fronted by Maharang Baloch, a Baloch activist, after she called for immediate action to be taken following the disappearance of Fareed Ahmed, a teacher from the Nushki region in Balochistan. We have reactions on the story. Take a look.
My brother Duda Ilahi and her friends Kamshad Baloch, Muzammil Baloch, Mehraj Shad and Ismail Ibrahim were disappeared from Karachi last night. I respectfully request your support in demanding their safe return and justice. Today, 6 p.m. to 12 a.m. will be launching a campaign to raise awareness about their disappearance and advocate for their release. Kindly join us.
We're also being joined by my colleague Gursimran, who will get us more on the story. Gursimran, tell us more about this. What is this haywire situation? Why are people getting lost in a blip, and their loved ones have been protesting for years now, but nothing has come out? Tell us more.
See, Farid is the name which is in the long list of thousands and thousands of the Baluch people who have gone missing, be it the social right activists or the Baluch people who have ever spoken against the establishment of the Pakistan, the federal government of Pakistan, or the Pakistani army, Pakistani ISI, Pakistani agencies. They have met the same fate over years in the Baluchistan, because forced disappearance has been one of the key issues for which for the rights for the return of these disappearances. The Baluch people have been on the roads. Even they have approached the Supreme Court of Pakistan. There have been several directions from the High Court of Baluchistan as well as Supreme Court of Baluchistan for the government of Pakistan to initiate a probe. But nothing has been done on ground, because this is what the establishment in Pakistan has done, because they know that the people of Baluchistan, they has always been demanding the independence from the Pakistan, and if these activists are continued to be free on the run to speak against Pakistan, it will mount trouble for the Pakistan on international platform as well. And that's why thousands and thousands like Farid Khan, the teachers, the social activists, there are many children who have not seen their parents for decades now, because they have been subjected to the forced disappearance and atrocities by the Pakistani system that is in place. And now we have seen Mehran Baluch and other activists, they are coming out in open demanding that there needs to be a voice that should be raised in Pakistan and that should go to the international community, that the Baluch community will not face or will not tolerate this anymore. And it is a high time for the international community to mount pressure on the Pakistan to release these prisoners that have disappeared in the last one and a half decade in Pakistan.
Right, Gursimran, thank you so much. We will keep tracking the story with you. Thousands of people, including teachers, political figures, have gone missing, and activists in Balochistan. In fact, the person leading the charge, an activist called Maharang Baloch, has called on human rights organizations to take immediate action. This comes following the disappearance of Farid Ahmed, who was a teacher in the Nushki area in Balochistan. Ahmed has been missing for about 2 months, creating a profound impact on his family, students, and the education system in the region. We continue to be joined by Gursimran. Gursimran, tell us more about the activist who is leading the charge. It is a woman who is leading the charge. How is she related to the teacher who has gone missing?
See, it's not about the teacher who has gone missing, but about the forced disappearances that have taken place in Balochistan in the last one and a half decade, because we have seen a major upsurge in such activities where the people who are raising the voice against the system of the Pakistan, especially the security agency and the Pakistani intelligence agency ISI, they have been subjected to such disappearances. As I was earlier mentioned, that there are thousands and thousands of children who have not seen their parents for decades now, because their parents, they were the one who rose the voice against the Pakistani system and have been subjected to the illegal disappearances, the forced disappearances. Because if you see the one of the core issues of the people of Balochistan, that has always been that many of their activists, many of their youngsters who actually dare to speak against the system, they have been subjected to forced disappearances, and for that now they are raising voice.
Right, thank you so much, Gursimran. But for now, we will be moving on. BJP slams TMC after Firhad Hakim's controversial minority will be majority soon statement. We'll take a look at this and quite a lot more right after this short break.
All eyes are on the power play that's currently underway in Maharashtra over the cabinets and the portfolios.
हमेशा हमारे सरकार ने महिलाओं को सम्मान किया है। पूरी लिस्ट में भी आप देखेंगे कि 3 महिलाओं के नाम है।
We have Harish Salve with us. I would say the country's topmost jurist and former Solicitor General. And I would say, as far as the Constitution is concerned, without hesitation, I would perhaps rate him one of the finest lawyers, advocates, and defenders of the Constitution in court and outside in the country today. Harish Salve, it's a privilege. Now, there is a parliamentary session on the Constitution. There's a political issue as well, because the government seems to be going into this session saying, listen, we have not done anything to compromise the Constitution, and yet there is this whole argument of Samvidhan khatre mein hai. Our Constitution is in severe danger. Let me begin with a broad question to you, Mr. Salve, and Rhythm is also going to join us on this, that in your view, is there a need for this ongoing debate? If so, why? And what purpose does it serve beyond political posturing? Mr. Salve.
So there is a need for this debate. And there is a need for this debate for two reasons. There was only one time where the Constitution came under a shadow. Of course, it's ironical that those who brought the Constitution under a shadow today are leading the charge of the Constitution being in danger. But it doesn't matter. It needs to be debated. Is there a threat to freedoms? Which brings us to the more important question of where does the threat to freedoms emanate from?
Yeah.
Now that we have put provisions of declaration of emergency under which constitutional rights can be eclipsed, as they were in 1975 and 76, where is this threat to the Constitution coming from? The threat to the Constitution comes from proposals which are defying the judgments of the Supreme Court without a full debate. When you talk of people, of sharing of resources in a particular manner, and when you are selling this idea of anarchy, saying that we must make sure that the poorest of the poor get an equal share of the resources of the country. These are fires which are lit, which become very difficult to douse. And once these kind of fires are lit on the ground, then the rule of law comes under a cloud. Governments are pushed to the corner where they have to suppress freedoms. And that's where things start unraveling. So, first of all, there must be an agreement on 2-3 issues if you have to prevent a threat to the Constitution. The constitutional institutions should be allowed to work in the spirit of the Constitution. And the two biggest constitutional institutions are Parliament and the courts. As far as Parliament is concerned, we need to have a rule of conduct of how Parliament should now be run. This kind of yelling and shouting, and we see this on TV, and it's disheartening. So many people there have worked very hard and want to make a speech. You can't hear what they are saying because there are some people who are shouting slogans. Parliament is disrupted. Parliament is meant to enact laws. Nobody is paying attention to that. You have to see how laws are enacted in the UK Parliament. There is a first reading, there is a second reading, there is a third reading, clause by clause discussion. When have you last seen that in Parliament? So this is how we have to restore the good sense of Parliament. I mean, important laws are passed in 45 minutes, and most of the time is wasted on rhetoric of relatively little national relevance in Parliament. I mean, the streets are there for protest marches. Parliament, you want to make a token protest, but Parliament must go on. So this is one important debate which people must have and come to a landing. The second is the working of the courts. And I say that the working of the courts is to some extent in a state of disrepair. It is in a state of disrepair for two reasons. The rule of law mandates the availability of judicial remedies. A judicial remedy which is interminably delayed is no remedy at all. What are people willing to do and put our heads together to find a solution to this huge pendency of cases? Can Parliament get together and find a solution? And it is not by amending law or simplifying laws or by rebranding certain laws. This has to be done to find out, do we need more investment in resources? The answer is yes. Where are we going to find the resources? How are we going to put them in? And the second, and I dare say, we need to set right the system of appointment of judges. None of your problems, including overreach by the court, and there have been frequent instances of overreach by the court, will be sorted unless you fix the system of appointment of judges. It is in serious disrepair. It doesn't work. Now, these are matters which, and other important issues of federalism, are matters which people who are elected to office must sit down and debate seriously. I'm sure there'll be points of view, there will be contradictions, but that's what debate is all about.
Yeah, but Mr. Salve, all of this is happening in a particular backdrop where we have seen the opposition have a singular campaign that the ruling party, the BJP, wants to subvert the constitution. And this has been a political campaign, that there is a subversion of the constitution.
Isn't this an excellent opportunity, Arnab, for people who understand constitutional law to get up and say why they say the government is trying to subvert the constitution, in what way? Not the rhetoric of the constitution, but the principles of constitutional law, which according to them are being transgressed by the government.
But then you also have the specter of the Supreme Court being drawn into this, and the Supreme Court forced to clarify in a particular statement last year or earlier this year that it is not going to fill the space of the opposition.
The trouble with Supreme Court.
Yes.
And I'm sorry they
trouble with the Supreme Court.
Yes, I say there is a problem with the Supreme Court. The judges must go back to the day where judges spoke through their judgments. The trouble is, judges today speak in court, make comments, and if you read the proceeding of the day, it says case fixed on another date. And the media picks it up, and that then becomes a basis for one or the other political group to try and embarrass.
Now, would you blame the media for it or the judges?
No, I blame the court for it.
The judges?
You are there to report what is going on.
You're saying judges are seeking to be headline grabbers.
You must tell the people. You must tell the people that this is what a judge said.
No,
but the judge must not say it.
But the judges have a tendency to be headline grabbers. Is that what you're saying?
They are. I'm sorry to say they are. Because they have stopped speaking as much through judgments as they do in comments which they make in open court. And it does create embarrassment. It does create problems on the ground. You've seen it. And why did the court have to go on the back foot and clarify they are not here to play the role of the opposition? Could somebody point out that there is a judgment which you have given which has created this perception? Or does the perception arise out of comments being made by judges when a case is being heard?
Are you saying that judges in the past have been tempted to play the role of the opposition? That they've got swayed with the amount of power that they wield?
You know, the problem, Arnab, is this institution is not meant for this kind of freewheeling debate which goes on in court today. I've said this before and I'm saying this again. The discourse in the Supreme Court, the vocabulary of the Supreme Court, was never what it used to be 20 years ago. That has to be brought back. That has to be corrected. You have to have issues of law being debated in the court, and judges must hear. If they have questions, they ask. Gratuitous comments about the government or the opposition are all unnecessary. And today, in the world of social media, in the world of transparency, you have to be very careful of what you say. Aren't people in public life careful of what they say? Aren't you as a journalist very careful of what you say? You're a journalist of repute in India. If you make a loose comment today, it will be quoted all over saying Arnab Goswami said this.
Yes.
Don't all of us have to be careful of what we say in this world? Judges have to have a greater responsibility because they do not join the battlefield. They stand away from the battlefield to judge who's got it right in the end.
Times are changing. Even the statue of justice was changed, saying it can't be blindfolded anymore. I mean, you know, these are dramatic.
I have grown up to seeing a statue with a blindfold and a sword, and to me they signified something. So please don't provoke me into saying.
No, what is your view on it? I mean, why you felt that was unnecessary? It was headline grabbing.
Yeah, it was unnecessary.
What was unnecessary?
In today's day and age, let me tell you why. And this is my personal view, and I could be completely wrong, but I think this is my personal view. There are two important signages which have changed. One is the blindfold being removed. The blindfold was put at a time where there was a similar allegation as you hear today, and this allegation will always pervade the centuries, that certain people who are more influential, who are richer, who are more powerful, get more attention of the court than those who are not as influential as enabled to approach the court. The Lady of Justice was blind to who you are. She only knew the law. And that was what it symbolized. The sword in the hand symbolizes that you strike at injustice where you see injustice. If you have the Constitution is not your only instrument by which you do justice. You have a whole body of law by which you do justice between people. And today, a lot of people complain you don't get relief in the court, but what you get is long judgments which are treaties on constitutional law. So is it that the sword which strikes at injustice has been substituted by a book on the Constitution symbolizing that what you will now get is a beautiful exposition of constitutional law, but maybe nothing in the end?
But you're saying Justice Chandrachud made a mistake?
That was his perception.
No, but I mean, he commissioned the statue, and he said, he commissioned the statue, and he said, law is not blind. It sees everyone equally. Was he trying to,
by not seeing who is in front of you?
Yes.
You symbolize that the law doesn't see anyone. Today, one of the biggest criticism is that there is a privileged lot which get a different kind and quality of attention from the courts. This perhaps may not have been the most apposite moment to take the blindfold off. But that's my personal view, and I could be completely wrong, and it's not a matter of great moment. But before we change certain paradigms by which we have all grown up, this needs a lot more public debate. It needs a lot more discussion. This is not pure symbolism.
Yeah, I mean, this is, but obviously Justice Chandrachud was looking at the symbolism of it, and it was commissioned and then put in place towards the last...
See, this is the trouble, Arnab. We have different perceptions.
Can we not have
a topic which is close to your heart, the change in the preamble. Why did you add the word secular and socialist when the great founders of the Constitution, who devoted so much attention and who put in all the constitutional safeguards, did not use these words? Do you think a person of the learning of Dr. Ambedkar or his advisor B.N. Rao or those who wrote the Constitution were unfamiliar with the English language?
Are you saying that we would continue to be secular if the word secular were not to be there in the Constitution itself or inserted as during the emergency?
The Constitution defines in Article 14 and Article 25 and Article 26 and Article 30 how rights of different denominations, and I'm deliberately not using the word minorities because the Constitution goes beyond and protects every denomination. The Constitution provides for every denomination. Why do you want to use words which are of general use and which may have different shades of meaning to different people? Do you think Dr. Rao or Baba Sahib Ambedkar hadn't heard the word secularism? Why did they not use it? Socialist. What do you mean by saying it's a socialist republic? Today, republics like certain republics in Europe, in one sense, are far more left of center than a country like India is. But they don't call themselves socialist republics. Socialism also has a different connotation where human rights are considered secondary to certain social norms. That is why the framers of the Constitution, who put our trilogy of articles, 14, 19, and 21, the right to life, the right to your 7 freedoms, and the right to equality. They call it the golden triangle. This is the basic structure of the Constitution which you can't fiddle with. All this fits very ill with these kind of loose expressions like a socialist republic. According to me, India is already a little too socialist. We should be more right of center. According to you, we may be too much right of the center. We should be more left of the center. So can you, I mean, tomorrow you might as well put in the preamble, India shall be a center and not a leftist or a rightist economy. Will it make any sense?
No, I think it's self-serving. I think it's self-serving, it's elitist. And you're thrusting something which was not there, which in the
Constitution should also accommodate. If the Constitution can accommodate Mrs. Gandhi bringing in leftists, if the Constitutions can accommodate communist people getting elected to Parliament and in theory forming a Parliament and nationalizing, the Constitution must also accommodate people who believe in free trade, people who believe in free enterprise, people who believe in laissez-faire. The Constitution doesn't decide how the country is going to run. The people of India vote for those who, at the times, represent the aspirations of the people. The Constitution is not meant to compel future generations to run India in a particular way.
So should I mean, if we're looking at the India of the future, should we drop the word secular and socialist from the preamble of the Constitution?
We have to drop a bad habit which we have gone into. Every time things don't work, we amend the Constitution.
Now, of the 106 amendments made till date, over 80 amendments have been made by the Congress party, including the 42nd Amendment.
Mr. Palkhiwala, my late guru, used to use a very interesting expression. He said there is a famous saying, a bad workman always quarrels with his tools. If you can't get the country to work.
No, 1 minute. You're very intelligent. You're dodging my question. My question is, should the word secular be removed? I am asking Harish Salve a straight question. Should the word secular be removed from the Constitution?
For 2 reasons. I'm sorry, 2 reasons. Not just secular. Secular and socialist both
should be removed.
For 2 reasons. The Constitution's substantive provisions inspire people to run the country on the basic structure of the Constitution, which is already embodied. You don't need loose expressions in the preamble. And secondly, I am of the view, and of course, I could be wrong, but Mr. Palkhiwala's school of thought, that the Constitution is a statement of a historical fact. The people of India gave to ourselves this Constitution. It was a statement of a historical fact. In fact, there is no business changing the preamble. So, for various reasons, and it's wrong on so many levels, Mr. Palkhiwala used to give 3 arguments on why this preamble should not have been amended. One was, if the framers of the Constitution, for good reason, did not use words like secular and socialist, please do not add these words. And you have seen, history has proved, these words have not served any good purpose.
Yeah.
Second, the preamble is a historical fact. It says the people of India give unto themselves this Constitution. You cannot change that. And the third very lyrical thing he used to say is, the preamble is beautifully stated. Can you improve on Shakespeare's "the rest is silence" by saying that the rest is complete, absolute and total silence? No, you can't. You're adding verbiage.
But now government won't do this. Government, I don't think, will remove the word secular or socialist, because if it were to happen, then you would have people taking a copy of the Constitution in their hands and going around the entire country on an election campaign saying, see, we told you so, this government will change the basic structure of the Constitution. So my follow-up question to you, Mr. Salve, is...
But they can still say that, right, if they have a blank booklet in the hand?
They can. Yes, and by the way, it is a blank booklet, isn't it, Rhythm? It's a blank booklet most of the time. But you see, Rhythm, what we must get, if the word secular and socialist goes away, and I think it would be a much better constitution if the word secular and socialist were to go away, would the opposition not make this a huge political issue?
Of course they would.
That the whole basic structure of the Constitution is being changed.
Would it be wise for the government to do, politically wise for the government to do, is not something which I am saying. You ask me as a student of Constitution.
No, but technically, would it go through challenge? It would go through challenge. The judges in the court. There was something which came up 10 days back or 12 days back in Parliament, and you saw it was dismissed. by the Supreme Court.
That again is misconceived.
Why is it misconceived?
This is not something for judicial review. It is not that you cannot amend the Constitution. You can amend the preamble because it doesn't affect the basic structure of the Constitution whether you add or don't have these words. In fact, that's my whole point. So if you've amended it and added something, you've not damaged the basic structure of the Constitution. And that's the only limitation. The biggest limitation on Article 368 is the wisdom of Parliament. The courts only come in when you go beyond the basic structure. An unwise amendment is still a lawful amendment.
Yeah.
An unnecessary amendment is still a lawful amendment.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, as a student of constitutional law, you shouldn't have done it. Can the courts come in? Certainly not.
Yeah. Please.
Yes, Mr. Salve, one question. You've now said that the appointment of judges in India needs to be changed. It's time the collegium system is changed. You've also spoken about judges speaking outside the court. I want to draw your attention to one former judge of India, Justice of India, who spoke at an event where he spoke about the Places of Worship Act and he spoke about the Babri verdict, which he was not even a part of, and he tried to dissect it, criticize it. Isn't this becoming a commonality? You also spoke about the special privileged lot.
Speaking of the judges, I'm sure you were talking about the judges, wasn't it?
Yes. So isn't it time, like Arnab asked you and like you said, the judges need to be held accountable for their words inside and outside the court?
See, in fact, Rhythm, what you're asking is something extremely important. As we always heard, what are the law and contempt put in place for? Judges used to always say, don't criticize us, criticize our judgments. But that is on the premise that they only speak through their judgments. Judges always say, please do not drag us into a political debate. But then that has to be on a premise that the judges do not make political comments. Whether or not a judgment like Ayodhya is right or wrong is a subject a judge should best stay away from. It is the judgment of 5 judges. You may agree, you may not agree. As a student of constitutional law, I may write a strong article supporting it, or I may write a strong article disagreeing. I'm right now writing an article strongly disagreeing with the Aligarh Muslim University judgment, but that's my prerogative. I'm a student of constitutional law. I can say, I'm sorry, the Supreme Court got it wrong. So that is a very different matter. But judges, by and large, do not comment on judgments of this kind. It was a judgment given on the facts of a particular case. It was not a principle of constitutional law which was being criticized. And I think it is best if judges do not enter the domain of public dissent. Otherwise, then don't take offense if somebody who's in public life attacks you personally, because you're entering. Do not enter a hockey field or a football field and say we must play by the rules of cricket. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah. So judges both want the privilege of appointing themselves, want also to sway public opinion beyond the scope of their judgments, and are tempted to do so. But would you blame the judges? Because every constitutional issue is coming before the court. Is the Places of Worship Act constitutional, for example? Should Hindus have no right to reparations and reclaim their own cultural heritage that was destroyed by invaders and tyrants over centuries? This is both a constitutional issue, but more a political issue.
No, let me tell you.
Why not?
If the judges hear this case without unnecessary comments, of course you would ask questions if you have any doubts. But everybody will be hearing, watching. Immediately motives will be, or projections will be made of who's thinking how. So you have to be very careful of how you hear these cases. And then your judgment must speak for itself. You may say that the law is valid, you may say that the law is unconstitutional, or you may say certain parts of the law are valid, certain parts of the law are invalid. Your judgment should make compelling reading. Not that everybody needs to agree with your judgment, but everybody should say, well, there is very good reason for what the court has said. Say that and say no more.
So
that is the way to deal with highly complex commercial these disputes. Let me give you two examples, Arnab. At the Brexit time, two very important cases were heard by the UK Supreme Court. And this was a very emotional issue in the United Kingdom. The first was whether the executive government could give effect to the result of the referendum without going back to Parliament. And the Supreme Court heard the case and said, no, you have to go back and get a parliamentary vote. That was followed very shortly by something which even now some people criticize in the UK, that it was a step too far. When Boris adjourned the House and the Supreme Court said it was done on the wrong advice and therefore the House had to be recalled. Those cases were heard. You should have seen nobody criticize any judge personally because there were no comments made. The court spoke through its judgments. The US Supreme Court has dealt with George Bush's election. It has dealt with Trump's election challenges, etc., etc. Have you ever heard any US judge talking in a public forum about Bush or about Trump or about Harris or about the Democrats or Republicans? Never. They only speak through their judgments. That is how they also deal with questions which are of great public moment without getting involved in the public controversy. And I think it's time we got back into that discipline.
But there's a lobby in the Supreme Court of a few lawyers, very often disgruntled, who have had political aspirations in the past. Some of them joined political parties, failed and came back, who want to make the Supreme Court a lever over the government. Now this changes the whole, and in the context of this changes the whole balance, because the Parliament is supposed to frame the laws, the courts are supposed to interpret the laws. Now I would argue, Mr. Salve, that Parliament would hesitate to frame the laws, even if it has a mandate, because there's a feeling that every single subject, important or unimportant, will be brought before the Supreme Court. So even before you start thinking of what laws to frame for the good of the country, even if it is the Supreme Court, even if Article 44 recognizes the need for a uniform civil code, the first thought that goes into the lawmaker's mind is, oh, we are going to have to face the court. And the courts never say that this is a matter beyond us. The courts never hesitate to draw the line on themselves, because they're also being egged on by a lobby, you see, within the courts of lawyers and advocates.
It's again ironical. I always say this, and I think as a student of constitutional law, I'm entitled to say this. There was a time where we had a coalition government, and which was known for hiding behind the Supreme Court for every controversial decision. The one sentence which I have quoted on multiple interviews is when the Ayodhya case was being heard and the mob had collected outside the disputed structure. The case was heard by Justice Venkat Chalaya, and the then Attorney General said, "My Lord, my forces are there waiting for your Lordship's command." Justice Venkat Chalaya told him, armed forces are commanded by their commanders. They're not commanded by the Supreme Court. Yeah. What was the message that they were giving to the Supreme Court? That you are the ones who should decide the law and order of this country.
Correct.
We don't want to take responsibility of any political decisions. You do it. Now, if you encourage judges more and more to get into areas which you don't want to decide because they are politically a hot potato, then the next time the judge will do it voluntarily, then don't complain that there's overreach by the court. The whole structure has gone awry. And this needs to be fixed. And that is what our lawmakers, when they discuss about the Constitution, should sit down and discuss. How do we get the institutions back in sync, rather than institutions, as you are rightly saying, at apparent loggerheads, that when Parliament sits down, they are worried about the Supreme Court. When the Supreme Court takes on a case, they are worried about what will be said about them by politicians.
No, I think that's brilliant. I think we've covered a lot of ground. This is so useful. I think we're going to put out this interview rhythm on all platforms, digital, television. because you need context for the ongoing debate on Parliament, and nobody better than Mr. Salve to share it with us. Privilege, wonderful. Thank you, and look forward to seeing you personally soon, Mr. Salve. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
In the India Today Best Universities 2023 survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
उस दिन सनसेट देखने छज्जे पे चढ़ा, टूट गया।
हाँ, तो किसने बोला घर की दीवार पे रॉक क्लाइंबिंग करने को?
सफीना बदतमीजी।
समझ गया। मेरे पास आप दोनों की प्रॉब्लम की मेडिसिन है। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
George Soros? A scarecrow or a bugbear? Is he a one-man deep state ranged against all the nationalist forces around the world? Or a cranky old man living off perception? Connected with the Soros attack of the BJP on the Congress, is it doubling down on the Adani issue? Is it part of the larger hard right swing of the BJP, even as the Congress does its own hard left shift? And finally, the developments in Syria. Is it just Shia-Sunni or America-Russia? Or perhaps about natural gas supplies to Europe? Join me this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, only on Republic TV. Very good afternoon, viewers. It's 1 p.m. and you're watching, it's 12:30 p.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar, and our top focus remains on Atul's family now demanding the custody of the Techie's child, because after the arrest, they claim that they don't know where the child is. We'll get you all the latest from Bengaluru and Jaunpur after a quick check on the headlines. Days after Atul takes the extreme step, his wife and in-laws have been arrested and sent to 14 days judicial custody. BSF has foiled an infiltration attempt by Pakistan. High-grade narcotic substance seized.
Maharashtra Cabinet expansion today, oath-taking ceremony in Nagpur at 4 p.m. UD's government levels big charges against Hasina, states that the former Prime Minister was involved in forced disappearances. BJP slams TMC after Firhad Hakim's controversial minority will be majority soon remark. First up, viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in from Bengaluru as well as Jaunpur, because Bengaluru police have arrested the in-laws of Atul, who took the extreme step after alleging harassment and mental torture by his in-laws. And now Atul's family claims that they don't know the whereabouts of the child, demanding the custody of Atul's son. Techie's family are now concerned about the child's whereabouts. Atul's father has expressed deep concerns, saying that the family still has no clue where the child is. So now the family is also seeking the Prime Minister's intervention and has sought the custody of Atul's child. Listen into this reaction coming in.
हो गई, हमारे पोते को कहाँ रखे हुए हैं, कि मार दी है कि जिंदा है, वो भी हम नहीं देख पा रहे हैं। हमारी यही गुहार है कि हमारा पोता हमको देखने को और हमारे पास रहे, और कोई गुहार नहीं। बड़ा धन्यवाद है पुलिस वालों को, हमारी कानून व्यवस्था को हम धन्यवाद देते हैं, जो कम से कम मेरी गुहार उन लोग सुन करके और इतना बड़ा हमको राहत दिए हैं। ये बहुत बड़ी राहत की बात है, कम से कम उन लोग गिरफ्तार तो है। एकदम हम अस्थि कलश लेके आए, जबकि हिंदू में हमारे यहाँ ऐसा होता नहीं है।
अच्छा।
और हम पूजा पाठ करने वाले लोग हैं।
हाँ।
लेकिन तब भी हम लेके आए हैं। न्याय नहीं मिलेगा तो अंतिम यही मेरे पास विकल्प है, और दूसरा कोई विकल्प। जज तो करप्ट थी, तभी तो वो ऐसा किया है। जज तो उससे पैसा मांगती थी, वो घूस देने वाला आदमी था नहीं। वो तो कहीं भी जाता था तो घूस वाली बात नहीं, आप पेनल्टी कर दो, ठीक है, मैं सरकार को पैसा दूंगा। वो इनकम टैक्स का पैसा देता था, बिजनेसमैन का इनकम टैक्स का पैसा छुप सकता है, लेकिन उसका तो नहीं छुपता था। अभी न्याय मिला कहाँ? अभी भी मेरे ऊपर केस है, अभी भी मेरे ऊपर केस है। 16 तारीख एक नया केस उसने हमारे पोते के नाम पर और डाला है, मेंटेनेंस का।
क्या डाला?
16 दिसंबर को तारीख है।
पोते के नाम पे क्या केस था पूरा? क्या
उसको 40,000 से नहीं भर रहा था, इसलिए।
Well, Atul's brother Vikas is live with us. Vikas ji, a very good afternoon to you. Today, आज बेंगलुरु पुलिस आपके इन-लॉज को गिरफ्तार किया है और उनको जुडिशियल कस्टडी में भी भेज दिया गया है। तो आगे आपका क्या है? What is your next step after the arrest? अभी आप अतुल जी का अस्थि विसर्जन करेंगे?
सर, सबसे पहले मैं कर्नाटका पुलिस को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ, जो उन्होंने अपनी पूरी टीम जो है वो डिवाइड करके गुड़गांव और जौनपुर में उन्होंने ये कार्रवाई करी है। दूसरी तरफ मैं धन्यवाद दूंगा सारे मीडिया चैनल्स को, जिन्होंने हमारे इस मुहिम में हमारा साथ दिया है। और मैं ये चाहता हूँ, अपील करता हूँ आप सभी मीडिया वाले लोगों से, हमारी इस लड़ाई में आप लोग सभी का साथ चाहिए। हमें इस जस्टिस इज ड्यू है जो नारा है, उसे हमें एट द एंड तक लेके जाना है। मैं फाइट करने के लिए बिल्कुल रेडी हूँ, मैं एंड तक फाइट करूंगा और जहां तक पॉसिबल होगा मैं वहां तक जाने के लिए रेडी हूँ। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ऑफ इंडिया से और प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया से और बाकी पीएमओ से मैं ये अपील करता हूँ कि वो हमें न्याय दिलवाने में मदद करें, चाहे वो कमेटी बना के हो या जैसे भी हो। सिर्फ अरेस्ट जो है वो हमारी चीजों में, जस्टिस इज ड्यू में, जस्टिस में कुछ भी नहीं हुआ है। सिर्फ अरेस्ट से अगर हमें संतुष्टि मिलती तो शायद हम इस मुहिम में आगे नहीं बढ़ते। बट मैं एट द एंड तक ले जाने के लिए रेडी हूँ। लड़ाई जहां तक लड़नी होगी मैं लड़ूंगा। और इस सिस्टम को जिस तरह से मेरे भाई ने झकझोर कर रख दिया है कि क्या फ्लॉज है, क्या करप्शन है, और कैसे इस लॉ के जानकार वाले लोग जो हैं वो किस तरह से लॉ का मिसयूज कर रहे हैं। जो डेटा है वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट का डेटा है कि 98% केसेस फेक हैं। जो डेटा है वो ऐसा है कि जो शादी के बाद जो मेन के सुसाइड के जो केसेस हैं वो ज्यादा हैं कंपेयर टू जो गर्ल्स हैं। तो क्या सिस्टम चेंज करने की जरूरत नहीं है? क्या इस सिस्टम पे सवाल नहीं उठाना जाया जाना चाहिए कि जो हमारे पुराने जो लॉ चले आ रहे हैं उसी को कंटिन्यू करते रहना चाहिए? वुमन एम्पावरमेंट की बात सभी करते हैं, सभी ये कहते हैं कि वुमन को ये होना चाहिए वो होना चाहिए। जब मेन हरास हो जाए तो क्या उसके पास कोई एक्ट है, कोई जगह है, कोई कानून है जहाँ पे वो जाके अपने आप को बता सके कि हम भी हरास हो रहे हैं, हमें भी जस्टिस चाहिए, हमें भी न्याय की उम्मीद होनी चाहिए। न्याय पे बैठे वाले जो लोग पद पे, जो सबसे बड़े पद पे जिसे हमें उम्मीद रहती है कि हमें न्याय मिलेगा, उस पद पे बैठे हुए लोग अगर करप्ट हो जाएं तो न्याय की उम्मीद तो नहीं रखनी चाहिए। जिस तरह से परेशान मेरे भाई को किया गया है उस तरह चाहिए। हम अस्थियों को तब तक विसर्जन नहीं करेंगे जब इस केस का फाइनल डिसीजन नहीं आ जाएगा, तब तक हम अस्थियों को रखेंगे। अस्थियों का विसर्जन तभी होगा जब हमें पूरी तरीके से न्याय मिलेगा। और मेरे भाई की जो अंतिम ख्वाहिश थी कि उसका जो बेटा है वो हमें मिले। मेरा सबसे बड़ा कंसर्न आज के डेट में ये है कि हमें जो पिक्चर्स अभी आए हैं उसमें मेरे भाई का बेटा मुझे कहीं नजर नहीं आ रहा है। तो हमें आप मीडिया वालों की मदद से ये जानकारी चाहिए कि मेरे भाई का बेटा कहाँ है, उसे पब्लिकली रखा जाए या फिर हमें इंटरिम हमें कस्टडी मिल सके उस बच्चे की, तो हम उसमें भी रेडी हैं। आप मीडिया वालों की सपोर्ट से हमें ये जानना है कि वो मेरे भाई का बेटा कहाँ है, बिकॉज ये लोग कुछ भी कर सकते हैं उनके साथ, किसी भी लेवल पे जा सकते हैं उसके साथ, बिकॉज उनकी जो एटीएम की मशीन है वो बंद हो चुकी है मेरे भाई के सुसाइड के बाद। तो अब वो उस बच्चे का क्या करेंगे मुझे नहीं पता।
विकास जी, आप अतुल के बेटे के साथ कब मिले थे आखिरी बार, और आपको अभी बच्चे का कुछ अता पता, कुछ डिटेल्स मिल रहा है आपको?
सर, मैंने अपनी भाभी से जब शादी होके जब अगले दिन आई थी 2 दिन, तभी मैं मिला था। उसके बाद आज तक मैं नहीं मिला हूँ, ना ही मैं उनके बच्चे से मिला हूँ। मैं नहीं जानता कि वो कहाँ है, किस जगह है, और मुझे ये भी नहीं पता है कि वो कैसा है कैसा नहीं है, क्योंकि जब मेरे भाई को ही मिलने नहीं दिया जाता था, ना ही मेरे भाई को वीडियो कॉल्स पे दिखाया जाता था। इवन बहुत बार गुहार लगाने के बाद भी जो जज हैं वो भी इस चीज का संज्ञान नहीं ले रही थी। मेरे भाई ने अपने सुसाइड नोट में ये भी लिखा है कि कैसे उसकी वो सोचता था कि उसके लिए ही उसे सब कुछ करना है, बट धीरे धीरे जब याद उसकी जब जाने लगी तो वो फोटो से देख के उसकी यादों को याद करता था। बट उसके बाद भी जब उसे ये पता चला कि वो बच्चे को यूज करके पैसे का डिमांड किया जा रहा है, पैसे के लिए ही सारी चीजें की जा रही है, तो उसको ऐसा लगा कि मेरे माँ बाप भाई से बढ़कर ये बच्चा नहीं है और मुझे उनके लिए सब कुछ करना है। उसने ये जो मतलब प्रक्रिया थी जो ये एटीएम की मशीन की तरह यूज हो रहा था उसको खत्म करने की कोशिश की है, सिस्टम को जगाने की कोशिश की है कि वो सिस्टम में कैसे इसी के पैसे को यूटिलाइज करके हमारे ऊपर ही उसी पैसे को इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा था, इस चीज को उसने बताने की कोशिश की है। तो मैं उम्मीद करता हूं आप मीडिया से कि आप इस पे हमारी मदद करें और हमें न्याय दिलवाने की कोशिश करें।
हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए दैट वाज अतुल्स grieving brother who says that the fight will continue till all the perpetrators and all those named by Atul in his suicide note would be brought to book. In fact, after the arrest of the in-laws, my colleague Piyush Ori also had a conversation with DCP Whitefield Shivkumar. Here's how the conversation panned out.
Good morning, sir. This is Piyush from Republic TV, sir.
Yes.
Sir, first of all, good work, sir. You have been able to arrest Nikita, the wife of late Atul Subhash, and her brother and mother. Sir, I just wanted to know when exactly did you arrest Nikita, her brother and her mother?
14th morning, we arrested Nikita from Gurugram. In front of one plaza is there. I'll share the details of the place.
Sir, which plaza, sir?
From there.
Sir, which plaza?
Which plaza? That plaza. I'll share that plaza details. In front of plaza, we have arrested in the morning of 14th.
Okay.
From there, we have brought here to the Bengal and police before the magistrate.
Okay, sir. You arrested her then, sir? Yes, sir.
Arrested and brought to Bangalore and produced before our magistrate, judicial magistrate.
Okay. So, you got her on flight, through flight. What exactly?
Yeah, through flight. Yeah, through flight. We brought her to the Bangalore.
Okay.
And other two arrested from Allahabad.
Okay. Right, sir.
So those two also brought to Bangalore through flight.
Okay, sir. Now, I just want to know from you that have they been sent to the judicial custody or have you taken the police custody?
No. They have not been taken into the police custody. They are produced before the magistrate and remanded for judicial custody because we have already taken the statements, detailed statements of the both accused. All three of the accused statements were recorded and sent to the judicial custody.
Sir, I just want to know from you now, since you have been able to arrest, how actually were you able to get to know the location of Nikita? Because
no, they switched off their mobiles and all. Through our sources, we collected information. We cannot disclose the details.
No, that's fine, sir. I agree with you, sir.
Part of investigation. Further, all accused will be in henceforth. They'll be alert, so we don't disclose how we have arrested, and we got the tip that so and so they were running away from the police.
Okay.
So we arrested.
Well, these are the visuals from Nagpur, where Devendra Fadnavis, flanked by his colleagues, is in Nagpur ahead of the grand cabinet expansion and the oath-taking of his ministers. These are the visuals coming in from Nagpur, where Devendra Fadnavis has taken out a mega road show in Nagpur. And in just 3 hours from now, the cabinet expansion will be taking place, where 30 to 32 ministers will be taking oath as part of Mahayuti Cabinet 2.0. There you can see a sea of fans and also BJP supporters there gathering and also swarming the road show that has been taken out by the Maharashtra Chief Minister. There's heavy security deployment as well as Devendra Fadnavis arrives in Nagpur. And these are the visuals from Nagpur, where the road show was taken out by Devendra Fadnavis. Sandeep is joining us on the phone line. Sandeep, we can see Devendra Fadnavis taking out a mega road show ahead of the cabinet expansion. Take us through the latest coming in.
See, this is, something that is expected, and in fact, it is a home of Devendra Fadnavis. So, Nagpur is the place from where Devendra Fadnavis started his journey from RSS to Bharatiya Janata Party. In fact, his whole family was associated to RSS and Bharatiya Janata Party. So definitely he is getting a huge welcome after becoming the Chief Minister. This is the mega event that is in fact happening. And remember, today is the cabinet expansion that is going to happen. And remember, the people of Nagpur are somewhere very much connected to Devendra Fadnavis, and hence he is getting a mega welcome by the local Nagpurkars and in fact the Bharatiya Janata Party workers welcoming Devendra Fadnavis at his home. So definitely a homeboy in fact for the people of Nagpur, and as it is one of the important day today as the cabinet expansion is going to happen. So ultimately it is a mega welcome for Devendra Fadnavis himself, as Bharatiya Janata Party had got massive numbers in the assembly elections, and for the same reason, remember, today is one of the important day for Bharatiya Janata Party, because in the leadership of Devendra Fadnavis, it was Bharatiya Janata Party to get around 132 seats. So definitely that is something which is being reciprocated by the people of Nagpur. And yes, a local boy is getting a huge welcome out there in Nagpur.
Also, Sandeep, take us through the preparations that are being made for the cabinet expansion, and also take us through the inside information as to who will get which portfolio.
See, it is not yet clear that who will get which portfolio, or who are the people who are gonna get the plum portfolio. But what we have been told that the plum portfolio will be with Bharatiya Janata Party. Some important portfolios like Home Ministry and Revenue is something that Bharatiya Janata Party will not be leaving for Eknath Shinde or Ajit Pawar. But who are the people, in fact, who are taking oath today? That is very interesting. Girish Mahajan. Now, Girish Mahajan is one of the close associate of Devendra Fadnavis. He is called as a Sankat Mochak of Maharashtra BJP, because whenever Fadnavis gets into trouble or Bharatiya Janata Party gets into trouble in the state of Maharashtra, he is someone who solves that problem. So he's one of the problem solver or troubleshooter of Bharatiya Janata Party. Another person is Chandrasekhar Bawankule. This was very much expected. He lost the previous election from the constituency that he has been elected this time. So ultimately, Chandrasekhar Bawankule was given an opportunity as the state president. Now Bharatiya Janata Party got 132 seats. So Chandrasekhar Bawankule is in fact being made the cabinet minister. Apart from that, Chandrakant Patil. Chandrakant Patil is one of the tallest leader, in fact, in Bharatiya Janata Party, Maharashtra BJP. He was the state president. He has been cabinet minister in the past also, in the previous Devendra Fadnavis government. He is said to be very close to Amit Shah as well. He has good contacts with the top brass of Bharatiya Janata Party. So the old cadre. Now another person is Jay Kumar Rawal, 4 times MLA. Remember, Jay Kumar Rawal is 4 times MLA, and Jay Kumar Rawal is also said to be very close of Devendra Fadnavis. He comes from Sindh-Kheda, that is from northern Maharashtra. Pankaja Munde, a big name, in fact. Remember the kind of contribution that her father did for Bharatiya Janata Party. So definitely Pankaja Munde, the daughter of Gopinath Munde, she lost elections, though she was not able to, win seats during the Loksabha elections. She had an opportunity in 2019 also to contest election as an MLA, but she lost. But ultimately, she is a big name in Bharatiya Janata Party, also coming from Dhangar community. So definitely a big face. Radhakrishna V.K. Patil, a tall leader in Bharatiya Janata Party, came from Congress Party and joined in the Bharatiya Janata Party. He was the leader of opposition in the Congress party when BJP was in power. Also, he has held multiple cabinet posts during the Congress government as well. A leader who comes with the background of totally a political background, family background, is fully political, and in fact, he has a good hold out there in Ahmednagar. So Radhakrishna V.K. Patil is one of the biggest name out there. Mangal Prabhat Lodha, the South Mumbai MLA Mangal Prabhat Lodha. Mangal Prabhat Lodha comes from South Mumbai Malabar Hill constituency, and remember, he is said to be someone who funds also to Bharatiya Janata Party as well, and he comes from the builder lobby basically. So he is the Sobo, basically the Sobo MLA. He has been in fact given the second opportunity as a cabinet minister, second or third, I believe. Yes, third opportunity. Shivendra Raje Bhosle, a big name, in fact, belongs. He is the descendant of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, comes from Satara, brother of Udayan Raje Bhosle. So belongs to a royal family. Meghna Bordekar, in fact, one of the important faces, the women face, in fact, that has been in fact introduced in this very cabinet. So that is very crucial to note out here, that Meghna Bordekar has been given an opportunity. She is one of the fresh faces that has been in fact included in the given cabinet. But the question out here, Deepak, is Sudhir Mungantiwar's name is missing in this. Sudhir Mungantiwar is one of the tallest leader, someone who has been with Atal Bihari Vajpayee's BJP, as well as he has seen multiple, leadership within the BJP, comes from the background of RSS, but ultimately his name is missing. So whether he...
That's right, Sandeep. Many thanks for joining me with those details. Well, these are the pictures coming in from Nagpur as the local boy, Devendra Fadnavis, who's now the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, is all set to induct his cabinet today. All eyes will be on who will take oath in today's cabinet expansion exercise. Now let's move on, because an Indian Army Jawan has suffered injuries while trying to defuse an IED that was planted by Maoists in Chhattisgarh's Kanker district. The Jawan's condition is stable after receiving preliminary treatment and is being shifted to a hospital for further care. This particular incident, viewers, happened during a search operation. During a search operation, a BSF Jawan came across an IED that was planted by Maoists in Kanker district, and while he was defusing the IED, he suffered injuries. Now he is currently awailing treatment, and he will be shifted for better care. I have Akhil also joining me live on this broadcast. Akhil, tell us what exactly happened in Kanker and what was the operation that the BSF Jawans were carrying out?
Well, Deepak, if you see, I was speaking to Kanker SP, Mr. Kalyan Ilisela. He said that there was a credible input that there's a movement of 15 to 20 Maoists in that area, and then he basically sent out a team of Jawans over there to conduct that operation. And while over there, apart from the district police, the BSF Jawans were also there. And during that point in time, they found an IED over there, and then when they tried to defuse that IED, then it got blasted at that time, and in which what has happened that the BSF Jawan has got one BSF Jawan has got injured. So after the FSU unit, the field surgical unit, has done the basic first aid thing, the Jawan has been shifted to a nearby district hospital. So he has been provided a treatment over there at this point in time, but no other security personnel got injured apart from that person, that Jawan who was basically doing that diffusing process of that bomb at that point in time. Yes, Deepak.
All right, Akhil, many thanks for joining me with those details. Well, right now, as we speak, the BSF Jawan who sustained injuries during the anti-Maoist operation is being, treated at a district hospital, and he will further be tested and also checked upon to check his medical condition. And if further treatment is required, he will then be moved to a bigger hospital. Meanwhile, Kiran Rijiju has time and again silenced the opposition in the parliament with his strong retort and his pointed questions at the Congress party, demanding answers from the Sonia Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra Congress, demanding them to speak up on their link with George Soros. Here's the story.
As the fierce constitution debate entered its second day, Parliamentary and Minority Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju opened from the ruling party's side and spoke about how the centre remains aligned to the constitution and how the opposition is setting a fake narrative against the government. He went on to highlight how India provides for safety and security of all religious minorities. He emphasized that minorities in Bangladesh and Pakistan facing discrimination come to India as the country remains a safe haven for them.
जब माइनॉरिटीज का खिलाफ जुल्म होता है या कुछ दिक्कतें आते हैं, सबसे पहला देश जहां वो आते हैं संरक्षण लेने के लिए वो है भारत देश में। यहाँ सेफ है इसलिए तो आते हैं। फिर ऐसे बातें क्यों कहा जाता है कि इस देश में माइनॉरिटीज को कोई प्रोटेक्शन नहीं है? माइनॉरिटी ठीक है, इंसिडेंट कहीं होता होगा, माइनॉरिटी मेजॉरिटी इंडिविजुअल घर घर में परिवार में भी झगड़ा होते हैं, गांव-गांव में झगड़ा होते हैं। इसको भारत में अल्पसंख्यकों को कोई जगह नहीं दिया जा रहा है। आप गुरुद्वारा नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा है, मुसलमानों को दरगाह नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा है। ऐसा क्यों कहते हैं? इसलिए मैं कह रहा हूं कि ऐसा बातें नहीं करना चाहिए जिससे देश का छवि को नुकसान होता है। ये मैं किसी एक पार्टी के लिए नहीं कह रहा हूं, मैं देश के लिए कह रहा हूं।
This comes after Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav yesterday on day one of the special debate accused the government of neglecting the minorities.
आज कई मायनों में कई आंकड़ों में उत्तर प्रदेश पीछे दिखाई दे रहा है, जहां रोजगार के सवाल पर जो सरकारी नौकरियां इसलिए नहीं क्योंकि आरक्षण न देना पड़ जाए, इसे सरकारी नौकरियां नहीं हैं। आए दिन पेपर आउट, पेपर लीक, न केवल पेपर लीक है।
He alleged that the efforts are underway to reduce the country's minorities to second-grade citizens. This all comes amid the discrimination report coming from France, Spain, Pakistan and Bangladesh, with Bangladesh being the most affected.
यूरोपियन यूनियन में 48% लोग डिस्क्रिमिनेशन के शिकार हुए हैं, ऐसा मानता है ये सर्वे का रिपोर्ट आया है। उसमें से ज़्यादातर मुसलमान धर्म को मानने वाला, इस्लाम धर्म को मानने वाला का रिपोर्ट है। फ्रांस में कई डिस्क्रिमिनेशन का रिपोर्ट पेश किया, मैं नहीं कह रहा हूँ, रिपोर्ट के बारे में मैं बता रहा हूँ। उसमें जो हेड स्कार्फ पहनते हैं, बुर्का पहनते हैं, इसको लेकर के मेजॉरिटी मुस्लिम कम्युनिटी के लोग ने उसको आपत्ति किया है और कहा कि ये उनके खिलाफ डिस्क्रिमिनेशन किया जा रहा है।
The government's reply in the lower house comes amid the opposition's narrative of minorities in danger.
It's time for a quick break. After that, we'll tell you more about the back-to-back protests held by farmers and the Ministry of Home Affairs holding talks with farmer leaders at the Kanuri border. The MHA has reiterated that the government is committed to resolving the farmers' concerns and maintaining dialogue. All this and more after a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
In the India Today Best Universities 2023 survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very warm welcome. It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Yesu Bharadwaj. And the BJP-led Maharashtra government is all set for a cabinet expansion. In fact, the new ministers will take an oath at 4 p.m. today in Nagpur. We're tracking this and a lot more for you, but first the headlines. Days after Bengaluru Techie's death, his wife and in-law sent to 14 days judicial custody. BSF has foiled an infiltration attempt by Pakistan. High-grade narcotic substance seized. Maharashtra Cabinet expansion today. Oath-taking ceremony in Nagpur at 4 p.m. UNIS government levels big charges. Hasina involved in forced disappearance. BJP slams TMC after Firhad Hakim's controversial minority will be majority soon statement. In a big breaking news, viewers, the father of the Bengaluru techie Atul Subhash has alleged following the Supreme Court's orders, the Ministry of Home Affairs held talks with farmer leaders at the Kanori border addressing their demands. The Ministry of Home Affairs has said that the government is committed to resolving the farmers' concerns and maintaining dialogue. Remember, viewers, this comes a day after there was a scuffle that broke out between the police and the protesting farmers at the Sambhal border, where the police had to resort to firing tear gas shells and water cannons at the protesting farmers. At least 2 were injured in yesterday's scuffle. The farmers were stopped at the Punjab-Ambala border, the Punjab-Haryana border, the Sambhal border, by the police. The authorities have said that the Supreme Court has said that the next date for the dialogue is on the 18th of December, and until then the farmers should stay put. First statement by the Ministry of Home Affairs, where they said, as per the Supreme Court's orders, they held talks with farmer leaders at the Kanori border, addressing their demands. The Ministry of Home Affairs reiterated that the government is committed to resolving the farmers' concerns and maintaining dialogues with the farmers. Listen to this.
आज यहाँ पे हम मैं मेरे साथी अफसर डिविजनल कमिश्नर पटियाला, डिप्टी कमिश्नर पटियाला, डीआईजी रेंज और भारत सरकार के नुमाइंदे एमएचए में डायरेक्टर श्री मयंक मिश्रा जी, तो हमने आके यहाँ डल्लेवाल साहब का हालचाल पूछा है। मानयोग सुप्रीम कोर्ट के आदेशों के मुताबिक हमने इनसे तालमेल बना के रिक्विजिट इमरजेंट मेडिकल एड प्रोवाइड करने के लिए इन्हें कन्विंस किया है, कन्विंस करने की कोशिश करी।
उनकी तबीयत कैसी है, आपकी क्या बातचीत हुई, वो बताएंगे?
वो मेडिकल इनके जो वाइटल सिम्टम्स हैं वो कंटिन्यूअसली मॉनिटर किए जा रहे हैं। सो मेडिकल टीम इनका चेकअप करती है और हमारी कोशिश है कि डल्लेवाल साहब की सेहत पे कोई आंच ना आए।
We're being joined by my colleague Lalit for the story. Lalit, just yesterday you were at the Sambhal border and the scenes that broke out at the border were horrific. The police and the protesting farmers got into a scuffle and water cannons were being fired. But today, the Ministry of Home Affairs has said that they had a word with the protesting farmers and the farmer leaders. What are the updates on the meeting that happened between the Ministry of Home Affairs and the protesting farmers?
If we talk about this meeting, it took almost 10 months that the deadlock between the farmers and the
है उसके अनुसार हम यहाँ पे सारी वेल इक्विप्ड मेडिकल सुविधाएं यहाँ पे अवेलेबल करा रहे हैं। लेकिन मैं एक बात स्पष्ट कर दूं उन्होंने ये भी कहा कि सरदार जगजीत सिंह डल्लेवाल जी, कोई जो आपको मेडिकल डेफिशिएंसीज जो अंदर कमी हो रही है उसको भी कुछ पूरा करने की तरफ विचार कीजिए। लेकिन सरदार जगजीत सिंह डल्लेवाल जी ने ये स्पष्ट कर दिया, स्पष्ट शब्दों में उनको कहा बड़े सत्कार के साथ कि मेरा संदेश केंद्र सरकार तक पहुंचा दीजिए कि मेरी जिंदगी से ज्यादा कीमती जिंदगी उन 7 लाख किसानों की थी जिन्होंने सरकारों की गलत नीतियों के कारण आत्महत्या करी है पिछले 25 साल में। मेरी जिंदगी से ज्यादा कीमती जिंदगी उन किसानों की है जो आज भी सरकारों की गलत नीतियों के कारण गरीबी और कर्ज की तरफ लगातार जाते जा रहे हैं और वो मृत्यु की तरफ धकेले जा रहे हैं सरकारों की गलत नीतियों द्वारा। इसलिए उन्होंने स्पष्ट कर दिया कि मेरी जिंदगी के बारे में सोचने की बजाय, मेरी जिंदगी के बारे में चिंता करने की बजाय किसानों की मांगों के बारे में सरकार चिंता करे और उन मांगों को पूरा करने के लिए सरकार कार्य करे। जिस दिन हमारी मांगे पूरी हो जाएंगी उस दिन मेरा अनशन समाप्त होगा। सरदार जगजीत सिंह डल्लेवाल जी किसी भी तरीके की कोई आउटसाइड मेडिकल एड नहीं लेंगे, ये उन्होंने बिल्कुल स्पष्ट शब्दों में विनम्रता पूर्वक तरीके से कह दिया है।
गवर्नमेंट के नुमाइंदे आए, बातचीत किया, क्या ये अच्छी पहल नहीं है किसानों के लिए, किसान प्रोटेस्ट के लिए?
देखिए, पॉजिटिव बात है अगर बातचीत कर। देखिए, हमारा स्पष्ट मानना है कि बड़े से बड़े मुद्दे का समाधान भी बातचीत से ही होगा। तो अगर सरकार गंभीरतापूर्ण बातचीत करना चाहती है हमारे मुद्दों पे, तो बिल्कुल उनका सत्कार है, उनका स्वागत है और बातचीत से ही मुद्दों का हल होगा। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
The statement from the side of the Ministry of Home Affairs comes a day after scuffle broke out between the police and the protesting farmers at the Sambhal border. In fact, internet services remain suspended in parts of Haryana, including Ambala, till the 17th of December in view of the protesting farmers. The farmers were stopped at the Sambhal border by the police and were met by state's resistance. The police fired tear gas shells and water cannons on the farmers. Listen to this.
आज यहाँ पे हम मैं, मेरे साथी अफसर, डिविजनल कमिश्नर पटियाला, डिप्टी कमिश्नर पटियाला, डीआईजी रेंज और भारत सरकार के नुमाइंदे एमएचए में डायरेक्टर श्री मयंक मिश्रा जी, तो हमने आके यहाँ डल्लेवाल साहब का हालचाल पूछा है। मानयोग सुप्रीम कोर्ट के आदेशों के मुताबिक हमने इनसे तालमेल बना के रिक्विजिट इमरजेंट मेडिकल एड प्रोवाइड करने के लिए इन्हें कन्विंस किया है, कन्विंस करने की कोशिश करी।
सर, उनकी तबीयत कैसी है, आपकी क्या बातचीत हुई, वो बताएंगे?
वो मेडिकल इनके जो वाइटल सिम्टम्स हैं वो कंटिन्यूअसली मॉनिटर किए जा रहे हैं। सो मेडिकल टीम इनका चेकअप करती है और हमारी कोशिश है कि डल्लेवाल साहब की सेहत पे कोई आंच ना आए।
Getting off Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis holding a mega road show ahead of the cabinet expansion due later today in Nagpur. Finally, the decks have been cleared for cabinet expansion of the Maharashtra government in Nagpur at 4 p.m. today. The final list of cabinet ministers, which was sent to the central leadership in Delhi for approval, was also cleared on Saturday night, which is last night. These are the live visuals from Maharashtra's Nagpur, where Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis is holding a mega roadshow rally ahead of the cabinet expansion. 32 to 35 new ministers are set to take oaths in today evening's cabinet expansion move. The cabinet expansion will also take place ahead of the winter session of the state, which will commence in Nagpur tomorrow. The composition of the cabinet that has emerged is that BJP is slated or is likely to get 21 berths, while Shiv Sena is slated to get 12. including the Deputy Chief Minister, which is Eknath Shinde, and NCP is slated to bag about 10 berths, including the Deputy Chief Minister, Ajit Pawar. The high-profile home portfolio, which had become the bone of contention between the BJP and the Shiv Sena, will be retained by Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis. Viewers, this is Maharashtra's Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, live from Nagpur on your screens. These are the visuals of the mega roadshow that he is holding. We're also being joined by my colleague Sandeep, live on the broadcast, to get us more information on the huge upcoming cabinet expansion for the Maharashtra government. Sandeep, take it away. Tell us more.
Yes, a grand welcome by the people of Nagpur for the Chief Minister of Maharashtra and the local boy out there, Devendra Fadnavis. In fact, today is the cabinet expansion that is going to take place, and we have the names of people who could in fact take the oath today. We have Chandrasekhar Bawankule from Bharatiya Janata Party, the state Bharatiya Janata Party chief. Girish Mahajan, close confidant of Devendra Fadnavis, one of the key associate of Devendra Fadnavis, troubleshooter of Bharatiya Janata Party in the state of Maharashtra, Chandrakant Patil, someone who has been connected with the old cadre of Bharatiya Janata Party, and someone very much close to Amit Shah. Jai Kumar Rawal, 4 times MLA, close to Devendra Fadnavis, belonging from North Maharashtra. He's getting Pankaja Munde, a big name. Remember, she might have lost elections in 2019, or she have also lost the election in Lok Sabha also, but she has been in fact given an opportunity as an MLC, and then now she is all set to take oath. Pankaj Bhoyar is being in fact someone who has been also introduced in this very cabinet. Radhakrishna VK Patil, eminent politician out there. He had a history in Congress Party, joined in Bharatiya Janata Party. Now again he's been in fact given an opportunity as the cabinet minister. He belongs from Ahmednagar, Nashik Ahmednagar district, so definitely a big name. Mangal Prabhat Lodha, big name, someone who is also a businessman, a builder, in fact a very popular in South Mumbai. He's an MLA from Malabar Hill area. Apart from this, Shivendra Raje Bhosle, this is something that is very big that Bharatiya Janata Party is trying to do right now. Shivendra Raje Bhosle is the descendant of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. So ultimately someone who has come from the royal family. He's been given an opportunity. A message in the Maratha community will also go. Meghna Bordekar, a new face in fact that has been in fact introduced in that high chances that Meghna Bordekar could get the opportunity as a cabinet ministry. We have received the names of the people who have got the call, but what is missing right now is the name of Sudhir Mungantiwar. Sudhir Mungantiwar name hasn't been confirmed yet. We have not got any confirmation whether Sudhir Mungantiwar would be retained as the cabinet minister or not, because he is someone who has been he is someone who has worked with Atal Bihari Vajpayee's BJP as well. He was very close to LK Advani as well in the state of Maharashtra in the past when Bharatiya Janata Party was there in the government. He has been the part of Gopinath Munde and very close associate of the old BJP leaders as well. Very close to Nitin Gadkari in fact. So his name is missing as of now. So this will be very big if Sudhir Mungantiwar has not been given an opportunity. When we talk about Shinde Sena, we have the list of Sanjay Shirsat. Now, Sanjay Shirsat was someone who was very much vocal when there was a split within the Sena, and in fact, it was Sanjay Shirsat who had openly made a statement against Uddhav Thackeray that they were not given an opportunity to meet Uddhav Thackeray when it was the Maha Vikas Aghadi government. A big rebel in fact when the split had happened. Uday Samant is very popular
name also, a very clean image person out there, belongs from Maharashtra Konkan. Shambhu Raje Desai comes from Satara, close to Eknath Shinde. He gets an opportunity. Gulab Rao Patil, in fact, one of the popular faces in Shiv Sena. Bharat Gogawle. Now, Bharat Gogawle is a character who has been demanding the cabinet post and ultimately he was not given an opportunity in the previous Mahayuti cabinet. So, he has been now given an opportunity. That is what we've been told. Sanjay Rathod may get, may not get, because Sanjay Rathod has an issue with this image, and whether the Bharatiya Janata Party or Eknath Shinde faction would allow him to take oath, because he has a bad image. In fact, he had cases of molestation, rape cases against him. So whether he will be given an opportunity or not, that is something very crucial. But he belongs to Banjara community, so whether he will be given an opportunity or not. So there are multiple such names over which there are high chances that they may take oath today.
Right, Sandeep. Thank you so much. That was indeed a very comprehensive showdown on what will be expected in today evening's cabinet expansion. But for now, we will be moving on to more news from Uttar Pradesh. Uttar Pradesh's Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath raised critical questions regarding the lack of justice for the 46-year-old massacre in Sambhal while addressing the ongoing controversy surrounding the construction of a temple in the region. Now, viewers, this comes at the back foot of when yesterday Sambhal officials said that they stumbled upon a temple, an encroached temple, during an anti-encroachment drive in the Khagusarai area near the Shahi Jama Masjid. The Sambhal district officials reopened the ancient temple, which had been locked since the communal riots hit the town in 1978. And today, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, while speaking of the riots and the tensions from 1978, also spoke about the temple, which was buried in dust, but was finally recovered by the administration, district administration, Sambhal, yesterday. The efforts started in evening and went on till late in the night. And two idols which are completely intact have come out. The old temple has reopened after 1978, today for the first time. In fact, people were seen flocking to the temple to offer their prayers and pujas, as you can see on the screen. The authorities said that they stumbled upon the temple during the anti-encroachment drive and during the anti-electricity theft drive of the district administration. We're being joined by my colleague Ajay Dubey right from Ground Zero to get us more on the story. Ajay, show us around, show us what the idols look like, and tell us more about the story.
See, from yesterday only, this is, news is much in discussion, and in Lucknow also political persons are also looking on this news, and the important part is right now they are also looking for the timeline of the temple. How old is this temple? And this is the modus operandi how things work, where the numbers of certain community increases and people leave that area. That's what is happening, and now the local administration is looking and taking care of the temple. Yesterday we have seen police officers who were taking care of the temple, who were cleaning the statue, statue of the surrounding area, and now today we can see there is a clean drive is happening all around that space. So this is what is happening in Sambhal right now, and Chief Minister also made clear statement about Sambhal. He asked questions also, and he made it very clear that no action is taken against the culprits of the riot which happened many years ago in Sambhal, and we have seen a bigger number of deaths in that riot. So Chief Minister today attacked on the on the ruling parties during that time, and he was very aggressive on the issue of Sambhal.
Right, Sandeep, thank you so much for joining us on the story. Keeping on to the same story, amid the ongoing crackdown on electricity graft in Sambhal, Amid the ongoing crackdown on electricity graft in Sambhal, the administration also found an encroached temple. On finding the temple, the authorities began cleaning it immediately. Take a look to know more.
In a historic move, a temple in Uttar Pradesh Sambhal reopened after 46 years. A Shiv temple was reopened after 46 years in the Khagusarai area in Uttar Pradesh Sambhal. The decades-old temple, currently in shambles and being encroached upon, has remained closed since 1978. The discovery of temple came while the city administration along with UP police was conducting a drive against anti-encroachment and power theft.
ये जब हम बिजली चोरी की घटनाएं बहुत ज्यादा थी, यहाँ पे लोग एंटर नहीं करते थे, इसलिए हम यहाँ पे आए और आने पर जब देखा तो यहाँ पे एक मंदिर है एनक्रोच्ड मिला जिसको हम साफ करवा रहे हैं। दूसरा ये जो कुआं था उसके ऊपर रैंप बना रखा था, तो किसी ने बताया कि इसके नीचे रैंप, हमें पता नहीं चला, लेकिन एक व्यक्ति धीरे से आए और हमें बता के गए, तो हमने इसको रैंप को जब हटाया तो नीचे कुआं निकला।
According to officials, there were some inputs about the temple area being encroached upon by residents. Vishnu Sharan Rastogi, the patron of Nagar Hindu Sabha, said the temple has been reopened after 1978. Officials also said there were some Hindu families who used to reside in the area but left due to some reasons.
यहाँ देवों में शिव परिवार एवं ये हमारा हनुमान जी की प्रतिमा है और इसकी साफ सफाई की जा रही है और देखा जा रहा है कि किन स्थिति में ये हुआ है। एक लंबे समय से बंद होने की जानकारी हुई है और ये बताया गया कि कुछ हिंदू परिवार यहाँ रहता था जो किन्हीं कारणों से यहाँ पलायन कर गया है।
The temple discovery in Sambhal assumed significance in the light of recent controversy and violent clashes between Sambhal locals and the police over a court-ordered ASI survey of the city's Jama Masjid, a Mughal-era mosque.
We will keep tracking more news and updates on the other side, but for now it's time to slip into a short break. Keep watching Republic TV.
All eyes are on the power play that's currently underway in Maharashtra over the cabinets and the portfolios.
हमेशा हमारे सरकार ने महिलाओं को सम्मान किया है। पूरी लिस्ट में भी आप देखेंगे कि 3 महिलाओं के नाम है।
आइस बोला था लाने को, लद्दाख चला गया। पूछा फोन पे इतना बिजी क्यों है, तो क्या बोला तू? हाँ, माउंटेन्स वर कॉलिंग।
डॉक्टर जानगी उस दिन सनसेट देखने छज्जे पे चढ़ा, टूट गया।
हाँ, तो किसने बोला घर की दीवार पे रॉक क्लाइंबिंग करने को?
सफीना बदतमीजी।
समझ गया। मेरे पास आप दोनों की प्रॉब्लम की मेडिसिन है। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
Received order copy from the High Court and despite receiving the order copy they did not release. Now you should question the government and the department why they have not released the accused. High Court order is very specific that forthwith the moment you receive the order you have to release an essay. Despite clear order they did not release. Now they have to answer. Unnadandi. That is we have to take further steps and legally what is permissible we will take.
Sir, what is the kind of, are we going to initiate any legal action?
Yes, definitely. This is an illegal arrest, illegal detention. We will take legal steps.
Justice Khanna
जिन्होंने संविधान के सम्मान करते हुए उस पीरियड से इंदिरा जी को सजा दी थी, उन्होंने मुख्य न्यायाधीश नहीं बनने दिया। हिंदुस्तान में अगर सबसे बड़ा जुमला कोई था और वो 4-4 पीढ़ी ने चलाया, वो जुमला था गरीबी हटाओ। कांग्रेस के एक परिवार ने संविधान को चोट पहुंचाने में कोई कोर कसर नहीं छोड़ी।
In the India Today Best Universities 2023 survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
George Soros, a scarecrow or a bugbear? Is he a one-man deep state ranged against all the nationalist forces around the world? Or a cranky old man living off perception? Connected with the Soros attack of the BJP on the Congress, is it doubling down on the Adani issue? Is it part of the larger hard right swing of the BJP even as the Congress does its own hard left shift? And finally, the developments in Syria. Is it just Shia Sunni or America Russia? Or perhaps about natural gas supplies to Europe? Join me this weekend, Saturday and Sunday only on Republic TV.
Are on the power play that's currently underway in Maharashtra over the cabinets and the portfolios.
हमेशा हमारे सरकार ने महिलाओं को सम्मान किया है। पूरी लिस्ट में भी आप देखेंगे कि 3 महिलाओं के नाम है।
Days after Bengaluru Techie's death, his wife and in-laws have been sent to 14 days judicial custody. BSF has foiled an infiltration attempt by Pakistan. High-grade narcotic substance seized. Maharashtra Cabinet expansion today, oath-taking ceremony in Nagpur at 4 p.m. Union government levels big charge against Sheikh Hasina involved in forced disappearances. BJP slams TMC after Firhad Hakim's controversy. Minority will be majority soon statement. Good afternoon and thank you for tuning in. You're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Suesha Sawant, and first up we begin this edition with an exclusive interview that Republic has got for you. This is with Union Minister Chirag Paswan, who's spoken on a range of issues, from clarifying the alliance formula for the upcoming Bihar elections to taking on the Congress for its link to George Soros. He's established a strong position on issues that are making headlines these days. Listen in to what he said.
What about the parliament? As an insider, we are every day seeing, we are looking at, we are in the third week of the session and still there's a disruption, complete showdown. None of the days parliament could function smoothly, and the demand has been, the opposition has been very adamant. Adjournment 267 notices are being used, negatively. They are misusing it. As an insider, what's the main crux?
Well, I don't know what the crux is, but then the fact is that the parliament must function. And I think this is the responsibility of both the sides. Most of the time, we've been blamed that as the part of the government, it's our responsibility that the parliament should function. But I believe, as per the constitution, it's equal responsibility of both the sides to make sure that the parliament functions. I don't understand the thought process of the opposition, that why they don't want the house to function, whereas whatever questions, whatever queries that they have, that is the place where you can hold us accountable. You can demand answers, you can raise questions, but until unless you won't let the house function. And I think the same issue, session after session, same Adani issue. You went for elections with this issue. What happened? People rejected it because they don't see themselves relating with this issue. And now again you're not letting the parliament function because of Adani.
But what's the problem in discussion on Adani?
No, there's no problem. You have multiple platforms, where you can raise this. During 0 hour you can raise this. During question hour you can raise this. During any debate, any discussions that are taking place, you can always make a route where you can ask these questions to the government. But then for that also you need to let the parliament function, but you're not allowing it. And then you have made like a mockery of the whole institution. One day you come out with these gulab ka fools and tiranga and you start distributing it. One day you come out with these jackets and these, mask and all that. I mean, it's not a place for your fashion show. It is the parliament. It is the temple of democracy. I mean, you need to respect that place also.
But they say that there's no parity. There's immense disparity, because they are saying that when it's during 0 hour or business hour, when there's any MP from the ruling party or from the alliance, they're allowed to speak for 6 minutes, 7 minutes, and it goes on to 13 minutes. But when it's about opposition MPs, they stand up, the 1 minute or after 2 minutes, their mics go mute.
I don't understand. I mean, you don't believe anybody now. And this is a serious problem with the opposition. You don't believe governments, you don't believe election commission, you don't believe any institution, you don't believe the chair also now. I mean, the way they are demanding the Avishwas Prastav in the Rajya Sabha, and the same allegations you throw on the chair in Loksabha also. I mean, you need to believe in somebody at least. And I think these are the constitutional posts. I mean, disrespecting chair like this is not correct.
No confidence motion. You spoke about it, yes. How do you see this? Do you really feel that the indie bloc is falling apart? Every day there's a protest. TMC and Samajwadi Party are not the part of those protests. They have bought no confidence motion, and there is no confidence amongst the indie parties on Rahul Gandhi, on Congress for the top post line. How do you see this?
I think very well articulated. They don't have confidence within the alliance only. They don't have confidence within their so-called leader of the alliance, I mean, one after the other, all the parties from the India alliance, they are coming out and they are showing their no confidence in the current leadership of Rahul Gandhi ji, and they are looking out for alternatives. Mamata Banerjee's name is circulating in between, and there are many parties from the same alliance who are supporting her name for this. So yes, I mean, when the people or the parties of your own alliance, they're not supporting you on these issues, and there are multiple such issues, where they don't get the support from their ally partners only. And now you're bringing up an issue that you don't have confidence on the chair. So I mean, this looks really weird and funny.
One more thing about Mamata Banerjee. Do you think she is best suited to rule and to be the leader of the indie bloc better than Rahul Gandhi? Because we saw Lalu Yadav, Sharad Pawar, TMC leader Mamata Banerjee speaking herself about it.
Well, that's none of my concern, and it's not even, I mean, it doesn't really matter who's leading that alliance. Eventually, I know that that's an alliance of over-ambitious people. That's an alliance where everybody wants to be at the top. That's an alliance where all the leaders of various ally partners, everybody wants to become the Prime Minister. Though there's no vacancy of the Prime Minister post, but still everybody is eyeing for that. And it's like a cutthroat competition, literal cutthroat competition within the ally partners of India Alliance. So it really doesn't matter, bother. Whosoever going to be there, the other allies will start cutting him or her down again.
One more thing, when we are talking about Congress and opposition, recently Republic got its hand on the connection which has come out, George Soros and Sonia Gandhi link. You must have heard about it. How do you see this Congress party and American deep state link? The foreign entities they are directly connected with, how dangerous it is, and how they have always kept their political aspiration above country.
Well, now there are evidence, there are proofs, which connects the two, where Sonia Gandhi ji is being the part of an organization which has been funded by a person who's been linked up with theories which is anti-India, and this is a serious threat to the nation. And I think any such association must be clarified on the floor of the House, and is the only thing that we are demanding from the Congress party, to come out and open and explain the whole connection, that what is your connection, your party leader's connection with Soros, what is going behind the scene. We have our doubts, we have evidence proving our doubts. And that's the clarification that we demand, but then again, they won't come and answer those questions.
Do you really think that Sonia Gandhi, being the co-president of George Soros Foundation, they really have link when there was an entire George Soros activity change, regime change, how they were wanting to change certain things in our country, and there was a demand that Kashmir is not the integral part of the country? How dangerous it is. Even that time, there were several parliamentarians, there were MPs who were into the panels, and the important details of the country, the safety issue, the security issue, how it was being shared with someone else.
So yes, I mean, and the whole chronology, is, I think, self-explanatory. I mean, it clearly states that somebody was guiding them here, and an outsider deciding your policies, deciding your take on certain issues, I think this is extremely dangerous, and the Congress and their leaders need to come out and clarify all this, that why, because everything is right in front of you, the whole chronology is right in front of you, they say something and then they start quoting them here, and their connection with anti-India alliances, the kind of relation that they share. They don't believe that Kashmir is the part of our country, and issues like this. So yes, Congress leaders must come out and clarify their stand on this.
Do you think Rahul Gandhi's theatrics and drama is the diversion from this George Soros issue? The more theatrics they are into, because they don't want Sonia Gandhi or any higher one in the Congress party to answer all these questions, because till now they haven't.
Maybe yes. It's a they're trying to do so, not going to help them. But then yes, but I really find this funny. As I said, that it is the temple of democracy, and you must respect that place. You can't be coming in there wearing those jackets and wearing those masks and stuff, and just making fun. Distributing these. There's nothing wrong in giving a flower to anybody, but then that's not the place, and that's not your intention also. We do understand clearly what your intention was when Rahul ji was running behind our defense minister to give him that tiranga and flower. So that's not the place to do all these things.
One question, there was one bill which was supposed to be, there was an entire report which was supposed to be tabled in this winter session, but now it has been extended till the next budget session. I'm talking about the Waqf. You were very vocal when in fact the JPC was formed. Recent there's a report in which it is clearly stated that state Waqf board and overall in the country more than 8,72,339 lands are the Waqf properties, and there are 1,000 almost which are illegally occupied, which are alienated. How do you see this now?
Well, I think these were the concerns that that surfaced, because of which we wanted to have a thorough discussion where every stakeholder gets an opportunity to voice themselves, and was the reason why we were demanding for a JPC. And that was formed, and I think on that platform everybody got an opportunity to justify, clarify, raise questions, give statements. So I think they got that opportunity there. I don't know what the final report holds, but then I'll go ahead with whatever the committee suggests.
But Chirag, are you okay with, because some or the other way it will also impact the number of Muslim population you have in your constituency, and overall the Muslim population, and how you have made a way for yourself and you have impacted, you are face over there, they are your vote bank as well. So whatever happens there, will it impact you in Bihar?
I think we are anticipating a lot of things. Let the report be tabled, let it come out, and eventually we'll be having a discussion on this in the parliament also.
Time now for a short commercial break. On the other side, we get you details of how the BJP has slammed TMC after Firhad Hakim's controversial statement saying minority will become majority soon.
आइस बोला था लाने को, लद्दाख चला गया, पूछा फोन पे इतना बिजी क्यों है, तो क्या बोला तू? हाँ, माउंटेन्स वर कॉलिंग।
डॉक्टर जहांगीर उस दिन सनसेट देखने छज्जे पे चढ़ा, टूट गया।
हाँ, तू किसने बोला घर की दीवार पे रॉक क्लाइंबिंग करने को?
सफीना बदतमीजी।
समझ गया। मेरे पास आप दोनों की प्रॉब्लम की मेडिसिन है। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
The ICC top brass is likely to finalize the hybrid model formalities for the ICC Champions Trophy during a virtual meeting with the Pakistan Cricket Board Chief Mohsin Naqvi on Saturday. It has been agreed in principle that neither India nor Pakistan will travel to each other's country for ICC events that are being hosted by either of the two nations. This agreement means that India and Pakistan will play in Dubai during the 2025 Champions Trophy, which is slated to be held from February 19 to March 9. There's a virtual meeting which ICC Chairman Jay Shah will join from Brisbane. It is expected that the ICC will make an official announcement after that, an ICC official told news agency PTI. This signals a potential end of what has been a long-running saga that started when the BCCI refused to send the Indian team to Pakistan over safety and security concerns. Pakistan had initially stated a total opposition to the hybrid model and said that they would only accept the entire tournament being hosted in Pakistan, as was agreed upon with the ICC at first. However, a key meeting in the end of November made clear that the PCB's hardline stance would not fly, as most ICC members were siding with the BCCI's demand for a hybrid model. This led to the PCB to make a list of new demands. They asked for a better financial package from the ICC and also that India play a tri-series with them with a third nation in a neutral venue, and also that a similar hybrid model be employed for them when India hosts an ICC tournament. The tri-series idea was rejected outright by both the ICC and the BCCI, but the hybrid model idea has been agreed to in principle, although there is no written confirmation from the BCCI of the same. During the 2026 Men's T20 World Cup, which will be co-hosted by India and Sri Lanka, India will not be able to play the marquee clash against Pakistan at home and instead will travel to Colombo for the high-voltage clash. India is set to host the Women's ODI World Cup next year and will co-host the Men's T20 World Cup with Sri Lanka in 2026. Additionally, India will also host the Men's 2020 Asia Cup set to be held next year. All of these tournaments will feature an India-Pakistan game at some stage, but it will be played in a neutral venue and not in either India or Pakistan. The breaking of this deadlock will be a huge relief for all parties involved, as threats of a boycott or even cancellation had loomed large over the tournament.
Thank you for staying with Republic, and we now get to the latest in the Atul Subhash case, where his estranged wife and in-laws, who are the other accused in this case, have been taken into custody. Meanwhile, Atul's father has urged that he and his family have no knowledge of the whereabouts of their grandson. He's also urged Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar to bring back his grandson. Listen in.
तारी हो गई। हमारे पोते को कहाँ रखे हुए हैं कि मार दी है कि जिंदा है, वो भी हम नहीं देख पा रहे हैं। हमारी यही गुहार है कि हमारा पोता हमको देखने को और हमारे पास रहे, और कोई गुहार नहीं। बड़ा धन्यवाद है पुलिस वालों को, हमारी कानून व्यवस्था को हम धन्यवाद देते हैं, जो कम से कम मेरी गुहार उन लोग सुन करके और इतना बड़ा हमको राहत दिए हैं। ये बहुत बड़ी राहत की बात है। कम से कम उन लोग गिरफ्तार तो है। एकदम हम अस्थि कलश लेके आए, जबकि हिंदू में हमारे यहाँ ऐसा होता नहीं है। अच्छा। और हम पूजा पाठ करने वाले लोग हैं। हाँ। लेकिन तब भी हम लेके आए हैं। न्याय नहीं मिलेगा तो अंतिम यही मेरे पास विकल्प है, और दूसरा कोई विकल्प। जज तो करप्ट थी, तभी तो वो ऐसा किया है। जज तो मुझसे पैसा मांगती थी, वो घूस देने वाला आदमी था नहीं। वो तो कहीं भी जाता था तो घूस वाली बात नहीं, आप पेनल्टी कर दो, ठीक है, मैं सरकार को पैसा दूंगा। वो इनकम टैक्स का पैसा देता था। बिजनेसमैन का इनकम टैक्स का पैसा छुप सकता है, लेकिन उसका तो नहीं छुपता था। अभी न्याय मिला कहाँ? अभी भी मेरे ऊपर केस है, अभी भी मेरे ऊपर केस है। 16 तारीख एक नया केस उसने हमारे पोते के नाम पर और डाला है, मेंटेनेंस का। क्या डाला? 16 दिसंबर को तारीख है। पोते के नाम पे क्या केस था पूरा? क्या उसको 40,000 से नहीं भर रहा था, इसलिए।
Meanwhile, my colleague Piyush spoke to DCP Shiv Kumar with regards to the accused who have been arrested. Listen in.
Good morning, sir. This is Piyush from Republic TV, sir. Sir, first of all, good work, sir. You have been able to arrest Nikita, the wife of late Atul Subhash, and her brother and mother. Sir, I just wanted to know, when exactly did you arrest Nikita, her brother and her mother?
14th morning, we arrested Nikita from Gurugram. In front of one plaza is there. I'll share the details of the place.
Sir, which plaza, sir?
From there.
Sir, which plaza?
Which plaza? That plaza. I'll share that plaza details. In front of plaza, we have arrested in the morning of 14th. Okay. From there, we have brought her to the Bengal and police before the magistrate.
Okay, sir. You arrested her then, sir? Yes, sir.
Arrested and brought to Bangalore and produced before our magistrate, judicial magistrate.
Okay. So, so you got her on flight, through flight. What exactly?
Yeah, through flight. Yeah, through flight. We brought her to the Bangalore.
Okay.
And another two arrested from Allahabad.
Okay. Right, sir.
So those two also brought to Bangalore through flight.
Okay, sir. Now, I just want to know from you that have they been sent to the judicial custody, or have they? Have you taken the police custody?
No. They have not been taken into the police custody. They have produced before the magistrate and remanded for judicial custody because we have already taken the statements, detailed statements of the both accused. All three of the accused statements were recorded and sent to the judicial custody.
Sir, I just want to know from you now, since you have been able to arrest, how actually were you able to get to know the location of Nikita? Because
no, they switched off their mobiles and all. Through our sources, we collected information. We cannot disclose the details.
That's fine, sir. I agree with you, sir.
Part of investigation. Further, all accused will be in henceforth. Will be alert, so we don't disclose how we have arrested, and we got the tip that so and so they were running away from the police.
Okay.
So we arrested.
Time now for a quick check on what's making news in the world of sports. Mohan Bagan's Super Giant beat Kerala Blasters 3-2 to register their 5th consecutive home win and cement their top spot in the Indian Super League points table. Despite holding 56.5% of the possession, the Mariners required 2 late goals to secure all 3 points from this fixture. The Mariners have now 26 points from 11 matches with the help of 8 victories and 2 draws to be at the top of the table. Spanish recruit Alain Oyarzun struck a brace as Rajasthan United FC came alive at the death to walk away with a crucial 2-1 away win over a 10-man Aizawl FC in their I-League match. Rajasthan captain Oyarzun converted both the penalties in the 87th and 92nd minute. 3 days and 3 retirements. It seems that retirement is the new theme in Pakistan cricket, as left-arm speedster Mohammad Irfan has also bid adieu to international cricket. Irfan took to his social media accounts to make the announcement and express gratitude for his teammates and coaches. Virat grabbed 70 catches against Australia across formats, the most by any non-wicket keeper against Australia. Considering all 3 formats, Virat is 4th on the overall list. The former Australian captain Steve Smith is on the top of this list with 76 catches against England. Sri Lanka's Mahela Jayawardena is 2nd on the list with 72 catches against England. Alan Border is 3rd with 71 catches against his Ashes rival England. Rajat Patidar's international career did not take off as he would have liked, but the Madhya Pradesh batter is confident of recreating the opportunity through domestic matches and don the Indian jersey again. Star Indian javeler thrower Neeraj Chopra is among 23 athletes whose competition artifacts have been inducted into World Athletics Heritage Collection, currently on display in the online 3D platform of the Museum of World Athletics. Thomas Tuchel, England's manager, confirmed that Harry Kane would continue as country's captain, putting to rest any speculation about leadership changes under his reign. Team Saudi received a huge tribute from the England cricket team as they lined up to give the Kiwi veteran a guard of honour during the Hamilton Test. Time now for a short commercial break. On the other side, we get you details of Maharashtra Cabinet expansion slated for today, oath-taking ceremony in Nagpur at 4 p.m.
In the India Today Best Universities 2023 survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi and National Law School Bengaluru.
उस दिन सनसेट देखने छज्जे पे चढ़ा, टूट गया।
हाँ, तो किसने बोला घर की दीवार पे रॉक क्लाइंबिंग करने को?
सफीना बदतमीजी।
समझ गया। मेरे पास आप दोनों की प्रॉब्लम की मेडिसिन है। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
George Soros, a scarecrow or a bugbear? Is he a one-man deep state ranged against all the nationalist forces around the world, or a cranky old man living off perception? Connected with the Soros attack of the BJP on the Congress, is it doubling down on the Adani issue? Is it part of the larger hard right swing of the BJP, even as the Congress does its own hard left shift? And finally, the developments in Syria. Is it just Shia Sunni or America Russia? Or perhaps about natural gas supplies to Europe? Join me this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, only on Republic TV.
Are on the power play that's currently underway in Maharashtra over the cabinets and the portfolios.
हमेशा हमारे सरकार ने महिलाओं को सम्मान किया है। पूरी लिस्ट में भी आप देखेंगे कि 3 महिलाओं के नाम है।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
TV Live and breaking this Sunday with me, Kriti Mehta. Viewers, just in a few hours from now, the Maharashtra Cabinet is going to take its oath. The Cabinet is likely to be expanded. We'll bring you all that and more. Even in this bulletin, stay tuned for a quick check of the headlines first. Days after Bengaluru Techie's death, his wife and in-laws are sent to 14 days judicial custody. BSF falls an infiltration attempt by Pakistan. High-grade narcotic substance seized. Maharashtra Cabinet expansion today, oath-taking ceremony in Nagpur at 4 p.m. UNO's government levels big charges. Hasina states involved in forced disappearances. BJP slams TMC after Firhad Hakim's controversial minority will be majority soon statement. And viewers, cutting across to breaking news coming in at top of the bulletin. Now AAP has released its fourth list for the upcoming Delhi Assembly election. The Aam Aadmi Party releases fourth list and fielded PMLA accused Amanatullah Khan and jailed MLA Naresh Balyan's wife. Now a ticket has been given to graft accused Balyan's wife by the Aam Aadmi Party. It is also fielded Amanatullah Khan, who is accused in the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. This, of course, coming in as Arvind Kejriwal will also be contesting the election from the New Delhi seat. Let's also go across to Piyush, who is joining us live to give us more details on this. Now, Piyush, earlier we saw how the AIMIM fielded a riot accused Tahir Hussain, and now what we're learning is that Aam Aadmi Party has also fielded PMLA accused Amanatullah Khan and Balyan's wife for the upcoming election. What kind of appeasement do we see for the polls in Delhi ahead?
So I think appeasement is something which definitely the Congress and BJP would now be alleging Aam Aadmi Party about, as it has released all its 70 candidates. And one of the primary aspects of the candidates which have been released by the Aam Aadmi Party is fielding Amanatullah Khan, who has been arrested earlier by the Enforcement Directorate in the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, but right now out on bail. As far as the scam in the Delhi Waqf Board is concerned, has been given an opportunity by the Aam Aadmi Party to again contest from Okhla seat. In addition to this, Naresh Balyan, who continues to be in the custody of Delhi police under Makoka charges, his wife has been given the seat from the Uttam Nagar constituency. In addition to this, we have also seen that how Arvind Kejriwal as well as Manish Sisodia, who continue to face trial under the Liquorgate scam, they also have been given tickets. And while Arvind Kejriwal, the former Chief Minister of Delhi, is going to be contesting from the New Delhi seat, we are going to be seeing Manish Sisodia this time will not be contesting from Patparganj seat, that was his traditional seat, but rather he would be contesting from Jangpura. So yes, these are some of the candidates which have been released by the Aam Aadmi Party, and it definitely provides a fodder to the Delhi BJP as well as Congress that all those people who are tainted and who have criminal record have been given chance by the Aam Aadmi Party to contest in the upcoming Delhi elections. Back in the studio.
All right, Piyush also talked to us about whether the Aam Aadmi Party has released all its list for all the seats it will be fighting on.
So yes, some of the key seats on which the Aam Aadmi Party has released its seats are New Delhi constituency, in which the former Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal is going to be contesting. Now this is the traditional seat in which Arvind Kejriwal has been contesting for a long time, ever since he first contested way back in 2018, and this is his traditional seat. this seat is going to be quite mouth-watering because the Congress has already fielded Sandeep Dikshit, who is the son of former Chief Minister Sheila Dikshit, who ruled Delhi for over 15 years. And it is now also believed from the sources that the Delhi BJP is going to be making Pravesh Verma the son of former...
Stay on with us, Piyush. I'm also joined now by RP Singh of the BJP on the phone line with us. A very good afternoon to you, sir. Now, what we're seeing is a continuous bid to appease the voters in Delhi after AIMIM fielded a riot accused. Now we are seeing Aam Aadmi Party fielding Amanatullah Khan. What is your first reaction?
Not only Amanatullah Khan, but also the wife of Naresh Balyan.
Right.
Who has been supportive of the gangsters, who has been playing on behalf of the gangsters, who have been taking ransom or have been playing as a conduit for the gangsters in city. So this is a party which can do this sort of atrocities on the people of city by fielding such candidates. And this is not the first time. They have also done the same way when a person who was involved in the racket of the degree racket, his wife was fielded. Now the person who is involved in the extortion racket, his wife is fielded. So people of Delhi will give the right answer to such leaders and such party also.
All right. Well, thanks, Mr. RP Singh, for joining us and giving us your first reaction on the latest breaking news that we're coming up with. Viewers, Aam Aadmi Party now feels PMLA accused Amanatullah Khan. He has been given ticket in the 4th list of the Aam Aadmi Party. This is, in fact, the 3rd such leader surrounded by controversy who will be contesting the elections in Delhi. Earlier, the AIMIM fielded Tahir Hussain, who was accused in the 2020 Delhi riots, and now Amanatullah Khan and Naresh Balyan's wife, who also faces accusation in graft charges, has also been fielded by the Aam Aadmi Party in the 4th list it has released of candidates contesting the polls in February for the national capital. In fact, let's tell you, viewers, Arvind Kejriwal's name has also been released by the party. He will be contesting against Sheila Dikshit's son, Sandeep Dikshit, in the New Delhi Assembly constituency. Let's also go across to Shehzad Poonawala, who's joining us now on the phone line. Shehzad, very good afternoon to you. What are your first reactions on Aam Aadmi Party fielding Amanatullah Khan and Naresh Balyan's wife?
This is a list of Dangai, it is a list of Gundai, and it is a list of Bhrashtachari. Those who are doing Bhashtachar, those who are doing Udai, those who are doing Danga, those who are doing Gundagardi have been given the full place in this list. And therefore, Amanatullah Khan, Naresh Balyan, family, and those who are indulging in Sharab Ghota, they have been rewarded. So this is a list of Dangai and those who do Udai. That is the entire format of this Aam Aadmi Party list. Anyway, we have also seen how Manish Sisodiya ran away from his seat. So from that, it is very evident that they are not confident, and therefore such kind of elements have also been given the tickets again, they've been fielded again, and Manish Sisodiya, people like him have also left their seat and went to safer seat, or what they consider safer seat.
All right, Shehzad, well, thanks for giving us your opinion on this. Viewers, let's tell you that from Uttar Nagar constituency, Naresh Balyan is the MLA, and since then he had been arrested by the Delhi police for his alleged links with Kapil Sangwan, alias Nandu, who is a dreaded gangster. Now, AAP has also fielded his wife, Pooja Balyan. And that's the latest that we're coming up with. Viewers, Aam Aadmi Party releasing a list of 38 candidates today. With this, in fact, it has released all 70 candidates list for the Delhi polls that will be held in February next year. In fact, let's also tell you, Arvind Kejriwal, the former CM, will be fighting from New Delhi, and this can be considered as a mouth-watering contest, given that he will be fighting the election against Sandeep Dikshit, the son of former Delhi Chief Minister Sheila Dikshit. In fact, as per sources, the Delhi BJP is expected to field Parvesh Verma, the son of former Delhi CM Sahib Singh Verma. from the same seat. So of course it will be a contest to look out for, but our focus of course remains on tickets that are being offered to corrupt leaders by the Aam Aadmi Party, by the AIMIM, in a clear bid to appease the voters of the national capital. In fact, we are also going to go across to some more leaders of the BJP who are of course raising allegations on the Aam Aadmi Party for giving tickets to controversial leaders who are facing charges in serious cases of Prevention of Money Laundering Act, and they were in fact also seen pelting stones, as it was in the case of Tahir Hussain, who was the pick of the AIMIM. Now Aam Aadmi Party going a step ahead, fielding Naresh Balyan's wife Pooja Balyan as well from the Uttam Nagar constituency. This is of course after Naresh Balyan was arrested by the Delhi police for his alleged links with dreaded gangsters. In fact, in another big update that's come up, Delhi Chief Minister Atishi is going to be fighting the polls from her seat of Kalka G, and Saurabh Bhardwaj will also fight to be re-elected from the Greater Kailash seat in the national capital. Big names and in fact also bigger controversies with the picks by the Aam Aadmi Party. In fact, now cutting across to another big breaking news coming across, viewers. Now, discussions on the Constitution Day will begin in Rajya Sabha tomorrow. We are learning that JP Nadda will begin the discussion in the upper house. Amit Shah will respond to the discussion as well. And Union Ministers Nirmala Sitharaman and Hardeep Singh Puri will also participate in the discussion on the Constitution. This is expected tomorrow. The Union Minister JP Nadda will lead the Constitution Day debate in the Rajya Sabha. Amit Shah will also respond to the discussion, as will Nirmala Sitharaman and Hardeep Puri. Big ministers of the BJP will be leading the charge and holding discussions on the Constitution Day debate in Rajya Sabha. This is of course coming after Rajnath Singh and Prime Minister Modi spoke in the Loksabha, gave befitting reply to the opposition Congress. In fact, let's go across to Riyanka, who is now joining us to give us more details on this. Riyanka, we are learning that JP Nadda, Amit Shah, Nirmala Sitharaman, Hardeep Singh Puri are among the key leaders who will be holding the discussion on the Constitution Day debate tomorrow in the Rajya Sabha. What more can we expect?
Absolutely. Well, after the key discussion and the debate in the Lok Sabha regarding the 75 years of the Constitution, the next step is a discussion on the same that will be taking place in Rajya Sabha starting tomorrow. 2 days, Monday and Tuesday, where there will be hectic discussions and a debate which will be in fact initiated by JP Nadda tomorrow in the Rajya Sabha, and then it will be responded by Home Minister Amit Shah on the next day, that is Tuesday likely. On the other hand, the key top leaders of the BJP who will also be speaking on the same is Nirmala Sitharaman as well as Hardeep Singh Puri, who will be making their statements regarding the Constitution and several other issues that have been raised by the opposition regarding the same, which is why all eyes will be on the Rajya Sabha for tomorrow, where the discussion and the debate regarding the Constitution will begin. We already have seen one step already completed in the Lok Sabha, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi had in fact responded and concluded with his speech yesterday, his statement yesterday in the Parliament, where he had launched scathing attack on the Congress party and how there was in fact attack on the Constitution by them itself. But the Congress continues to put the entire blame on the NDA, which is the current government of India. So we will have to wait and see what happens in the Rajya Sabha tomorrow regarding the same issue.
All right. Well, thank you, Riyanka, for joining us with those details. We will, of course, look out for that crucial debate in the Rajya Sabha tomorrow. Thanks to you for bringing us that information. With that, viewers, let's shift our focus now. Now, The BSF has foiled a major narco smuggling attempt and intercepted a Pakistani drone with 495 gram of narcotic substance. We will give you more details. Take a look at this report.
Infiltration attempts from Pakistan don't seem to end. Today, the Border Security Force seized a Pakistani drone carrying nearly half a kg of high-grade narcotic substance near the Arnia sector of Jammu. The quadcopter entered India from across the border and was seized from the Chinaz border outpost area.
The Pakistan is trying to mechanize things because this drone, they also have this drop mechanism fitted with this so that they can drop the narcotics, 500 gram of the...
In fact, now cutting across to breaking news coming in connection to the suicide of Bengaluru Techie Atul Subhas. Now, his father has alleged that they have no knowledge of their grandson's whereabouts and have appealed to Prime Minister Modi as well as Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar to bring him his grandson. Now, this comes after the police arrested Atul's wife and his in-laws who continue to remain in custody. In fact, let's also tell you that 3 accused have been lodged in Bengaluru jail. Sri Lakshmi is joining us from the Republic Kannada newsroom. Sri Lakshmi, it's strange that the whereabouts of the son and grandson of Atul Subhash's father are not known as of now. They are appealing directly to the Prime Minister and the Chief Minister to bring their grandson back to him after losing this son in a horrific suicide attempt. All right, I'm told that Sri Lakshmi, there are some technical difficulties with the audio connection there, but viewers, this is the big update that we are bringing you in connection with the suicide of a Bengaluru techie Atul Subhas that has sparked a nationwide debate, and now his father says that grandson is nowhere around them and they have no knowledge of where their grandson is, and they are in fact reaching out to the Prime Minister and the Chief Minister of Bihar to help them unite with their grandson. This is of course coming after the wife and in-laws of Atul Subhash continue to remain in police custody. It is raising eyebrows as to where could the grandson and the son of Atul Subhash be. His grandparents looking out for him and making an appeal to the top leaders of the country to bring him back to them. In fact, let's also tell you that my colleagues have filed some ground reports from Jaunpur and Gurugram, from where Nikita and his brother were arrested. Let's take a look.
केस मामले में 3 गिरफ्तारियां हो चुकी हैं। निकिता गुरुग्राम से गिरफ्तार की जाती है और साथ ही प्रयागराज से अतुल की सास और उसके साले को पुलिस गिरफ्तार करती है। ऐसे में एफआईआर में 4 लोगों का नाम था, उनमें से 3 लोग गिरफ्तार हो गए हैं और जिस मकान पे मैं खड़ा हूं वो निकिता के चाचा हैं, यानी कि सुशील सिंघानिया। आप देख सकते हैं ये गीता भवन है, सुशील सिंघानिया इसमें लिखा है, लेकिन मेरी भी परिजनों से बात हुई, परिजन तो अंदर हैं लेकिन सुशील सिंघानिया यहाँ पर नहीं है। उन्होंने कहा कि अभी यहाँ पर कोई नहीं है, यहाँ से बाहर हैं लोग। हालांकि एक अपडेट यह भी है कि पुलिस यहाँ पर किसी तरह का भी कोई नोटिस भी नहीं चस्पा की है, ना तो बेंगलोर पुलिस ना यूपी पुलिस, साथ ही अभी पुलिस एक बार भी इस मकान पर दबिश देने के लिए नहीं आई है। हालांकि एफआईआर में पूरी तरह से 4 नामों का जिक्र है, जिसमें सुशील सिंघानिया का भी नाम है और अतुल ने अपने सुसाइड नोट में इन 5 जो प्रमुख किरदारों का जिक्र किया था, उनमें से 4 खुद अतुल के रिश्तेदार थे, यानी उनके ससुराल पक्ष के लोग, और एक महिला कोर्ट की जो जज हैं रीता कौशिक, शायद उनका भी नाम था। पुलिस ने उनके नाम को हटा दिया है, एफआईआर मतलब उनके नाम पे नहीं की गई है और साथ ही वो अभी इस जांच के रूपरेखा से बाहर हैं। लेकिन जो 4 लोग हैं, 4 लोगों में 3 लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया और सुशील सिंघानिया पर कहीं न कहीं दबाव है पुलिस का। इनके ऊपर गिरफ्तारी की तलवार लटकी हुई है। भले ही यहाँ पर नोटिस न चस्पा किया गया हो, भले ही यहाँ पर पुलिस अभी तक दबिश डालने नहीं आई हो, लेकिन जिस तरह से 3 लोग गिरफ्तार हुए हैं, पुलिस जब उनसे पूछताछ करेगी और सुशील सिंघानिया का जब नाम आएगा तो ज़रूर यहाँ पर पुलिस आएगी, या जहाँ भी भाग के गए होंगे या कहीं पर जौनपुर छोड़ के कहीं गए होंगे तो पुलिस इनके पीछे पड़ी होगी, क्योंकि FIR में उनका नाम है और साथ ही अतुल ने भी अपने सुसाइड नोट में सुशील सिंघानिया का जिक्र किया है।
The Bengaluru police now has made a vital breakthrough after it arrested Nikita Singhania, her brother Anurag, and also her mother. Now, as far as the abetment of suicide of the Bengaluru Techie Atul Subhash is concerned, the suicide of Atul Subhash and the revelations that he made through his suicide note, as well as the video that he had put up, had put the nation in shock. Now, Nikita Singhania, who used to be working over here in Gurugram in a software company, was arrested from Blossom Stays on 14th of December in the morning, from where the Bengaluru police took her to the Bengaluru Magistrate Court, and where she has now been subsequently put in the judicial remand. Also, her parents, also her brother, and her mother were taken from Prayagraj into custody and presented in Bengaluru again, where they have again also been put into the judicial remand. Now, this has been a very dramatic development following the very sordid tale of the suicide of this Bengaluru techie Atul Subhash and the revelation that he had put. What we are going to be doing is we are also going to be trying to get into this PG, where she has been arrested, Nikita, and also try to find.
And cutting across to Sri Lakshmi, who's joining us live from the Republic Kannada newsroom. Sri Lakshmi, do we have any information